Section 1 of History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 3, by Mercy Otis Warren. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mark Tasanzo. History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 3, by Mercy Otis Warren. Chapter 21. A short view of the forces of the contending parties. The generals Washington and Rochambeau meet at Wethersfield. Attack on New York contemplated. The design relinquished. Combined armies march toward Virginia. Count de Grasse arrives in the Chesapeake. Sir Samuel Hood arrives at New York, sails to the Chesapeake. Naval action. Lord Cornwallis attempts a retreat, disappointed. Offers terms of capitulation. Terms of surrender agreed on. Lord Digby and Sir Henry Clinton arrive too late. Comparative view of the British commanders. General exchange of prisoners. The additional weight of maritime force that appeared in the American seas in the year 1781 was serious and eventful. In the view of every sagacious eye, this appearance portended events of magnitude that might hasten to a decision the long-disputed point between Great Britain and the United States. The European nations considered the present period a crisis of expectation, and that the exertions of this year would either extinguish American hopes or establish their claims as an independent nation. Before the arrival of Admiral Barras, the naval power of Britain in the American waters was much superior to anything that had yet arrived from abroad that could give assistance to the United States. The acquisition of strength by the arrival of a squadron under the command of Sir Samuel Hood might have given an irresistible preponderance to the British flag, had not the Count de Grasse fortunately reached the Chesapeake a few days before him. There was now just reason to expect the most violent naval concussions would take place between the Bourbon fleets and the still more powerful squadrons of Britain. They were soon to meet near the American shores, where they were destined to dispute the decision of an object that, from the emulation of power, the long-existing jealousies between two potent sovereigns, and the prospect of a new face of affairs from the resistance of America, equally interested the kings of England and France. On the part of Britain, their armies were bold, their troops well appointed, and the pride of conquest urged to prompt execution to ensure success. The Americans, inured to fatigue, became disciplined from necessity. Naturally sanguine and brave, conscious of the justice of their cause, and persuaded of the favor of heaven, they were ready to engage in defense of their country and their lives, which they were sure would be the certain forfeit if defeated. Both determined and valorous, and perhaps both equally weary of the contest, they might equally wish for some capital stroke of military prowess, some honorable action which might lead to equitable and amicable decision. In this attitude of expectation, hope, and uncertainty of the two original parties, now combined with the strangers and aliens of different nations who had adopted the ardor of conquest equal to their employers, nothing less could be anticipated than new scenes of carnage. The auxiliaries on the part of Britain were the feudal vassals of despotic lords, the mere automatons of German princes who held them as their hereditary property. The allies of America were Frenchmen, who had long felt the weight of the chains of Le Grand Monarque. They were commanded by polite and erudite officers who just beheld the dawn of freedom rising on their native land. Thus the two armies finally met in the Virginian fields, the germ of the New World, the first British plantation in America, a state dignified for its uniform adherence to, and its early and firm defense of, the natural rights of mankind. Here they were to decide the last stake for the freedom of nations, a game which had been beheld with interest and expectation by many of the officers before they left Europe, and which might eventually have an extensive influence to enlighten and free the more enthralled parts of the world. Previous to the junction of the French and the American armies, General Washington, the Count de Rochambeau, and several other distinguished officers had met and held a conference at Wethersfield in Connecticut. In consequence of this interview, it was reported and believed for a time that the combined armies would immediately attempt the reduction of New York. This was a favorite object with the Americans, who generally viewed the dislodgment of the British forces from that stand as a measure that would expedite relief to every other quarter invested or oppressed by their fleets and armies. Accordingly, great preparations were made, and high expectations indulged through most of the summer that the army under the immediate command of Sir Henry Clinton, weakened by detachments for the Southern service and no reinforcements yet arriving from England, would soon be driven from the important post of New York. General Washington had neglected no argument to impress the necessity of immediate and vigorous exertions in all the states to enable him to act with decision. He urged the expectation of the allied army, commanded by officers of the first abilities, of the highest military character, some of them of the prime nobility of France, and all ambitious of glory and eager for action. The disappointment they would feel if any languor appeared in the United States was obvious, and every consideration was urged and enforced that might induce the whole body of the people to aid in facilitating the measures adopted by the military commanders, which could not be executed without union and prompt decision in all the legislatures. Preparations were accordingly made, and on the 6th of July, the junction of the French and American armies took place at White Plains. They soon after took a nearer position, with every preparation for, and all the appearance of, a formidable attack on the city. But, notwithstanding the sanguine hopes of the Americans on this occasion, and the well-founded apprehensions of the British commander-in-chief, a combination of circumstances prevented an enterprise, which both the army and the people thought was not only designed, but had calculated that it would be effected without much difficulty. Nor was this less expected by Sir Henry Clinton, who had no idea that any system had been formed for the combined armies to move toward Virginia. He had taken every measure to obtain the most correct information. In this he succeeded. The letters of General Washington were intercepted. His dispatches, taken by the agents employed for the purpose, were conveyed to New York, by which the British commander obtained intelligence which alarmed his apprehensions for the safety of New York, and led him to forget all danger in any other quarter. While the mind of the British commander remained in this situation, a sudden reverse took place on the part of America. Their measures were disconcerted, their operations slow, and for a time they appeared as indecisive in their determinations, though not so divided in their counsels, as the commanders of the British troops. The energies of a few leading characters were not sufficient to control the many in the several states, who in their present disconnected police must all be consulted. In spite of the exertions and the zeal of individuals, the requisitions from the respective states came in for some time, but slowly. Many of those which were sent on to complete the battalions were very far from being strong, effective men. Some companies appeared to be a rabble of boys, others very unfit for immediate service, and the numbers far short of the calculations in the British camp, where imagination had multiplied them almost to a Russian army. In short, it was found that it was impossible to establish an army at a call, fit for duty at the moment of their entrance in the field. Nor was it less difficult, in the existing circumstances of the infant republic, to provide at once for the exigencies which the magnitude of military enterprise at this time required. The design, if it ever was really intended, of assaulting that post and reducing New York, was a second time relinquished. The apprehensions of Sir Henry Clinton that a similar enterprise would have been attempted the preceding winter had not continued long before other objects intervened which opened new views to both the British and American commanders. A different system was adopted from that expected by both sides on the opening of the summer campaign. This might probably have been owing in part to the information recently given by Colonel Lawrence, who had lately arrived from France. He had immediately repaired to the southward and reached the headquarters of the combined army in the month of August. The most interesting part of this intelligence was that an alliance had been renewed between the Emperor of Germany and the King of Great Britain, that the Emperor had sent out a considerable reinforcement to the aid of the British commanders in America, and that additional troops were to follow, that this had greatly encouraged the court of Britain, and was not a pleasing circumstance to France. It yet remains doubtful whether it was a stroke of generalship, or the necessity of taking new ground, that induced the Count de Rochambeau and General Washington secretly to draw off most of the Continental and French troops at a period when they momently expected orders for an attack on the city of New York. It is success oftener than judgment that crowns the military character, and as fortune followed their footsteps, few, if any, doubted the superiority of genius that dictated the measure. The movement was sudden and the march rapid. The combined army crossed the North River on the 24th of August. They moved on hastily to Philadelphia, and by a difficult and fatiguing route reached Williamsburg in Virginia on the 14th of September. End of Section 1. Section 2 of History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 3, by Mercy Otis Warren. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mark DeSanzo. History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 3, by Mercy Otis Warren. Chapter 21, Part 2. Sir Henry Clinton, apprehensive only for New York, had not the smallest suspicion of this maneuver. By the address of a few Americans left behind for that purpose, every appearance of an attack on New York was for a time kept up. The deception was so complete, and the maneuvers of the American commander so judicious, that the British themselves acknowledged their own was fairly out-generaled. The illusion was so well calculated for the purpose, that its effects were fully adequate to the design. The British commander continued his diligence in preparing for the reception of the combined armies. The intelligence at this time of an alliance between His Britannic Majesty and the Emperor of Germany, and the arrival of 2,000 or 3,000 German troops, gave an exhilaration of spirits to the city, to the soldiers, and to the general, who, from the protraction of the illusion without, had the highest reason to expect the assault of their works would not much longer be delayed by the Americans. Though General Clinton had received intelligence that the French squadron had left Rhode Island, he did not yet dream that they were destined to the Chesapeake, or that Washington and Rochambeau had adopted a new system. It was long before he could be persuaded to believe that they were concentrating their forces and moving southward with design effectually to defeat all farther attempts on Virginia and stop the progress of the British arms in the Carolinas. It was indeed too long for the interest of the Crown of Great Britain before Sir Henry Clinton could prevail with himself to look beyond the defense of New York. But when he found the allied armies had in reality marched toward Virginia, he did not neglect his duty. He countermanded the orders of Lord Cornwallis of sending a part of his troops to New York, and made all possible preparations to support him. He sent on a fresh detachment of troops, and made arrangements to follow them himself, with a hope of being timely enough for the relief of his lordship. In the meantime, the fortunate arrival of the Count de Grasse in the Chesapeake hastened the decision of important events. A short passage from the West Indies transported the French fleet under his command safely to the Capes of Virginia, where they arrived on the 30th of August. No intelligence of his near approach had reached the British quarters, nor could anything have been more unexpected to the British naval commander, Sir Samuel Hood, who arrived soon after in the Chesapeake, than to find a Gallic squadron of 28 sail lying there in perfect security. Commodore Hood, who arrived from the West Indies soon after the middle of August, with nearly 20 sail of the line, joined the squadron under Admiral Graves before New York. He was solicitous to have sailed immediately to the Chesapeake with all the naval strength that was not necessary to be left for the defense of New York. But an unaccountable delay took place, which in his opinion could not be justified, and however it counteracted his inclination, it was too late before he sailed. He did not reach the Chesapeake until the 5th of September, 6 days after the arrival there of the Count de Grasse. The French fleet had not been discovered by the British commander, nor had he gained any intelligence that de Grasse was on the American coast until the morning of the 5th of September, when the English observed them in full view within Cape Henry. Nothing could have been more mortifying to a man of the spirit and enterprise of Sir Samuel Hood than to find so respectable a French fleet had arrived in the Chesapeake before him. The national rivalry, prejudices, and hatred of the British commanders and the gallant English seamen could not be suppressed on such an occasion. These were a strong stimulus to immediate action, which had their full effect. The pride and valor of a renowned British commander could not admit of the smallest delay, and the boldness of the English seamen urged all with the utmost alacrity to prepare for an engagement. The British maritime force that had now arrived was nearly equal to the French squadron under the Count de Grasse. Both fleets immediately moved, and a spirited action ensued. Equal gallantry was exhibited, but neither side could boast of victory. The ships on both sides were considerably injured, and one British 74 rendered totally unfit for service. To this they set fire themselves. The loss of men was on the usual average of naval action. The English indeed were not beaten, but the French gained a double advantage, for while the Count de Grasse remained at a distance, watched by the British navy, he secured the passage of the Count de Barras from Rhode Island, and gained to himself the advantage of first blocking up the Chesapeake. The Count de Barras brought with him the French troops from Rhode Island, amounting to about 3,000 men. These joined the Marquis Lafayette, whose numbers had been greatly reduced. This reinforcement enabled him to support himself by defensive operations until, in a short time, they were all happily united under the command of the valiant Rochambeau. The British fleet continued a few days in the Chesapeake. Their ships were much injured, and in a council of war it was determined to be necessary for the whole fleet to return to New York, to refit and prepare for a second expedition. This they had reason to flatter themselves would be more successful, as they were sure of a great acquisition of strength on the arrival of Lord Digby, who was hourly expected with a reinforcement from England. While Sir Henry Clinton remained in suspense with regard to the operations in the Chesapeake, his anxiety prompted him to endeavor to obtain immediate intelligence. He had no suspicion that he should receive this by the return of Admiral Graves and the respectable squadron under his command, and before the untoward circumstances which occasioned this had reached New York, his impatience had urged him to send on a gallant officer with letters to Lord Cornwallis. Major Cochrane executed this business at no small hazard. The British fleet had left the Capes of Virginia before his arrival, but at every risk he ran through the whole French fleet in an open boat. He landed safely, delivered his dispatches, and immediately had his head shot off by a cannonball. Thus this unfortunate officer had not a moment to rejoice in the success of his bravery. After the return of the fleet to New York, it might reasonably have been expected that Sir Henry Clinton would have acted with more decision and energy. Previous to this unfortunate transaction, it had been determined in a council of war to send 5,000 men to the aid of Lord Cornwallis. But the spirit of delay still pervaded the mind of the British commander. He thought proper yet further to postpone this wise measure from a motive which he doubtless considered justifiable. This was, to wait a little longer for the arrival of Admiral Digby, whose junction with the forces already in New York he judged would ensure victory over the combination of France and America, both by sea and land. Flattering letters were again sent on to Lord Cornwallis, but promises and distant expectations were far from being adequate to the relief of a mind borne down by disappointment and the failure of the means of supporting his own military character. He was also sensible that the dignity of command and the royal cause were suffering by delay, indecision, and, as he thought, from less justifiable motives. He was exhorted to hold out till about the 12th of October, when Sir Henry Clinton thought it probable he might receive assistance, if no unavoidable accident should take place, or at farthest by the middle of November. At the same time he intimated that if his lordship should be reduced to the utmost extremity before the arrival of reinforcements, he himself would endeavor to make a diversion by an attack on Philadelphia in order to draw off a part of Washington's army. These all appeared to Lord Cornwallis very indigested, absurd, and inconsistent ideas. He immediately informed Sir Henry Clinton that he saw no means of forming a junction with him but by York River, and that no meditated diversion toward Philadelphia or anywhere else could be of any use. Lord Digby, however, arrived at New York on the 29th of September. One of the princes of the blood had taken this opportunity to visit America, probably with a view of sovereignty over a part or the whole of the conquered colonies. This was still anticipated at the court of St. James, and perhaps in the opinion of the royal parents, an American establishment might be very convenient for one of their numerous progeny. Lord Digby was several days detained at New York before arrangements were made for the embarkation of the troops to reinforce Lord Cornwallis, and for the sailing of the mighty naval armament for the Chesapeake. In the meantime, Sir Henry Clinton busied himself in writing letters full of specious promises, as if artfully designed to buoy up the hopes of Lord Cornwallis by strong assurances that no time should be lost in sending forward a force sufficient for his relief. He informed him that a fleet under the command of Lord Digby, who had recently arrived at New York, would sail for the Chesapeake by the 5th of October, that himself was nearly ready to embark with a large body of troops, and in the most sanguine terms exhorted his lordship to endeavor to keep his opponents in play and to hold out against every discouragement until he should receive the needful assistance, which another British fleet and the addition of a body of troops headed by himself would secure. These flattering assurances and pressing entreaties from the commander-in-chief induced Lord Cornwallis to evade a general action. It was his opinion that when the combined troops arrived, he could only attempt the defense of Yorktown. He was posted there by General Clinton's express orders, contrary to his own judgment. He had always, as has been before observed, thought this an ineligible situation, and far from being long defensible without much larger reinforcements both by land and sea than he had reason to expect would arrive seasonably. His situation had been for some time truly distressing. Embarrassed between his own opinion and the orders of his superior in command, flattered by the promise of timely relief and that in such force as to enable him to cope with the united armies of France and America, he thought it his duty to wait the result and not suffer himself to be impelled by contingent circumstances to risk his army beyond the probability of success. This prevented any advance to action, at the same time that it forbid his endeavoring to retreat from Virginia until too late, when he had only to wait suspended between hope and fear the uncertain chances of war. He acknowledged afterwards that had he seasonably retired toward Carolina, though the attempt would have been difficult, he might have saved his army from their impending fate. Though the courage and the inclination of Lord Cornwallis might prompt him in his present circumstances to lead out his troops and hazard an engagement in the open field, yet his judgment or his prudence could not justify the risk, while he had the smallest hopes that a few days might place him in a situation to combat on more equal terms. His destiny often marked by disappointment, he had at the same time much reason to despair of a successful termination of the campaign, even if the forces from New York should arrive in season. Yet he observed to Sir Henry Clinton that, quote, if he had no hopes of relief, he should rather risk a general action than attempt to defend his half-finished works. But, as you say, Digby is hourly expected, and promise every exertion to assist me, I do not think myself justified in putting the fate of the war on so desperate an attempt. End quote. End of section 2. Section 3 of History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 3, by Mercy Otis Warren. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mark DeSanzo. History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 3, by Mercy Otis Warren. Chapter 21, Part 3. The British commander was fully apprised of the difficulties that would attend his armament under existing circumstances, even if the troops from New York should arrive before his fate was decided. The mouth of the river was blocked up by a very large French fleet. The American army, in high health and spirits, strengthened by daily recruits, led on by Washington, in whom they had the highest confidence, in conjunction with a fine army of Gallicans, headed by the Count of de Rochambeau, an officer of courage, experience, and ability, were making rapid advances. On the 28th of September they had left Williamsburg, and on the 6th of October they opened their trenches before Yorktown. His lordship determined, however, notwithstanding the choice of difficulties that pressed upon him, to make the best possible defense. His army was worn down by sickness and fatigue, but there was no want of resolution or valor. His officers were intrepid and his men brave. They acquitted themselves with spirit and kept their ground from the 6th to the 16th of October, when they became convinced that the abilities and the experience of the Count de Rochambeau, the cool equanimity of General Washington, and the vigor and valor of their officers and troops rendered the united army irresistible in the present situation of their opponents. Lord Cornwallis had now only to choose between an immediate surrender or an effort to escape and save a part of his army by flight. He contemplated either a retreat southward or an endeavor to force his way through the states between Virginia and New York to join General Clinton. But equally hazardous, he determined on the last expedient. For this purpose, he with the utmost secrecy passed in the night of the 16th the greatest part of his army from Yorktown to Gloucester, leaving only a detachment behind to capitulate for the town's people, the sick and the wounded. But fortune did not favor the enterprise. It is true the boats had an easy passage, but at the critical moment of landing his men, his lordship observed that, quote, "the weather suddenly changed from moderate and calm to a violent storm of rain and wind that carried the boats down the river with many of the troops who had not time to disembark. It was soon evident that the intended passage was impracticable, and the absence of the boats rendered it equally impossible to bring back the troops that had passed, which I had ordered about 2 in the morning." End quote. Here the serious mind will naturally reflect how often the providential interference of the elements defeat what appears to be the most judicious design of the short-sighted creature, man. The state of Lord Cornwallis's mind at this time, the insurmountable difficulties of his situation previous to his surrender, and the subsequent consequences, may be seen at large in his letter to Sir Henry Clinton, dated October 21st, 1781. In this letter he details the circumstances of his disappointment in the last mode adopted for the safety of his army. It had been observed that his troops were dispersed by the storm by which the boats were driven down the river, though some of them returned to Yorktown the ensuing day. Desperate as was the situation of the British troops, a feint of resistance was still made, by an order to Lieutenant Colonel Abercrombie, to sally out with 400 men, to advance, attack, and spike the cannon of 2 batteries which were nearly finished. This excursion was executed with spirit and success, but attended with no very important consequences. Footnote: several reconnoitering parties on both sides met and skirmished during the siege. In one of these, Colonel Scammell, a brave American officer, who was respected and beloved for the excellence of his private character, was captured by some British partisans. He surrendered and delivered his sword, the usual signal of submission, after which he was mortally wounded by one of the British. He expired after languishing a day or 2. End of footnote. The combined armies of France and America had continued their vigorous operations without the smallest intermission until prepared for the last assault on the town, which they began at the dawn of the morning after the circumstances above related had taken place. In this hopeless condition, his own works in ruins, most of his troops sick, wounded, or fatigued, and without rational expectation of relief from any quarter, the British commander found it necessary, in order to escape the inevitable consequences of further resistance, to propose terms of submission. Lord Cornwallis, confident of the humanity and politeness of his antagonists, made proposals on the 17th to the commanders of the combined army for a cessation of hostilities for 24 hours. This was granted, but toward the expiration of the term, General Washington, in a letter to the British commander, acquainted him that, desirous to spare the further effusion of blood, he was ready to listen to such terms of surrender as might be admissible, and that he wished, previous to the meeting of any commissioners for that purpose, to have his lordship's proposals in writing. At the same time he informed Lord Cornwallis that after the delivery of this letter, only 2 hours of suspension of hostilities would be granted for consideration. The time limited being thus short, the British commander, without a detail of many particulars, proposed terms of capitulation in a very concise manner. General Washington, equally perspicuous and decisive, in a few words intimated to his lordship the only terms that would be accepted, that if the proposals were rejected, hostilities would be recommenced within 2 hours of the delivery of those terms. In consequence of these negotiations between the commanders, commissioners were immediately appointed to prepare and digest the articles of capitulation. It is not easy to conceive or to relate the mortification his lordship must have felt at seeing his troops conquered by superior prowess and good fortune, and laying down their arms at the feet of the victorious Washington. This chagrin was undoubtedly much heightened by the necessity of submitting to terms imposed in conjunction with the servants of a rival power, whom the kings of Great Britain and the nation they govern had viewed for many centuries with hatred and detestation. The gentlemen appointed on the part of America to draw up the articles of capitulation were the Count de Noailles, a French nobleman who had served as an officer in the defense of the United States for a considerable time, and Colonel John Lawrence, a distinguished character, a son of the unfortunate ambassador who had been deputed to negotiate in behalf of America at The Hague, but at this time was confined in the Tower of London and very severely treated. The singularity of some circumstances relative to this gentleman cannot be passed over unnoticed in this place. He was suffering a rigorous imprisonment in England. He had presented a petition for some amelioration of the severities exercised against him. This was rejected, his veracity disputed by the minister, and his detention justified by Lord Mansfield as legal, politic, and necessary to prevent the accomplishment of his pernicious projects. By a strange concurrence of events, the Earl Cornwallis, constable of the Tower of London, was now on the point of becoming a prisoner, and submitting to articles of surrender for himself and his army under the dictation of the son of Mr. Lawrence, the same gentleman heretofore alluded to, when an attempt was made by the British administration to corrupt the integrity of both father and son. By the capitulation, his lordship was reduced to the humiliating condition of a prisoner to the American Congress, while the father of Colonel Lawrence remained shut up in the Tower, a prisoner to the captured Earl. However, as soon as circumstances permitted, an interchange of prisoners took place. The noble lord, who with his army fell into the hands of the American commander, was restored to liberty by an exchange for Mr. Lawrence, who had long languished in the Tower of London. The court of Britain had before rejected the proposal that Mr. Lawrence should be exchanged for General Burgoyne, but they were soon after this glad to receive an officer of equal rank to almost any in the nation in exchange for the American minister. A detail of the particular articles of capitulation may not be necessary. For them the reader is referred to the appendix. It is enough to observe at present that the British army was permitted only the same honors of war that Lord Cornwallis had granted the Americans on the surrender of Charleston the preceding year. The officers were allowed their side-arms, but the troops marched with their colors cased and made their submission to General Lincoln precisely in the same manner his army had done to the British commander a few months before. Here we cannot but pause a moment to reflect on the vicissitudes of human life, the accidents of war, or rather the designations of Providence that one day lift to the pinnacle of human triumph, and another smite the laurel from the brow of the conqueror, and humble the proud victor at the feet of his former prisoner. As General Lincoln had recently felt the mortification of yielding himself and his troops into the hands of the royal army, he was selected to conduct the military parade and receive the submission of the British veterans. This might be thought by some to wear rather too much the air of triumph, but it was judged a kind of compensation for his own military misfortunes, while it might call into exercise the feelings of benevolence. These ever operate more strongly on the human character from the experience of sufferings, except in such ferocious minds as are actuated only by the principles of revenge. End of section 3. Section 4 of History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 3, by Mercy Otis Warren. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mark Tasanzo. History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 3, by Mercy Otis Warren. Chapter 21, Part 4. This was far from being the spirit of Americans. Their victories were generally accompanied with so much moderation that even their enemies acknowledged their generosity. General Burgoyne and others had often done this, and Lord Cornwallis now expressed both pleasure and surprise at the civility, kindness, and attention shown by the victor to the vanquished foe. In a letter to Sir Henry Clinton, after mentioning the Americans in very handsome terms, his lordship observed that, quote, he could not describe the delicate sensibility of the French officers on this occasion, and that, quote, he hoped their conduct would make an impression in the breast of every British officer when the fortune of war might again put any prisoners, either American or French, in the power of that nation, end quote. Thus terminated the efforts of administration to reduce the United States by first conquering the southern colonies. On the 19th of October, 1781, a second British army yielded themselves prisoners to the Confederate States of America. The humiliation of the present captured army, as above observed, was enhanced by the circumstances that made it necessary for the British battalions to bow beneath the banners of their hereditary enemies of France in conjunction with the Stars of America. One of these armies, before its capture, had ostentatiously anticipated the conquest of the North. The other had enjoyed the cruel triumph of devastation and spoil through the warmer latitudes of the South. With incredible fatigue and fortitude, and no less zeal and havoc, had the British army, and the royal partisans belonging to the American states who had joined them, harassed and spread terror and desolation for many months, from the borders of Georgia to the extremities of Virginia. Within 5 days after the surrender of all the posts that had been held by Lord Cornwallis, a British fleet from New York, under the command of Lord Digby, with Sir Henry Clinton and 7,000 troops on board, entered the Bay of Chesapeake in full confidence of success, but to their inexpressible mortification they had only to appear and retreat. By the capitulation, all the shipping in the harbor was left to the disposal of the Count de Grasse, with the exception only of the Bonetta sloop of war. This was granted to Lord Cornwallis to carry his dispatches to New York. It included the liberty of conveying as many of his troops as was convenient to be exchanged for an equal number of American prisoners. His humanity prompted him to avail himself of this liberty, to ship off instead of soldiers the most obnoxious of the Loyalists, terrified beyond description at the idea of falling into the hands of their countrymen, against whom they had made every exertion, both by their influence and their arms. After the return of the Bonetta, as stipulated, she also was to be delivered at the order of the French admiral. The delay of reinforcements, both by sea and land, until Lord Cornwallis and his army were irretrievably lost, was a misfortune and a neglect that could not easily be excused or forgiven, either by the ministry, the nation, or the numerous friends of this unfortunate nobleman. Much altercation took place afterwards between Sir Henry Clinton and Lord Cornwallis, with little satisfaction to the wounded feelings of the last, and as little advantage to the sinking character of the first. The surrender of Lord Cornwallis's army was an event that produced more conviction in the minds of men that the American colonies could not be conquered by the arms of Great Britain than any circumstance that had previously taken place. It was asserted by some British writers at the time that, quote, this was an event which carried a kind of irresistible conviction with it, even to those who were the least inclined to the admission of so humiliating a truth. When it was seen that the most distinguished and successful general that had engaged in the royal cause was obliged to surrender himself and his whole army prisoners of war, the generality even of those who had been the most earnest for the subjugation of America began now to be convinced that it was totally impracticable. But those who had a sincere regard for the honor and interests of Great Britain could not reflect but with utmost regret that nearly 100 millions of money should have been expended, and so many thousand valuable lives lost in this unhappy contest, in a contest which had produced nothing but the loss of our American colonies, an accumulation of the public debt, an enormous load of taxes, and a great degree of national dishonor, and which had afforded too much ground for the triumph and exultation of our most inveterate enemies." End quote. The defense of Yorktown and Gloucester had always appeared chimerical to the British commander in Virginia, yet from the printed correspondence afterwards in every hand, he appeared perfectly right in his adherence to the orders of General Clinton, and justifiable in his endeavors to support himself there until the promised reinforcements should arrive. No man ever appeared more embarrassed when dangers approached, or more indecisive in many instances of his conduct through the course of his American command, than Sir Henry Clinton. Yet he was not deemed deficient in point of courage, though he never discovered, either in design or execution, those traits of genius or capacity that mark the great man or the hero. He had often been mistaken in his calculations, as had most of the British commanders, with regard to the ability, vigor, and valor of American troops. But combined with a European army, commanded by officers of the first military knowledge and experience, and the numbers that flocked with alacrity to the American standard as they moved southward, in the fullest confidence in the judgment and abilities of General Washington, were circumstances sufficient to have eradicated those opinions, and to have quickened the movements of the commander at New York in the same ratio that had awakened the apprehensions of an officer of more judgment in Virginia. But whatever impression a combination of French and American troops might at that time make on the mind, yet the hereditary hatred of the one, and the affected contempt of the other, had always led the commanders of Albion armies to hold the haughty language characteristic of the national pride of Britain. After this period, the defeat of their armies and their most renowned officers taught them a more humble deportment, and more just and modest accents were dictated from the lip of their captured generals. The comparative military merits of the distinguished British characters that figured and fell in America may be left to the masters in tactics to decide, but it may not be improper to observe that the tribute of applause, both for generalship and abilities, may be more justly attributed to Lord Cornwallis than to Sir Henry Clinton. Notwithstanding the unfortunate conclusion of his lordship's southern campaign, he was doubtless a man of understanding, discernment, and military talents, better qualified to act from his own judgment than as subordinate to General Clinton. Nothing of the kind could exceed the exhilaration of spirits that appeared throughout America on the defeat at Yorktown and the capture of the British army. The thanks of Congress were given and recorded on their journals to the Count de Rochambeau, General Washington, and the Count de Grasse, expressive of the sense they had of their merits and the high esteem they felt for the services they had rendered to the United States. Public rejoicings were everywhere displayed by the usual popular exhibitions. Thanksgivings were offered at the sacred altars, and the truly religious daily poured out their orations of praise for the interposition of divine providence in favor of the American states. By other descriptions of persons, little less gratitude and devotion was expressed toward Washington, Rochambeau, and the Count de Grasse. They were the subjects of their eulogies and their anthems, the admiration of the brave and the idols of the multitude, and in the complimentary addresses of all they were designated the instruments of their salvation, the deliverers from impending ruin, and the protectors from the concomitant evils of protracted war. Footnote: the Americans did not soon forget the merits or the services of the Count de Grasse. Their gratitude and respect for his memory was exhibited by Congress, who generously pensioned 4 of his hapless daughters, who arrived in the Massachusetts in extreme poverty after the ruin of their family and the general wreck of nobility and the destruction of monarchy in France. End of footnote. Among the horrors that attend the operations of hostile armies, the situation of those unfortunate men captured by their enemies is none of the least. There has yet been no attempt in these annals at a particular description of the sufferings of those victims of misery. The compassionate heart would rather draw a veil over those principles in human nature, which too often prompt to aggravate rather than to relieve the afflictions of the wretched, who were thrown into the hands of their enemies by uncertain chances of war. In consequence of the capture of Lord Cornwallis and his army, and some other decided strokes of success in the southern states, a general exchange of prisoners soon after took place between the hostile parties. There were doubtless many instances of individual cruelty and unjustifiable rigor exercised toward prisoners who fell into American hands. Impartiality forbids any extenuation of such conduct on either side. It has been alleged by some that, instigated by the shocking inhumanity inflicted on their countrymen, retaliation and summary punishment was in some instances necessary. But this will not excuse a deviation from the laws of benevolence, and is far from being a sufficient plea for the victor to enhance the sufferings of the vanquished. Yet it must be allowed that the general treatment of this unhappy class of men by the contending powers will not bear a comparative survey. Many of the captured Americans were sent to Great Britain, where they were for a short time treated with almost every severity short of death. Some of them were transported to the East Indies, others put to menial services on board their ships, But after some time had elapsed, those in general who were conveyed to England might be deemed happy, when their sufferings were contrasted with those of their countrymen who perished on board the prison ships in America, under the eye of British commanders of renown, and who in many respects were civilized and polite. End of section 4. Section 5 of History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 3, by Mercy Otis Warren. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mark DeSanzo. History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 3, by Mercy Otis Warren. Chapter 21, Conclusion. No time will wipe off the stigma that is left on the names of Clinton and Howe when posterity look over the calculations and find that during 6 years of their command in New York, 11,000 Americans died on board the Jersey, a single prison ship, stationed before that city for the reception of those victims of despair, nor was the proportion smaller of those who perished in their other jails, dungeons, and prison hulks. It is true that in England the language of government held up all the American prisoners as rebels, traitors, insurgents, and pirates, yet this did not prevent the compassionate heart from the exercise of the benign virtues of charity and brotherly kindness. The lenient hand of many individuals was stretched out for their relief, subscriptions were repeatedly set on foot, and very liberal donations made by several characters of high rank, and many well-disposed persons exhibited the most generous proofs of compassion to the languid prisoner. This charitable deportment was not confined within the circle of those who had either secretly or openly avowed themselves the friends or had advocated the principles of the American opposition. For some time before peace took place, more lenient measures were observed by government toward those who were captured and carried to England. They were considered and treated as prisoners of war. Compassion was everywhere extended to the unfortunate strangers, and the liberal contributions of various classes ameliorated their sufferings in a distant land where no tender connections could extend the hand of pity. While their sorrows were thus softened, their brethren in America, in the neighborhood of parents, children, and the most affectionate partners not permitted to receive from them the necessary relief, were dying by thousands amidst famine, filth, and disease. Great efforts had been made for earlier relief to many of the sufferers of every condition, but without effect. Not even General Burgoyne had yet been exchanged. From the many difficulties that arose with regard to the convention at Saratoga, he was still held on parole as a prisoner. The various delays and equivocations relative to the detention of this gentleman and the refusal of the minister to exchange him for Mr. Lawrence had induced Congress to summon him to return to America, agreeable to his parole. The ill state of health to which this unfortunate officer was reduced, from his fatigue of body in long military services and his vexation of mind in consequence of the ill treatment of his employers, prevented his compliance with this requisition. General Clinton endeavored as far as in his power to procure his exchange, but as no officer of equal rank was then in the hands of the Americans, it had been stipulated that 1,040 men should be given for his ransom. This was humorously said by a member of Parliament to be a fair equivalent, quote, "a quantity of silver for a piece of gold," end quote. General Burgoyne very justly thought himself highly injured by the treatment of the ministry, but he observed himself in the House of Commons in the beginning of the sessions of the ensuing winter that he had not complained, though every officer in the army, down to the sergeants, had been exchanged. He said, however, that he acceded to the propriety of this because he had resigned his commission and thereby put himself into a situation which rendered it impossible for him to be of any service to his country in a military capacity. He also observed that he thought it more proper that those should be first exchanged from whose exertions in the field the nation might receive advantage. But with the spirit of a man of honor and an officer of resolution, he declared that, quote, "sooner than condescend either to seek or to receive the smallest favor from the hands of men who had heaped the grossest injuries upon his head, he would even return to America, be locked up in the gloomiest dungeon which the Congress might assign him, and devote himself as that sacrifice which his enemies had long endeavored to offer up to their resentment." End quote. General Burgoyne observed that the circumstances of the Cedars men, which had been the subject of so much altercation, was well known to the ministry, and that he thought all who knew the resolution of Congress on that subject, as well as himself, must be convinced that the conduct of the ministry in this matter was very singular and extraordinary. The determined spirit of that body was so well known that a second proposition to exchange the Cedars men for him could be calculated only to delay or prevent his release. He added, quote, that it was surely singularly hard that he should be the only one of all the army that had surrendered at Saratoga who had not been included in the exchange of prisoners and restored to liberty. It was an injustice beyond all example that every officer and every man in the army should have received the valuable privilege of freedom, and that he alone, who was commander-in-chief of that occasion, should still be continued a prisoner. End quote. The dispute in point was concisely this. The British government insisted that a party of Americans who, some time before the convention at Saratoga, had been taken at a place called the Cedars and had made their escape, should still be considered as their prisoners, and offered them as a part of the number stipulated for the exchange of General Burgoyne. This Congress peremptorily refused, and demanded the whole number agreed on, exclusive of the Cedars men, for the release of the British commander from his parole. They did not consider the party at the Cedars, who had been surprised but not held in duress, as the description of men to be exchanged for a British general. The mutual charges of breaches of the articles between Congress and the British commander occasioned a long and grievous captivity to the convention troops. As each side justified their own conduct, and no compromise could be made in the state of things which had long existed, these unfortunate men had been removed by order of Congress from Cambridge, and conducted to the interior parts of one of the southern states. There they remained until the auspicious events above related returned them to the bosom of their country and friends, in lieu of an equal number of Americans, who had many of them languished for as long a period in the dreary apartments assigned to the prisoners in New York, Charleston, and wherever else British headquarters were established in any part of the United States. The American Congress, in a few weeks after the termination of the campaign in Virginia, resolved that as a preliminary to the discharge of the convention troops, all accounts of expenditures for their support should be immediately settled and discharged. At the same time, they authorized General Washington to set Lord Cornwallis at liberty on condition of the complete liberation of Mr. Lawrence. These several proposals and demands were made and received in England in the beginning of the winter 1782. On the offer of Congress of the United States immediately to release Lord Cornwallis on fair and honorable terms, Mr. Burke, with his usual dexterity of combining and bringing into view objects the most striking and impressive on the passions of men, observed that the British ministry had been brought to some sense of justice in a moment, quote, warned by a star that had arisen, not in the east but in the west, which had convinced them of the danger of longer persevering in their unmanly, revengeful, and rigid treatment of Mr. Lawrence. This was no other than the news arriving that the son of Mr. Lawrence, a brave, worthy, and accomplished officer in the American service, had Earl Cornwallis in his custody, and that his treatment of his noble prisoner was directly the reverse of that experienced by Mr. Lawrence's father, who was then locked up in that tower of which Lord Cornwallis was the constable. End quote. Mr. Burke, in a very pathetic style, detailed the variety of sufferings, hardships, and injustice which had been inflicted on Mr. Lawrence during his long imprisonment. This, with other instances of severe and injudicious treatment of prisoners, he made the groundwork of a proposed bill to obviate the difficulties arising from the present mode of exchanging the American prisoners, a mode which, he remarked, was at once disgraceful and inconvenient to the government of the kingdom. He urged that, quote, motives of humanity, of sound policy, and of common sense called loudly for a new law establishing a regulation totally different from the present, which was fundamentally erroneous. End quote. However, Mr. Lawrence obtained his release from the circumstances above mentioned before any new regulation of the British Code of Laws relative to prisoners or any other object took place. End of chapter 21.
Section 6 of History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 3, by Mercy Otis Warren. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 3, by Mercy Otis Warren. Chapter 22, Part 1. General Wayne sent to the southward. Embarrassments of General Greene in that quarter. Recovery of Georgia and evacuation of Savannah by the British. Death and character of Colonel Lawrence. Character of General Greene. Consequent observations. Immediately after the successful operations in Virginia, the Count de Grasse took leave of his American friends and conformably to orders received from his court before he left France, sailed for the West Indies. He left the continent in the beginning of November, 1781. He was accompanied with the gratitude and good wishes of almost every individual in the United States, nor was this more than justice required. A most extraordinary reverse of fortune and prospects had taken place in America after the arrival of this brave commander and the auxiliaries of his nation, who had come forward and lent their aid to the Americans. This assistance was received by the United States at the period when her armies, and America herself, stood in the most serious and solemn point of her distress. Decorated with the laurels of military fame, several of the principal officers withdrew from Virginia and repaired to other quarters. General Washington, laden with the splendid trophies of victory, went on to Philadelphia, where, by particular request of Congress, he continued some time. There he received a personal and complimentary address from that body, and the applauses of all conditions of men, in a degree sufficient to stimulate the least ambitious mind to pursue the path of victory, until time should bring a period of rest to the pursuits of war. The Marquis Lafayette, desirous to revisit his native country, which had been several years involved in a war with Great Britain, embraced the present opportunity and returned to France. He was complimented by Congress with an advance of rank in the army, and the highest expressions of esteem for his bravery and good conduct in their service. With a strong attachment to the inhabitants and the most friendly disposition toward the United States, he promised to return again to America with further aids, if it should be found necessary to try the fortune of another campaign before the contested object should be completely obtained. After the capture of the British Army, the surrender of their shipping in the Chesapeake, and the restoration of tranquility in the state of Virginia, General Wayne was ordered on with the Pennsylvania line to march with the utmost dispatch to South Carolina, to the aid of General Greene, who had yet many difficulties to encounter in that quarter. The distance from the central states and the long service of the southward had exposed the American commander and the army there to sufferings indescribable. After the action at the Utah Springs, we left General Greene on the high hills of Santee, where he thought it necessary to repair to secure and recruit the remainder of his army, and to wait the exigencies that might again call him forward to the more active scenes of the field. He did not continue there long before he thought proper to move forwards towards Jacksonboro. There the light troops from Virginia that had been commanded by the Colonels Lawrence and Lee joined him, but the whole army was so destitute of ammunition and every other necessary for an advance to any action that they had scarcely the means of supporting themselves in a defensive condition. Of consequence, only some small skirmishes ensued, without much advantage to either party. It was happy for the Americans that their enemies were now almost as much reduced in numbers as themselves. Yet the variegated causes of distress among this small remnant of continental soldiers were almost innumerable. They were in an unhealthy climate, always unfriendly to northern constitutions. They were destitute of many of the necessaries for carrying on war with advantage, and almost without the means of supporting human life. In addition to this, the general had to combat disaffection, discontent, and mutiny in his own army. The Maryland line particularly had indulged a mutinous spirit to an alarming extreme, which required all the address of the commander-in-chief to suppress. At the same time, he had to encounter dangers of every kind from a valiant enemy, stimulated to cruelty by many circumstances that led them almost to despair of their own cause. On the other hand, the disaffection of most of the inhabitants of Charleston and the fickleness of the country on which he had depended had been indeed discouraging circumstances to Lord Rawdon. Not willing to risk his constitution longer in that insalubrious latitude, he had embarked for England in the summer, was captured on his passage by the Count de Grasse, but was soon after restored to his native country. The troops he left behind were not in want of food, clothing, or warlike stores, while the little American army under General Greene was naked to that extreme that they had scarcely rags left to veil them from the most indecent appearances. Footnote: General Greene's letters at this period to General Washington and others. End of footnote. In this wretched situation, General Greene and his little army continued through the winter, and such was the severe and vigilant duty of the officers that for 7 months the general himself was not able to take off his clothes for a night. This is sufficient to prove the assertion in one of his letters that the army was so destitute of everything that it was not able to make a march of a day. General Leslie had again, by proclamation, called on all who had still any remains of attachment to the British government to adhere firmly to the royal cause. He assured them of the strongest support in his power, notwithstanding the acts of disfranchisement, confiscation, and banishment which took place after Governor Rutledge had again resumed the administration of civil government. However, Leslie did not receive any new additions of strength by his proclamations, or his letters of altercation with the governor who succeeded Mr. Rutledge, relative to the civil police of the country. Nor, as observed, was General Greene able to advance, or take a single step further to put a period to the power of the British arms in that state. But it was not long before General Leslie proposed a cessation of arms. The citizens were sickly, the loyalists disheartened, and his own troops reduced. Every circumstance and every party required a respite from the distresses of war. As General Greene had not yet been authorized by Congress to accede to the proposal, he did not immediately comply. The advance of General Wayne with his detachment from the army in Virginia, which reached South Carolina before the close of the present year, was a necessary acquisition and had been impatiently expected. Without this, it would have been impossible for General Greene to have held out much longer. Some provisions, clothing, and other necessaries reached the army in the ensuing spring. This partially relieved the American commander from the complicated distresses he had suffered the preceding winter. It restored more order and satisfaction among his troops. The discontents and mutinous disposition among some of them were dissipated, and he was able with truth soon afterwards to observe in General Otis that it is his happiness that he has the honor to command an army that has not been less distinguished for its patience than bravery, and it will add no small luster to your character to say that you have rejected with abhorrence the practice of plundering and the exercise of cruelty, although urged by your necessities to the former, and by the example of your enemies to the last. United by principle and connected by affection, you have exhibited to the world a proof that elevated souls and persevering tempers can triumph over every difficulty. General Wayne did not stay long in South Carolina, but marched forward by order of General Greene to cross the Savannah. He was reinforced by a party from Augusta, sent forward to his aid. Though the state of Georgia was considered by the British as completely subjugated to their power, yet there was a considerable number of the inhabitants who still cooperated with Congress and continued a delegation of members to that body. through all the hostile movements or changes that had for several years been shifting the prospects of the inhabitants, who had been generally the subjects of the British Crown, more in name than reality. And the greater their distance from the center of British operations, the less were they disposed to submit to British authority. A few other troops, besides those from the neighborhood of Augusta, who had been stationed at different posts, but retained their attachment to the American cause, joined the troops collected under the command of General Wayne. Thus the state of Georgia was relieved at a time when they least expected it, animated by the successes in Virginia, and ambitious with the honor of relieving the state of Georgia. The advance of General Wayne was rapid, and his arrival on the borders very unexpected to General Clark, who commanded at Savannah. On the first rumor of the march of this party of victorious Americans, orders were given by General Clark to the officers commanding the British outpost to burn and destroy everything on the fertile banks of the river, and to retire with the troops within the works in the suburbs of the town. After this waste of property and the destruction of their crops, the Georgians and the few American troops there to support them had more to endure than at any period before, from hunger, fatigue, the attacks of British partisans, the eruptions of the Creek Indians, and other savages in British service. We have seen the sufferings of that state have been grievous for several years, from invasion, slaughter, and conquest. Their subsistence now totally destroyed in the conflagration of the borders, the inhabitants were reduced to despair until the arrival in Georgia of Wayne's detachment. This happy event revived their sinking spirits and invigorated them to new exertions in defense of their country. The inhabitants from every quarter repaired immediately to the assistance of General Wayne, who, soon after he had crossed the river, was attacked by Colonel Brown, who had marched with a considerable party from Savannah. With this body of troops he fell suddenly on and attacked General Wayne. They fought with great spirit and valor, but were soon defeated and driven back by the Americans. End of Section 6, Part 1. Section 7 of History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 3, by Mercy Otis Warren. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 3, by Mercy Otis Warren. Chapter 22, Part 2. A few days after this, a very large body of the Creek Indians, accompanied by their principal warriors and chieftains, headed by a British officer, attempted in the night to surprise General Wayne in his quarters. He, ever vigilant and defying all personal danger, was in greater readiness for the reception that was expected. The assailants gained little advantage by this sudden onset. The affray was fierce, but did not continue long before the Indians were willing to retreat, having lost a number of their principal associates. But the capture of Lord Cornwallis and his army, the low state of British affairs in the Carolinas, and the advance of a body of American troops were circumstances so discouraging that the British did not think proper to make any vigorous resistance. A period was soon put to those hostilities that had for several years ravaged the state of Georgia and destroyed or driven away many of its former inhabitants. General Wayne was an officer of high military reputation. His prudence and judgment had been conspicuous in the trying scene which called out his talents in 1780 on the mutiny and cessation of the Pennsylvania line, which he commanded. His valor had been signalized at Stony Point and in Virginia, as well as in many other places where decided action was necessary. He now had the honor of terminating the war in the state of Georgia. On the expectation of the British leaving Savannah, some proposals were made to General Wayne by the merchants and others for the security of their property and every reasonable indulgence was promised by him to those who chose to remain there. He engaged that those merchants who did not owe allegiance to the United States should be permitted to remain there a reasonable time, to dispose of their property and settle their affairs, and that they should be protected by the military until delivered into the hands of the civil authority. Thus, in a few months after the events above mentioned, the whole state of Georgia was evacuated by their formidable enemies. This was early in the year 1782. Not a single British soldier was left in the pay of the King of England, except such as were prisoners to the Americans. Much to the honor of General Clark, he quitted the post without any injury to the town of Savannah, and left the work standing that had been erected by the industry of the royal troops. This defeat of the efforts of the British government to hold the state of Georgia in subjection fully justified the observations of Lord Maitland, who had served his country with ability and applause in several parts of America. By his exertions, in conjunction with General Prevost, the state of Georgia had been long retained against the combined force of an American army under General Lincoln and a French fleet commanded by the Count d'Estaing. The sum of Lord Maitland's speech in the British Parliament on his return to England afterwards was that those men who had brought the nation into its present state had come into life at a time when the arms of their country were carried to an unprecedented height of splendor and glory, when the empire was under the benefit of wise counsels and of a vigorous system, great and respectable abroad, opulent and happy at home, when her trade covered every sea and filled every port in the world, and when her navy claimed and enjoyed the proud and enviable dominion of the seas. He observed that their predecessors had come into life with gay prospects and with pleasing hopes, but how different was the fate of himself and those who entered into public life at the present moment, and came upon the stage of public action at a time when their country was perhaps upon the eve of dissolution, when it certainly was fallen from the high consideration in which it stood a few years before, and when every prospect of grandeur was vanished, when every incitement to great and laudable ambition was extinguished, and when they had not even the consolation to believe that the efforts of their youth could snatch their country from impending ruin. His lordship added that the prosecution of the war against America was criminal and absurd beyond expression, and that nothing short of the immediate discontinuance of it could save the nation from irretrievable destruction. It was, therefore, the duty of that house to raise their sinking country, which lay prostrate at their feet, and sought, amidst the bitterest hours of calamity, their aid to snatch her from impending ruin. Though the state of Georgia was now happily relieved from the oppression of its foreign foes, South Carolina continued some time longer in a state of hostility. They remained several months exposed to the ravages of small parties of the British, sent out for various purposes, the most important of which was to collect provisions for their own immediate necessities. Among the most painful events which took place on these occasions, and which justly regretted by all America, was the death of Colonel John Lawrence. No one acquainted with his merits can forbear to drop a tear over the memory of so worthy an officer. His zeal for the interests of his country and the cause of freedom had often been exhibited by his exertions in the field, nor was he less distinguished as an able negotiator in France, where he had repaired in some of the darkest days of America. There he rendered his country the most essential service by procuring a loan of money and expediting by his address the troops in the navy that came to its relief in the year 1780. Colonel Lawrence was a gentleman, not only of great military talents and public virtues, but was endeared to everyone by his affability of manners, his polite accomplishments, refined understanding, and the most amiable private character. Immediately after the capture of Lord Cornwallis, Colonel Lawrence returned to the state of South Carolina to exert his talents in emancipating his native state from the power and oppression of its enemies. His zeal and activity ever prompted him to go forward on smaller, as well as the greatest occasions that required his assistance. He met his premature fate in one of the many desultory skirmishes that took place not far from the environs of Charleston. General Leslie had sent out a party to march toward the Combahee River to secure rice and other provisions which his army greatly wanted. They were followed by a detachment sent on by General Greene. In this party, Colonel Lawrence was a volunteer. He was mortally wounded in a severe rencounter, almost at the moment when victory declared in favor of the party commanded by General Gist. His death was universally lamented. The tears of his country were but a just tribute due to his own merits, while grief was heightened in every compassionate bosom when reflecting on the sorrow this premature stroke must occasion to his respected father, just released from the calamities of a long imprisonment in England. The work to be completed in the state of South Carolina was yet arduous. The sufferings of General Greene and his little army have been already portrayed. A more ample detail of these may be seen in his own letters, if curiosity is not sufficiently gratified. The distressing accounts from his own hand, above referred to, were not ameliorated, nor did his military conflict cease until the final embarkation of the British troops from Charleston. Such had been the deranged state of affairs there, and such the distance of South Carolina from the Central States, as had rendered it impossible for him to procure support, supplies, and pay for his own army. He was obliged, in order to procure subsistence for them, to enter into large contracts on his own private security. This embarrassed him the remainder of his life. As General Greene had now nearly finished his military drama, it may not be improper to observe here that this worthy officer survived the war but a few years. He died in Georgia by a coup de soleil, or sudden stroke of the sun, not unusual in the southern parts of America, which instantly puts a period to human life. His property was afterwards seized by his creditors, and his family, after his death, left to the mercy of the public. It would not be doing justice to his memory to pass unobserved that General Greene conducted the whole campaign at the southward with the most consummate prudence, courage, and ability, notwithstanding the innumerable difficulties that lay in his way. He entered on the command under every disadvantage. He superseded a brave, unfortunate popular officer, just beaten from the field. The country was divided in opinion and intimidated by the power of Britain. His troops, unprovided, naked, and desponding, had to march a long way through a barren and inhospitable country, stripped of its small produce by the previous march of the British army. They had to attack and retreat, to advance and to fly, over rivers, swamps, and mountains in opposition to a conquering foe, flushed with the recent success, who considered at that time South Carolina and Georgia as already subdued, and North Carolina on the point of submission to royal authority. Cities have often contended for the honor of giving birth to men of eminence, and when a great degree of celebrity has been acquired, it awakens a curiosity in everyone to inquire after their origin. General Greene was a native of the state of Rhode Island. He was a gentleman of moderate fortune, who, previous to the American War, had lived in the plain and sober habits in which he was educated, which were in that simplicity of style that usually marks the manners of those denominated Quakers. It is well known that the religious tenets of the sect are averse to all the operations of offensive war. The situation of America was then such that no man of principle could balance on the line of conduct which duty impelled him to take. The natural and civil rights of man invaded, and all the social enjoyments interrupted. He did not think himself bound to sit a quiet spectator of the impending distractions and distresses of his country. He viewed the opposition to the oppressions of Great Britain in the light of necessary and defensive war. End of section 7. Section 8 of History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 3, by Mercy Otis Warren. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 3, by Mercy Otis Warren. Chapter 22, Part 3. On these rational principles, he early girded on the buckler and the helmet, and with the purest intentions in his heart and the sword in his hand, he came forward, nor did he resheath it until he had, without the smallest impeachment of reputation, passed through many of the most active and arduous scenes, as already related, and in conjunction with many others of the same patriotic and heroic feelings, essentially aided in the delivering his country from foreign domination. His valor and magnanimity, humanity, and probity through all his military career need no other encomium than a just detail of his transactions to complete the character of a brave and accomplished officer, formed for the command of armies by the talents and resources of his own mind, which were discoverable in a variety of instances. Beloved by the soldiery, esteemed by his country, a confidential friend of the commander-in-chief, endowed by nature with the firmness of mind that in great characters runs parallel with hazard and fatigue, and possessing the amour patrie that bids defiance to danger and death when contrasted with the public safety. General Greene did not leave the Southern Department until the British troops were beaten from post to post, their proud designs of conquest and subjugation extinguished, the whole country recovered, and the inhabitants who survived the severe convulsion again restored to the quiet possession of their plantations. This was not finally completed until the latter part of the year 1782, when the last remnant of British troops in the southern states embarked under the command of General Leslie. This finished the invasion of the Carolinas and the inglorious ravage of so fair a part of America. Savannah and Charleston evacuated, the British troops driven from the Carolinas and captured in Virginia. The southern states were restored to that kind of repose which is felt after a frightful and turbulent dream, which exhausts the strength and so far unnerves the system that the energies of nature cannot be immediately called into exercise. After such a total derangement of government, of civil order, and the usual course of business, it must require a considerable lapse of time to awake from a kind of torpor, the result of too much agitation, and from the languor which pervades the mind when former habits are interrupted, and the usual stimulants to action annihilated. They had to restore confidence in justice at home, to settle equitably the demands of creditors, and at the same time to secure the debtor from oppression on each side of the Atlantic, where a long commercial intercourse had subsisted for so many years. This variety of difficulties must be left to the arrangements which may take place when the independence of America shall be acknowledged by foreign powers. We shall here only observe that by the invasion of America and the attempts of the British government to reduce the colonies by conquest, the narrow prejudices of national attachment were laid aside, and those ideas nearly obliterated that by long habit had led America to view with peculiar respect the customs, manners, religion, and laws of the country whence she originated, and on whom she too partially leaned in the days of infantile weakness. The American colonies, from their first settlement, had little reason for this partial attachment to the parent state. Their progress in arts and manufactures was continually checked. They were prohibited from working up any of the raw materials which the country produced for their own necessary use. They were restricted from carrying wool from one colony to another. though the coldness of the climate in many parts of America required the most ready means of procuring and working it into clothing. In a country abounding with iron ore, they were restrained by Act of Parliament from erecting slitting mills to manufacture for their own use. In instances too innumerable to be again recapitulated, the British government had endeavored to cramp the growth of the young settlements, to keep them in poverty and dependence, and to compel them to repair to their stores for almost all the necessaries of life. It was a cruel exercise of power to endeavor to prohibit a great people from making all the advantages they could of their own produce, and employing their stock and industry in their own way. This, as observed by a writer, is a manifest violation of the most sacred rights of mankind. Such prohibitions are only impertinent badges of slavery, imposed without sufficient reason, by groundless jealousies. The same writer has observed, when the English colonies were established and had become so considerable as to attract the attention of the mother country, the first regulations which she made with regard to them had always in view to secure to herself the monopoly of their commerce, to confine their market, and to enlarge her own at their expense, and consequently rather to damp and discourage than to quicken and forward the course of their industry. In what way, therefore, it may be asked, has the policy of England contributed either to the first establishment or the present grandeur of America? Let the same writer reply. In one way, and in one way only, it has contributed much. Magna virum mater. It bred and formed the men who were capable of achieving such great actions, and of laying the foundation of so great an empire. And there is no other quarter of the world in which the policy is capable of forming, or has ever actually and in fact formed such men. The colonies owe to the policy of Europe the education and great views of their active and enterprising founders, and some of the greatest and most important of them, so far as concerns their internal government, owe it to scarce anything else. The folly and misguided policy of the government of England has dissevered the colonies from them forever. Their oppressions, their invasions and aggressions first taught America to view the island of Great Britain with an averted eye and an alienated mind. Their alienation was completed when the King of England sent out his fleets and his armies, strengthened by subsidized strangers, to subjugate and bend to servile submission the inhabitants of a country which has been emphatically styled by one of the first statesmen and patriots of the nation, the Promised Land, the Eden of England, her seminary for seamen. And from thence England supplied the neighboring nations with fish, tobacco, rice, and indigo. Then she draws all her naval stores, and that the command of the sea would give her the dominion of the land. The happy termination of the melancholy events which had for a series of years pervaded America, soon after the present period, raised the United States to the zenith of their respectability. The world now viewed with humane satisfaction millions of people, by unexampled sufferings and steady perseverance, emancipated from a foreign yoke. This pleasure was heightened by the contemplation that a more universal spirit of liberality and a more perfect knowledge of the rights of man might be disseminated by their struggles for freedom, not only in the colonies, but through a considerable part of the civilized world. The singular combination of events which effected a total separation and annihilated the former political relation between Great Britain and the colonies may be held up by the philosopher or the statesman in various points of view, while the reflective mind, which believes and rejoices in the intervention of divine providence, keeps its eye on that superintending power which governs the universe, and whose finger points the rise and fall of empires. Nor dare a weak mortal to suggest, amidst all the confusion of the present world, that this may not be permitted in order finally to complete the beauty and harmony of the divine system. The world has recently beheld an infant nation at once rise to the vigor of manhood, and with the cool resolution of maturity, opposing the intrigues and resisting the power of Britain. In strictest amity with the hereditary foe of Britain, America has been seen leading captive the armies and smiling at the impotent threats of the King of England to hold her longer in bondage. This liberation of the American colonies was the wish of the first statesmen and politicians of the world, exclusive of Englishmen, and even among them America had many powerful friends. The great Lord Chatham, whose unshaken patriotism and incorruptible integrity had braved the storms of court faction and intrigue until the frowns of majesty, the fury of party, and the arts of ambitious courtiers had caused him to retire from the helm of state, stood at the head of the distinguished list of nobles who advocated the American cause. But though his humanity and justice led him to vindicate the American opposition to ministerial measures, it was with the utmost reluctance that he contemplated the alienation of the colonies from their dependence on the crown of Britain. The commanding and comprehensive genius of a Chatham viewed the consequences of such a dismemberment of the empire in a clearer light and with superior penetration to most of the statesmen in England. Yet he was among the most strenuous advocates for the maintenance of the constitutional rights claimed by Americans, and on many occasions had exerted his brilliant talents in opposition to the ministerial measures relative to the colonies. He criminated the war, its prosecution, and its effects in the most glowing epithets which ever marked his superior elocution. It is recorded that he once in the House of Lords felt himself so interested in the American cause and so warmed by the subject that though he had passed his grand climacteric, he, with the vigor of youth and the strong language of maturity, expressed himself in his own peculiar manner. He asserted that, as he saw the declining liberties of England and the growing spirit of the colonies, were it not for invincible obstacles, he would infallibly retire from Britain and spend the remainder of his days in that glorious asylum of liberty, of manliness, and of virtue. End of section 8. Section 9 of History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 3, by Mercy Otis Warren. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 3, by Mercy Otis Warren. Chapter 22, Conclusion. Yet his patriotism with regard to Great Britain and his just ideas relative to the oppression of the colonies and their laudable opposition to ministerial measures could never reconcile him for a moment to the thoughts of a total separation and the unqualified independence of the United States. But his energies in their defense were called forth to the latest period of his life, when he had nearly reached the term allotted for the existence of man. Though debilitated by pain and sickness, tortured by gout almost to the dislocation of his limbs, and from feebleness of body rendered unable to stand alone, at a critical period of national affairs, he caused himself to be supported and led into the House of Lords by his friends, where the vigor of a great soul was exerted and the oratory of Greece and Rome rivaled, by the pathos, energy, and argument which flowed from a lip quivering on the marge of eternity. The sudden seizure of this noble patriot in the House of Lords, while thunder rolled from his tongue, and the acumen of his arguments, like lightning, flashed conviction to the bosoms of the advocates of a continuance of war, has been told and repeated with so many affecting circumstances that it is needless to say more in this place than that the event of his death seemed for a time to palsy all parties and make a pause in the prosecution of public measures. No example in English story has exhibited a character more zealous to extricate his country, plunged in difficulties which were indeed irretrievable, to arise from the chamber of sickness in the bed of lassitude, while every limb was a rebel to his will, and with the awakened energies of a most vigorous mind, and the marks of a never-ebbing spirit is one among the singular efforts of the human soul to continue the elevation hoped for in immortality, when the teguments of the brittle casement were on the verge of crumbling into dust. One of his biographers has observed that those exertions of the intellectual powers, discoverable to the last in the character of Lord Chatham, were of all others the most unparalleled, in whatever view considered, and must be forever admired. Those instances in which the soul bursts the bands of earth, and stands alone in confessed eternity, are the most beautiful, the most pathetic, the most sublime exhibitions of which the mind of man is capable to conceive. The death of this illustrious champion of freedom, a justly boasted ornament of the British nation, took place at a very interesting period. It was soon after the misfortunes, the defeat, and the capture of General Burgoyne and his army, and before the nation had recovered from their deep consternation and dismay, on the unexpected intelligence of the failure of the northern expedition. In the last speech made by the illustrious character above mentioned, who will never be passed over in silence in any historic record connected with the affairs of Great Britain, he observed, when he adverted to the disaster at Saratoga, the presiding deities of Great Britain appear to have abandoned her, and the providence militated against her arms, and spurned with indignation at her cause. But though the most brilliant talents were displayed, and the firmest opposition made by many of the best orators, and most enlightened and disinterested patriots of the nation, against the continuance of a ruinous war that produced nothing but defeat and disgrace, yet we have seen that only a short time elapsed before the king and his ministry were again ready to prosecute their hostile intentions, and to continue desolation and carnage among the inhabitants of the United States. Reiterated barbarities had been detailed, miseries displayed, and the tragic tale continued until the mortifying surrender of a second British army. The bosom of humanity was lacerated in the barbarous scenes of protracted war, yet the breast of His Britannic Majesty seemed rather hardened by the misfortunes of the nation, and the flinty hearts of majority in Parliament still urged that the scourge of war might pursue those who claimed the just rights of men, in whatever part of the globe there appeared any attempt to defend them. This was exhibited not only in the determined coercion of the American colonies and their hostile dispositions toward the Batavian Republic, but even in their refusal of assistance to the little distressed state of Geneva, when struggling against the encroachments of the aristocratic branch of their government. The people of Geneva had borne too much to continue longer silent under their oppressions. They had complained that the magistrates had encroached upon their privileges further than their constitution authorized. These complaints only drew upon themselves new severities from an ambitious aristocracy. The Democratic Party had required a new code of laws which should be standard for the conduct of rulers, and also a clear decision on the fundamental principles of their own constitution, that they might thereby be excited to a prompt and willing obedience to the laws, when the foundation which demanded it was more clearly defined. Mutual confidence would have rested upon this basis of public order and common security, had not the intrigues of the aristocratic party defeated the salutary project. The magistrates not only employed the most unjustifiable practices for the support of their authority, but represented their internal disputes in such exaggerated colors and in such a favorable light for themselves, that they successfully interested several foreign powers to support their claims. The court of France interfered, the aristocratic cantons of Zurich and Bern, and the King of Sardinia cooperated, and brought forward a body of 12,000 men, with whom they blockaded the city of Geneva. The citizens were thus compelled to admit these military mediators within their city. A code of laws was prepared under the point of the bayonet for the future regulation of their government. This was so inconsistent with the liberties of the people, or the independence of their republic, that vast numbers of the Genovese abandoned the city to seek an asylum in distant regions, where they might again possess that freedom their ancestors had once enjoyed. The deserted habitations of the citizens were converted into barracks, and a great part of the city, once flourishing under the benign influence of their liberal institutions, reduced to a desert. Thus, as observed, it is a just subject of regret that the ambition of some individuals, who aimed at a degree of power to which they had no just claim, should have thus put a period to the prosperity of a republic, which has been the abode of so much liberty and happiness. Amidst the distresses of their state, the Genovese had applied to the Earl of Abingdon, once a resident among them, and a known friend to the liberties of mankind in every part of the world, to employ his influence in their favor with the court of Great Britain. In this his lordship was successless. They had besought the noble earl to continue his friendly disposition, and to urge his nation to watch over the situation of a little state, now on the point of being sacrificed to the principles of despotism, whose struggles must be interesting to all in whom the fine feelings of humanity were not totally extinguished. He replied that it was with much regret that he had not succeeded in his application to the British ministry to afford relief to the oppressed state of Geneva, and that there was too much reason to fear no assistance would be lent them. He attributed this to the present situation of Great Britain, rent by divisions at home and surrounded by enemies abroad. It is, however, probable that their indifference might arise from the general spirit of all monarchies to discountenance every effort of the people in favor of republicanism. It is not to be expected there should be any partial bias to those liberal principles of democratic government, where a monarch sits enthroned with all the powers of despotism in his hands, a parliament at command to enforce his mandates, and a people ready to relinquish their own will to the caprice or the pride of a sovereign. His lordship had observed in answer to the Genevan application that there was a time when the fleets of England were the speaking trumpets to the whole world. At that period their grievances would have been listened to, and their redress would have been certain. But there was a sad reverse in the affairs of Great Britain, which was no longer in a capacity to speak to the enemies of the liberties of mankind in its wonted tone of authority. In Ireland, the emigrants from the ruined state of Geneva met with the most liberal encouragement from the government, from the nobility, and from the nation at large. In an assembly of delegates of the province of Leinster, it was unanimously resolved that the virtuous citizens of Geneva who wished for an asylum in that kingdom from the hand of tyranny and oppression deserved their highest commendation, and that such of them as had established themselves amongst them should upon every occasion receive their utmost attention and support. Sympathy for oppressed sufferers under the hand of despotic power had been taught the inhabitants of Ireland from similar afflictions, under which they had long groaned, and against which they were still struggling to rescue their prostrated rights and privileges, which were invaded by the haughty and domineering spirit of a more potent sister kingdom. The history of Geneva displays a striking portrait of the means by which most republics have been subverted. This is generally done by the pride of a few families, the ambition of individuals, and the supineness of the people. Thus, an undue authority is established by a select number, more mortifying to the middling class of mankind, and which has a tendency to render more abject and servile the mass of the people than the single arm of the most despotic individual. Footnote: the history of Geneva has very properly been recommended to the study of every American citizen by a political writer. End of footnote. End of section 9. Section 10 of the History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 3, by Mercy Otis Warren. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 3, by Mercy Otis Warren. Chapter 23, Part 1. General observations on the conduct of the British King and Parliament after the intelligence of the capture of Lord Cornwallis and his army. King's speech. Address of thanks opposed. Proposition by Sir Thomas Pitt to withhold supplies from the Crown. Vote carried in favor of granting supplies. General Burgoyne defends the American opposition to the measures of the court. Variety of desultory circumstances discussed in Parliament. The close of the campaign of Virginia in the year 1781 was an era interesting to the Empire of Britain, and indeed to the European world, as well as to the United States of America. The period was beheld by the latter with a mixture of pleasure and astonishment, more easily imagined than described, and by some of the former, especially Great Britain, with chagrin and mortification, equal to their designs of conquest and subjugation. The relief of the southern colonies in the capture of Lord Cornwallis and his army was not less unexpected than humiliating to the king, the minister, and the British nation at large. Yet from their deportment there did not appear any immediate prospect of peace. From the situation of American affairs at home, from the expected accession of new allies, and the general disposition of the European powers to acknowledge the independence of the United States, and from their successes and their perseverance, it might rationally have been expected that the contemplation of a general pacification among the contending powers would at this time have originated in England, more especially when the expenses of the nation were calculated, and the misfortunes Great Britain had suffered during the war were considered. Her national enemies abroad were accumulating, discontents and riots at home increasing, the complaints of Scotland alarming, and Ireland nearly in a state of insurrection. But the pride, the spirit, and the resources of the nation appeared almost inexhaustible, and the state of the colonies was too great to relinquish yet, though the ministry had hitherto played a losing game. Thus, when the British Parliament met, after the confirmation of the loss of the army in Virginia, the capture of Lord Cornwallis and his brave troops, the total defeat of the expedition to the Chesapeake, and the declining aspect of affairs in the more southern colonies, the speech from the throne was yet manifestly dictated by the spirit of hostility. The king, though he lamented in the preamble of his speech the loss of his brave officers and troops, and the unfortunate termination of the campaign in Virginia, he still urged the most vigorous prosecution of the war, and of measures that might extinguish that spirit of rebellion that reigned in the colonies, and reduce his deluded subjects to due obedience to the laws and government of Great Britain. The war, he observed, is still unhappily prolonged by that restless ambition which first excited our enemies to commence it, and which still continues to disappoint my earnest and diligent exertions to restore the public tranquility. But I should not answer the trust committed to the sovereign of a free people, nor make a suitable return to my subjects for their constant and zealous attachment to my person, family, and government, if I consented to sacrifice either to my own desire of peace, or to their temporary ease and relief, those essential rights and permanent interests upon the maintenance of which the future strength and security of this country must ever principally depend. The late accounts from America had in some measure weakened the influence of the ministry, and in proportion strengthened the party who had always execrated the American war. But administration, too much agitated by the desire of revenge, and too haughty and powerful to bend to terms of pacification, flattered themselves that events had not yet fully ripened a general disposition for peace. Of course, the usual compliment of an address of thanks for the speech from the throne was brought forward, but it was opposed with unusual acrimony. It was boldly asserted that this speech breathed nothing but rancor, vengeance, misery, and bloodshed. The war was directly charged, by the advocates for peace to the wild systems of government adopted early in the present reign. They alleged that it was ineffectual, delusory, and ruinous, that it was founded not in the restless ambition of the Americans, but that it ought to be charged on a ministry who were a curse to their country, who had cut up the British possessions in the colonies and separated England from their fellow subjects in America, who had drawn them to the point of losing their settlements both in the East and the West Indies, who had distressed their commerce, robbed them of the once undisputed sovereignty of the seas, and rendered the nation the ridicule of Europe. Footnote: see Mr. Fox's speech in the House of Commons, also several speeches in the House of Lords at this period. End of footnote. This was the language of Mr. Fox. Sentiments and opinions nearly similar were expressed by Burke, Barry, and the son of the celebrated Pitt, by the Lords of Wells, Shelburne, Conway, and others in the House of Commons. The same temper and opinions appeared in the House of Lords. The Duke of Richmond, the Lords Rockingham, Fitzwilliam, Maitland, and many others on the list of nobility, varied little in opinion or expression from the minority in the House of Commons. They, with equal warmth, opposed an address to the king. They freely discussed the principles held up in the speech, and as severely censured the measures it tended to enforce. The dissenting lords observed that, by an address of thanks, their honor might be pledged to support a war, that from near 7 years' experience, a determination to pursue it appeared in the highest degree frantic, desperate, and ruinous, that the principles of the present war could never be justified, that the delusions by which Parliament had been led on from year to year to pursue it were criminal, that the abuse and mismanagement of the Marine Department had occasioned the loss in Virginia, that the minister at the head of the Board of Admiralty might be justly charged with negligence, incapacity, and guilt. The character of Sandwich, First Lord of the Admiralty, was justly portrayed on this occasion and exhibited in those glaring colors merited by his private life, as well as his political blunders. In short, every motion for a further coercion of the colonies was reprobated by a large and respectable party in both departments of the great assembly of the nation. The opponents of administration of both houses of Parliament observed that they were actuated by the same principles and urged by the same motives that had induced them to oppose for several years the pernicious, destructive, and ruinous system of government that had involved the nation in irretrievable difficulties. It was even proposed in the House of Commons that the representatives of the nation should withhold all further supplies of moneys to the Crown until a redress of grievances should take place, and thus by a legal compulsion oblige their sovereign and his ministers to act with more moderation and justice. The son and the nephew of the late Lord Chatham distinguished themselves in this debate. They seemed at that time to have the national interest at heart, and to inherit the graces of oratory and the fire of eloquence that had through all his life been displayed by their admired and illustrious ancestor. Sir Thomas Pitt called for a division of the House on the question of withholding supplies. He declared at once that if he retired to the doors of the House alone, he should withhold his assent to entrusting any more public moneys in the hands of ministers who had already dissipated so much wealth and wasted such streams of human blood in wild and fruitless projects, and who had yet shown no contrition for the peril and disgrace in which they had involved their country. On the other hand, many powerful reasons were urged against a step that would tend to disunite and stain with dishonor a nation which had been renowned for their unconquerable spirit. Lord North observed that a generous grant of supplies to the Crown would convince their enemies that no calamities could sink them into despair. He added that he always considered the American war as a matter of cruel necessity, but that it was founded on a truly British basis, that he regretted it as peculiarly unfortunate for himself, and that he would willingly make any personal sacrifices for the restoration of peace, but that the refusal of supplies to the crown, in the midst of a war raging like the present, must inevitably lead to irretrievable calamity and disgrace, while it gave strength, animation, and triumph to France, Spain, Holland, and America. But the party in opposition, not appalled by his reasoning, stood firm and immovable. They claimed a right coeval with the institution of Parliament, and essential to a free government, to withhold supplies from the crown, when measures were adopted that threatened to involve the empire in endless calamities. It is undoubtedly true that the most effectual check on an arbitrary executive is for the representatives of the people to hold their hand on the string of the purse. This privilege once relinquished to the will of a sovereign, of whatever name, his power was without control, and his projects and his extortions may lead to poverty, misery, and slavery, beyond redemption, before a nation is apprised of its danger. Honest and generous nations perish oftener through confidence than distrust. To return to the question in debate, it terminated according to the expectations of the observers of political operations. The rhetoric or the reasonings of a member of the British Parliament seldom do more than display the brilliancy of his genius and the graces of elocution. His arguments on the one side or the other had little influence on the predeterminations of party. Their opinions are generally made up before the public discussion of the subject. All parties are so sensible of this that they mutually consent when weary of their places by protracted debate, and agree to what they call pairing off. That is, when one chooses to retire, a member of the opposite party retires with him. Thus the equilibrium or the balance continues the same at the conclusion of the most pathetic, interesting, and energetic debate that it was in the beginning. The minister holds his dependents, and the popular speakers retain their adherents. The numbers and the names of each are generally known before they enter the dome that rings with the beauty, the harmony, the sublimity of their language, and the musical elegance of their finished periods. Thus the decision of the question is usually calculated, both within and without doors, previous to entering on debates on which depend the honor, the interest, and the fate of the nation. This mode of conduct may be consistent enough with the present state of society in Europe. It is a fair deduction that the result of human action is owing more to the existing state or stage of society than to any deviations in the nature or general disposition of mankind. All political transactions were now systematized. Reasoning on the principles of equity and truth lost all its efficiency if it clashed with the measures of a minister, preconcerted in the cabinet of his prince. End of section 10. Section 11 of History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 3, by Mercy Otis Warren. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 3, by Mercy Otis Warren. Chapter 23, Part 2. A very sensible writer has observed that in the state of society which had taken place in America, the foundations of her freedom were laid long before the nations of Europe had any ideas of what was taking place in the minds of men. Conquest, religion, law, custom, habits, and manners, confirmed by military power, had established a state of society in Europe in which the rights of men were obliterated and excluded. The property and power of a nation had passed into the hands of the sovereign, nobility, and church. The body of the people were without property, or any chance of securing any, and without education or knowledge to form them to any rational principles and sentiments. Without property and without principle, they were of little or no consequence in the view of government. Nothing was to be seen but one general degradation of the people, and an unnatural and excessive exaltation of those who had acquired power. This everywhere tended to corrupt both and to give the most unfavorable idea of the capacity of the former and of the dispositions of the latter. Thus, he observes, the ministers of Britain at the time of the American contest were men of great eminence and ability in managing business upon the European system, but they had no ideas of the state of things in America, or of a system in which nature and society had combined to preserve freedom. What they called rebellion was only the tendency of nature and society to preserve freedom, made more active by their opposition. Thus, when the motion was made by Sir Grey Cooper for the decision of a question that held out a signal for peace, or the continuance of an absurd and luckless war, the vote in favor of the latter and of generous supplies to the Crown for its support was carried by a large majority. 172 appeared in support of administration, while only 77 were counted in the minority. It would be unjust to pass over in silence the behavior of General Burgoyne at this period. He had recovered his seat in Parliament, his health, and in some measure his military reputation, and no one more warmly advocated every measure for the immediate restoration of peace. He supported the motion for the recall of all British troops from America. He pressed an immediate exchange of prisoners both in England and America, and strenuously urged every pacific advance that might comport with the honor, the equity, and the dignity of the British nation. He even justified the principles of American opposition to the measures of administration and parliamentary decrees. He acknowledged that when he engaged in the service against the United States he thought differently, but that he had been brought to conviction by the uniform conduct of the American states. He added that it was presumption to allege that they were not in the right to resist. He observed that it was reason and the finger of God alone that had implanted the same sentiments in the breasts of 3 millions of people, and that comparing the conduct of the ministry as time had developed their system, he was convinced that the American war was formed on a part of the general design against the Constitution of Britain and the unalienable rights of man. Thus had the experience of severity from the cabinet, of ingratitude from his king and country, and of adversity in the wilds of Saratoga, taught this veteran officer, once armed with the destruction of her rights and the desolation of America, to stand forth a champion for her invaded liberties, a defender of the principles of her resistance to the Crown of Great Britain, and an advocate for the restoration of peace, which equity required and humanity claimed. It is true, the principles of Americans were so fixed, and the opposition to the encroachments of Parliament had been so long sustained by the United Colonies, with such cool intrepidity, such a spirit of perseverance, and such a defiance of danger, as had brought almost all England to wish for the restoration of peace, even on the humiliating idea of a dismemberment of the empire, and an explicit acknowledgment of American independence. Though their affection was too generally alienated from the inhabitants beyond the Atlantic, they saw the ruin of their trade and manufactures, and felt the miseries of a war protracted from year to year, without any nearer prospect of obtaining its object. Yet, notwithstanding the disposition of the people, neither the king, the ministry, or the majority in Parliament were at all softened by the wishes or sufferings of the nation. Nothing could touch the passions or operate on national interest or pride was left unessayed by the orators in favor of reconciliation and peace. A retrospect was taken of every important transaction in the course of the war. The conduct and maneuvers of the principal actors revised, scrutinized, and censured. Yet this interesting session ended without any conciliatory prospects. Among the variety of affairs that were brought forward relative to America, and that were discussed with masterly precision and dignity, the cruelties exhibited at St. Eustatia, which will be immediately related, were not forgotten. The injustice exercised toward the sufferers of that unhappy island was criminated in the most pointed language. The treatment Mr. Lawrence had received while a prisoner in the Tower of London was recollected and reprobated with equal severity. The situation of other prisoners in their jails and prison ships was painted in colors that could not fail to excite compassion. The defeat of British armies, the degradation of their best officers, the disgrace brought on the nation by the rank given to, and the confidence placed in the infamous Arnold, were brought into the scale of accusation. Indeed, every ministerial measure was in this session censured in the House of Commons with the acrimony of resentment and the boldness of truth without being softened by the delicacy of the courtier. We have seen above that immediately after General Arnold had forfeited his honor, betrayed his trust, and endeavored to sell his country, he received his pecuniary reward from General Clinton and was appointed to a distinguished military command in the Chesapeake. He was in a few months recalled from Virginia by Sir Henry Clinton, ostensibly to assist in the defense of New York, but more probably to quiet the murmurs of men of more virtue, talent, and merit than himself. They could not brook the insolence with which this dignified traitor sustained the caresses of his employers, nor the degradation felt by many officers of high rank and superior genius to see one placed over their heads whom all acknowledged deservedly no elevation but by a halter. The British commander-in-chief at New York, contrary to the old adage, appeared not to hate, but to love the traitor as well as the treason. Immediately on his recall from the Chesapeake, General Clinton had vested him with a new commission and licensed him to ravage the borders of the state of Connecticut and to pillage and burn the fair towns that spread along the margin of the Sound. This was a business very congenial to the character and genius of Arnold. He was accompanied by a detachment under the command of Colonel Eyre. This excursion was attended with much slaughter and devastation. The inhabitants of several defenseless towns were shamefully plundered and abused without distinction of age or sex. New London was more seriously attacked, and after a short and brave resistance plundered and burnt. As soon as the town had surrendered, a number of soldiers entered the garrison. The officer who headed the party inquired who commanded it. The valiant Colonel Ledyard stepped forward and replied with ease and gallantry, "I did, sir, but you do now." At the same moment he delivered his sword to a British officer. The barbarous ruffian, instead of receiving his submission like the generous victor, immediately stabbed the brave American. Nor was his death the only sacrifice made in that place to the wanton vengeance of the foes of America. Several other officers of merit were assassinated after the surrender of the town, while their more helpless connections experienced the usual cruel fate of cities captured by inhuman conquerors. Some members in Parliament endeavored to extenuate the guilt and defend the promotion of General Arnold and the confidence placed in him by Sir Henry Clinton. But after a recapitulation of the above transactions and some similar events, Mr. Fox observed that Arnold had dispersed his panegyrics and scattered abuse on the characters of British officers, but that he shuddered at the predicament in which his gallant countrymen were placed, when in their military capacity they were marked with so infamous a degradation as to have anything to apprehend, either from the reproaches or the applauses of General Arnold, that in the character of an American officer he had treacherously abandoned his command, and now rewarded with an active military promotion in British service, he might probably proceed hereafter to similar transactions, and sacrifice for lucre the troops of Britain. Mr. Burke was equally severe on the character of this perfidious traitor. He observed that such a person could not be held by any laws to serve with strict fidelity the people and the sovereign against whom he was before in arms, and to whom he had pled in the very midst of acts of treachery to the states whose cause he had deserted. A man whose conduct had been marked for glaring strokes of cruelty and perfidiousness, and which had furnished it indubitable proof that he who on one side would have sacrificed an army was too dangerous to be trusted with the command of troops belonging to the opposing party. He lamented that the honors of high office were thus scattered on the worthless, and frequently on men who had no inconsiderable share in the measures that tended to the disgrace and ruin of their country. Mr. Burke, indeed, had always appeared to have a thorough detestation of corrupt men and measures. He advocated the cause of liberty, not only with the ability of an orator, but with an enthusiasm for the establishment of freedom in all countries. He was an advocate for the distressed Irish, and stretched his genius to the Eastern world to survey the abuses and to criminate the cruelties perpetrated there by his own countrymen, and with the pathos peculiar to himself, brought before the tribunal of the public eye the criminal laden with the rich spoils, the diamonds and jewels of the princely widows, and the immense treasures of the distant nabobs. He ever appeared opposed to the powerful oppressors of the people, and attached to the defenders of freedom in every nation, was a friend of Franklin and Lawrence, corresponded with the first on American affairs, and made great exertions to mitigate the sufferings of the last, while in rigorous imprisonment. But this unfortunate gentleman, notwithstanding the influence of many powerful friends, which he had in the House of Commons, was refused his liberty, and detained in the Tower until near the close of the war. However, Mr. Lawrence survived his persecutions in England, returned to his native country, and spent the remainder of his days in private life. After several years of virtuous preparation for his exit, his only surviving son closed his eyes. His fond affection for his father led him to deviate from the usual customs of his countrymen in the manner of interring their friends. He reared an altar on which he burnt the body of the patriarch, and carefully gathered the ashes from the hearth, deposited them in a silver urn, and placed them in his bedchamber, with reverence and veneration, where they remain to the day of his death. This circumstance is mentioned as a peculiar instance of filial affection, and at once a mark of the respect due to the memory both of the patriarch and the parent. The celebrity of Mr. Burke for his general conduct and his spirited speeches in favor of the rights of man during the Revolutionary War were justly appreciated throughout America. He was admired for his oratorical talents, and beloved for the part he took in the cause of suffering individuals, either American prisoners or the oppressed in his own country. His feelings of humanity extended to the Ganges, and by his lively descriptions of the miseries of the wretched inhabitants of India, he has expanded the human heart and drawn a tear from every compassionate eye. Certainly, to such a man, the tribute of a tear is equally due when he shall be beheld in the decline of life, deviating from his own principles and drawing his energetic pen to censure and suppress the struggles for liberty in a sister kingdom. End of section 11. Section 12 of History, the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 3, by Mercy Otis Warren. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History, the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 3, by Mercy Otis Warren. Chapter 23, Conclusion. When we retrace the powers of the human mind and view the gradations of the faculties or the decline of genius, it is a humiliating reflection that a more advanced period of life so often subtracts from the character of the man, as it's shown in full luster in the meridian of his days. Perhaps in the instance before us, a deviation from former principles might be more owing to a decline in correct political sentiment and to any physical debility that was yet apparent. It is an anticipation which many reasons render excusable. To bring forward in this place the subsequent declension of this gentleman's zeal in favor of the general liberties of mankind, when his flowery epithets, argumentative elocution, and flowing periods were often equally entertaining with the best theatrical exhibitions. But without further apology, it is proper to observe that before he finished his political drama, the world was astonished to behold Mr. Burke fulminating his anathemas against a neighboring nation, who were struggling with every nerve for the recovery of the freedom and the natural rights of man, on which they had long been robbed, and which had been trodden underfoot, if not annihilated, by despotic kings, unprincipled nobles, and a corrupt clergy. It was surprising to hear a man who had so often expressed the most humane feelings for the depression of his fellow beings of every class, afterwards regretting, in the most pathetic strains, only the sorrows of royalty, without a momentary pang for the miseries of a nation. Footnote: a political writer has observed that the late opinions of Mr. Burke furnished more matter of astonishment to those who had distantly observed than to those who had correctly examined the system of his former political life. An abhorrence for abstract politics, a predilection for aristocracy, and a dread of innovation have ever been among the most sacred articles of his public creed. It was not likely that at his age he should abandon to the evasion of audacious novelties opinions which he had received so early and maintained so long, which had been fortified by the applause of the great and the assent of the wise, which he had dictated to so many illustrious pupils and supported against so many distinguished opponents. Men who early attain eminence repose in their first creed. They neglect the progress of the human mind subsequent to its adoption. And when, as in the present case, it has burst forth into action, they regard it as a transient madness, worthy only of pity or derision. They mistake it for a mountain torrent that will pass away with the storm that gave it birth. They know not that it is the stream of human opinion, in omni volubilis evam, which the accession of every day will swell, which is destined to sweep into the same oblivion the reluctance of learned sophistry and of powerful oppression. Mackintosh's Vindicia Galicia on Mr. Burke's Philippic against the French Revolution. End of footnote. If a just portrait has been drawn below, and Mr. Burke was never at heart a genuine friend to the liberties of mankind, we will sigh over the versatility of human conduct, and leave him to reflect on his own inconsistency, while the florid diction of his oratory is admired by his contemporaries, and the generations that succeed him will be delighted with the brilliant periods that adorned his eloquence on every occasion. The admiration of the finished rhetoric and the fascinating talents by which the speeches of Fox, Burke, and many other British orators were embellished has occasioned the above digression, which we now waive and observe that the agents who had brought on a ruinous war with the colonies, and defection, alienation, and hostility with surrounding nations, had not sufficient talent, subtlety, or sophistry to quiet the people of England under the ideas of a longer continuance of the war. They had long amused them by the musical powers of language, which they also possessed, but they could no longer counteract the arguments and efforts of men of abilities, equal to any in the ministerial interest, and possessed of more humanity, who wished to put a period to the destructive calamities that had now for 7 years embarrassed and distressed the nation. The most gloomy prospect pervaded every mind on the contemplation of a further protraction of war, at the same time that the termination of the campaign in Virginia had nearly defeated the flattering hopes of those who had labored with so much zeal and fervor to subjugate the United Colonies of America. It was said in Parliament that the immense expense, the great accumulation of public debt, by the ever-to-be-lamented contest with America, the effusion of human blood which it had occasioned, the diminution of trade, and the increase of taxes were evils of such magnitude as could scarcely be overlooked, even by the most insensible and inattentive. It was the unanimous opinion of those who had ever been favorers of more lenient measures that any further efforts to reduce the revolted colonies to obedience by force, under the present circumstances, would only increase the mutual enmity, so fatal to the interest of Great Britain and America, and forever prevent a reconciliation, and that it would weaken the efforts of Great Britain against the House of Bourbon and other European enemies. It is true that the standard of respectability on which Great Britain had long been placed was already shaken, that she had in a degree lost her political influence with, and was viewed by, surrounding nations through a less terrific medium than at any period since the immense increase of power acquired by a formidable navy. The colonies alienated, Ireland in a state of desperation, Scotland little less discontented, a considerable part of the West Indies lost to Great Britain, the affairs of the kingdom in the East Indies in the most deranged and perturbed state, by the mismanagement and avarice of their officers, vested with unlimited powers wantonly abused. It was impossible under the load of calumny, opposition, and perplexity for the old ministry, the ostensible agents of these complicated evils, longer to resist the national will. Many plausible arguments were urged in vindication of the measures of administration, at the same time that the fatal consequences were acknowledged by their defenders, but acknowledged only as the common events which have been experienced by other nations, which have failed in their best concerted enterprises, and been humbled before the enemies whose destruction had too sanguinely been calculated. But the minister was implicated by the increasing opposition, as the author of all the calamities a just providence had seen fit to inflict on a nation, who at the close of the preceding reign had considered all the world at her feet. The parliamentary debates, indeed, were at this time very interesting. Lord John Cavendish observed that above 100 million sterling had been expended within 5 years on the army and navy, and backed his assertion by several resolves, criminating the ministry as totally deficient in point of ability to retrieve the wretched state of the nation after they had thrown away the 13 colonies and other appendages of the empire. However, had their talents been sufficient to have retrieved the public misfortunes in which their pernicious counsels had involved their country, there did not appear the smallest disposition in the present ministry to make the attempt or to resign their places. A detail of the expenses of the fruitless war with America was laid before the House of Commons in a very impressive style, and though many arguments were used in favor of the ministry, no subterfuge would screen them, nor any reluctance they felt retard the necessity of their resignation. This was called for from every quarter, in terms severe and sarcastic. One gentleman requested that, whenever the Prime Minister, to the unspeakable joy of the nation, should really go to his sovereign to resign his employments, as he had once promised to do when Parliament should withdraw its confidence from him, he hoped now the period was come. He would not forget to lay before the King a fair representation of the flourishing state in which he found His Majesty's empire, when the government of it was entrusted to his hands, and the ruinous condition in which he was about to leave all that remained of it. Some thought that the party in opposition were too ready to draw degrading pictures of the calamitous state of the nation and the blunders of its officers. It was their opinion that thus, by exposing the national weakness, they might strengthen the hands of their enemies, now triumphant at the misfortunes that had already befallen them. But the irresistible force of truth, combined with imperious necessity, wrought conviction on some, and softened the obstinacy of others, by which a majority was obtained, and the late measures decidedly condemned. The old ministry was soon after obliged to relinquish their places, and a new line of public measures adopted. The hollow murmur of discontent at last penetrated the ear of royalty, and impelled the pride of majesty to listen to the general voice in favor of the immediate restoration of tranquility. And however sanguine the King of England had long been in favor of coercing his American subjects to unconstitutional and unconditional obedience, he could not much longer withstand the torrent of opposition to the cruel system. Events were now nearly ripened, which soon produced a truce to the scourge of war, which had so long desolated families, villages, and cities. The energetic arguments and perspicuous reasonings, which do not always apply in their full force on the minds of those prepossessed by partial affection and esteem, covered with the veil of prejudice in favor of political opinions similar to their own, were necessarily laid aside, and the opposition to peace daily drawn into a narrower compass. Reason, humanity, policy, and justice, urged so forcibly by men of the best abilities, could not longer be withstood. Among these were many who shed the tears of sorrow over the ashes of their friends, who had fallen in the tented fields of America. In others, the feelings of indignation arose from a survey of the profuse expenditure and the wanton waste of public money. Besides these, not a few persons were mortified at the eclipse of military glory, which had formerly emblazoned the laurels and illumined the characters of British chieftains. Indeed, America at this period was not a theater on which generous Britons could expect or wish to acquire glory. They were sensible that their success must eradicate the noble principles of liberty, for which their ancestors had reasoned, struggled, and fought against the invasions of their arbitrary kings, from the days of William the Norman to the Tudors, and from the last of the Tudor line, their adored Queen Elizabeth, through the race of the Stuarts, no less contemptible than arbitrary, until the necessity of equal exertion was revived in the reign of George III. At the same time, it was too evident to all that repeated defeat had already tarnished the luster of British arms. The celebrity of some of their most renowned commanders was shrouded in disappointment, their minds enveloped in chagrin, doubly mortifying, as it was the result of exertion from enemies they had viewed with contempt, as too deficient in talents, courage, discipline, and resources to combat the prowess and imagined superiority of British veterans. From these circumstances, it had been calculated that Americans might be reduced even by the terror of their approach, and the same of that military glory long attached to the character and valor of British soldiers. But he who ordains the destiny of man conceals his purposes till the completion of the designs of divine government. This should teach mankind the lessons of humility and candor, instead of an indulgence of that fierce, vindictive spirit that aims at the destruction of its own species under the imposing authority of obtrusive despotism. End of section 12.
Section 13 of History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 3, by Mercy Otis Warren. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mark DeSanzo. History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 3, by Mercy Otis Warren. Chapter 24, Naval Transactions, Rupture between England and France opened in the Bay of Biscay, Admiral Keppel, Serapis and Countess of Scarborough captured by Paul Jones, the protection given him by the States General resented by the British court, transactions in the West Indies, Sir George Brides Rodney returns to England after the capture of St. Eustatia, sent out again the succeeding year, engages and defeats the French squadron under the command of the Count de Grasse, capture of the Ville de Paris, the Count de Grasse sent to England, Admiral Rodney created a peer of the realm on his return to England. To prevent breaking in upon and interrupting the thread of narration through a detail of the important and interesting scenes acting on the American theater, many great naval operations have been passed over in silence and others but slightly noticed. A particular description of nautical war was never designed by the writer of these pages, yet a retrospect might here be proper and a cursory survey necessary of some of the most capital transactions on the ocean which were closely connected with American affairs and the interests of her allies. The beginning of naval hostilities between Great Britain and France took place in the Bay of Biscay in June 1778. A fleet commanded by Admiral Keppel, a gentleman in whom the nation had the highest confidence from his bravery, his prudence, and long experience in naval transactions, was at this critical period directed to sail with discretionary orders. A member of Parliament of eminence observed, quote, that all descriptions of men seemed pleased with the choice and to feel their own security included in the appointment, end quote, of such an able commander at so anxious a moment. He met a squadron of 32 ships of the line and a large number of frigates, commanded by the Count d'Orvilliers, before he was, in reality, prepared for an interview with such a formidable force on the part of France. This was indeed before any formal declaration of war had taken place between the rival nations. 2 frigates from the squadron of d'Orvilliers were very soon discovered near enough to prove evidently that they were on a survey of the British fleet. They were pursued, and a civil message delivered to the captain of the Licorne from the English admiral, but it was not so civilly returned. Some shot were exchanged, and in a short time the frigate surrendered. The other French frigate, called the Belle Poule, was of heavier metal, and appearing disposed for a rencounter, Captain Marshall, who commanded the Arethusa, pursued her till out of sight of the fleet. When near enough to announce his orders, he informed the captain of the Belle Poule that he was directed to conduct him to the British admiral. A peremptory refusal of compliance on the part of the French captain induced Captain Marshall to fire a shot across the Belle Poule. This was returned by the discharge of a whole broadside from the Belle Poule into the Arethusa. A severe action ensued which continued near 2 hours. Both frigates suffered much. The Arethusa was so far disabled that she was conducted off the French coast by 2 British ships that accompanied the chase, and arrived in time to tow her back to the fleet. The Belle Poule escaped only by running into a small bay on the coast of France. The resolute deportment of the French captain in this beginning of naval hostilities between the 2 nations was much applauded by his countrymen and munificently rewarded by the King of France. For some time after this action, a mutual display of the strength of the 2 fleets was kept up. Chasing, rechasing, maneuvering, and gasconade continued for several days with little effective action and no decision. During the cruise, Admiral Keppel discovered by the officer of a frigate taken after the action of the Belle Poule and the Arethusa that d'Orvilliers was in daily expectation of reinforcements of strength, while there was yet no formal declaration of war, while the French admiral played off as unwilling to begin hostilities, and while, from many circumstances, Keppel himself was in no situation for a general engagement. Thus, to the unspeakable mortification of this meritorious officer, he found it convenient to turn his back on the French squadron and repair to England. His own inadequate force and equipment to meet the powerful squadrons of France, which had been prepared with diligence and system for the execution of great designs, was viewed by him with the deepest regret, both for his own share in the disappointment and the disgrace brought on his nation by such unpardonable negligence. He had, however, from the discoveries he had made from the officers of the captured frigates and the causes which had induced his immediate return, kept his opinions very much within his own breast, disposed to think candidly of men in high office, great responsibility, and some of them endowed with superior talents. He hoped, from the necessities of the moment, the honor of the nation, and the hazard of their own characters, they would adopt and adhere to more decisive and efficient measures in future. The motives of the admiral, unknown to the people at large, occasioned much censure from the lips of those who were unacquainted with the circumstances. The superiority of the French fleet under d'Orvilliers, and the additional strength he expected from several other armaments prepared to join him, rendered it impossible for Admiral Keppel, with only 20 ships of the line, to make any effectual resistance if a declaration of war should warrant an attack from the French commander, who had a fleet of between 30 and 40 sail of the line, besides a great number of frigates, ready for action. Admiral Keppel very judiciously apprehended that the most cautious and prudent steps were necessary not only to prevent the loss of his own fleet, but other inseparable evils to his nation, which might have been the consequence of defeat. He had certain information of the meditated designs of France unexpectedly to strike at the trade of the nation, by interrupting their convoys and giving a wound to the honor of the English navy, which would redound much to their own advantage in the outset of a war, while his own fleet, deficient in almost everything necessary for an effectual resistance, was incapable of maintaining its station. Conscious that his conduct needed no apology, that the failure of the hopes of the English was owing to the neglect or want of judgment in the ministry, the admiralty, and other departments, he silently bore the censure of his enemies, the clamors of the multitude, and the opprobrium that often lights on character from the tacit demeanor of false friends, and prepared with the utmost dispatch again to sail and meet the commander of the French squadron. New exertions were made by the directors of naval affairs, and within a few days the brave admiral was enabled again to sail with better prospects of success in pursuit of the Brest fleet, which was also reinforced by some of the heaviest ships and most distinguished commanders in the French service. The two fleets met, maneuvered, fought, retreated, chased, bid mutual defiance, and fought again, but neither of them had a right to claim the palm of victory from any circumstances of the interview. The failure of this second expedition might have been owing in part to a misunderstanding between Admiral Keppel and some of his principal officers. Other causes might cooperate. There is a delicacy of feeling in the mind of man, or rather a moral sense, that forbids aggression and excites a reluctance to striking the first blow that must involve the human species in carnage and murder. But when war has been denounced by regal authority and the usual sanction of public proclamation, licensed by the common formalities on such occasions and hardened by repeated irritation and violence, the crash of burning or sinking ships, swallowed in the yawning deep, ceases to excite due compassion in the sanguine bosom inured to behold the miseries of his fellow men. This disappointment in the beginning of a war with France occasioned much party bitterness through the English nation. The odium of ill success was bandied for some time between the partisans of Sir Hugh Palliser, Rear Admiral of the Blue, and those of the brave Keppel. Both admirals were tried by court-martial, and after long investigation, the business finally terminated in the honorable acquittal of Admiral Keppel from the charge of negligence, want of ability, or misconduct in any respect, and his reputation completely restored. His calm dignity and cool deportment through many trying circumstances more strongly attached his old friends and procured him many new ones. He was afterwards appointed First Lord of the Admiralty. He received the thanks of both Houses of Parliament for his many and essential services to his country. Public rejoicings on his acquittal testified the general esteem of the people, while the ratio of disgrace that fell on Admiral Palliser led him to resign all his public employments. There had, previous to the late engagement, been the appearance of the strictest friendship between Admiral Keppel and Sir Hugh Palliser, Rear Admiral of the Blue. It is uncertain what interrupted this amity. It might have arisen from a spirit of rivalry, or the pride of a subordinate officer, who persecuted the aged commander with unceasing bitterness and divided the opinion of the public for a time relative to the appropriate merits of each. But the balance continued in favor of Lord Keppel to the end of his life. A naval rencounter took place the next year, which, though of less magnitude than many others, is worthy of notice from the valor of the transaction and some circumstances that attended it which were interwoven with the political conduct of the Dutch nation. Captain John Paul Jones had sailed from Lorient in the summer of 1779 in order to cruise in the North Sea. The Bonhomme Richard, which he commanded, was accompanied by the Alliance, a well-built American ship, and 2 or 3 other smaller frigates. About the beginning of September, they fell in with the Serapis, an English ship of superior force, commanded by Captain Pearson. She was accompanied by a smaller ship, the Countess of Scarborough. They soon engaged. The action was valorous and desperate, severe and bloody, and taken in all its circumstances perhaps one of the bravest marine battles that took place during the war. Both the English ships were taken by the Americans. The Bonhomme Richard and the Serapis were several times on fire at the same moment. The Bonhomme Richard was reduced to a wreck and sunk soon after the action, which continued long enough for the Baltic fleet of British homeward-bound ships, which had been under the convoy of the Serapis and Countess of Scarborough, to make their escape and get safe to England. After this tremendous blaze of horror and destruction, the little American squadron repaired to the Texel to refit, carrying with them their prisoners and their prizes. Captain Pearson acquitted himself with the gallantry of a British commander, zealous for the honor of his nation, but he was not permitted by the American officers to go on shore in Holland and pay his respect to Sir Joseph Yorke, the British ambassador resident at The Hague. This he reported in the close of his account of the engagement received at the Admiralty Office. It was a circumstance grievous to himself and highly resented by the British ambassador. He demanded of the States General that the Alliance and the other ships commanded by the rebel and pirate John Paul Jones should with their crews be stopped and delivered up. Their High Mightinesses replied to the demand of Sir Joseph Yorke that they should not take upon themselves to judge of the legality or illegality of those who had taken vessels on the open seas belonging to other countries, that their ports were open to shelter from storms and disasters, that they should not suffer the Americans to unlade their cargoes, but should permit them to go to sea again after refitting, without taking upon themselves to judge, as they did not think they were authorized to pass an opinion on the prizes or the person of Paul Jones. End of section 13. Section 14 of History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 3, by Mercy Otis Warren. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mark DeSanzo. History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 3, by Mercy Otis Warren. Chapter 24, Part 2. The naval rencounters between the nations were too numerous to particularize. Those who are acquainted with maritime affairs, the phrases of navigation, and are fond of the exhibition of sea fights, may dwell longer on the description of single actions, while the curiosity of every inquirer may be sufficiently gratified by the proud boasters who insolently describe the British flag as controlling the nations and defying the universe to attack their fleets. We shall pass over the more minute transactions and again recur to the general expectation relating to the siege of Gibraltar, which was long kept awake before a final decision. It is, however, necessary, previous to the relinquishment of the conquest of that contested spot, to observe on several intervening transactions of moment. It has been related in a former chapter that this fortress was relieved for a time by Sir George Bridges Rodney on his way to the West Indies in 1780. He had been remarkably successful in the interception of convoys, the interruption of the trade of the enemies of Britain, and the capture of the homeward-bound ships of France and Spain. He fell in with 15 sail of merchantmen under the convoy of a 64-gun ship and several frigates bound from St. Sebastian's to Cadiz. He captured the whole fleet, which belonged to the Royal Company of the Caracas. The principal part of their cargoes was wheat and other provisions much wanted at Gibraltar, where the admiral immediately sent them. A large quantity of bale goods and naval stores equally necessary for the use of his countrymen he sent forward to England. He soon after fell in with a Spanish squadron of 11 ships of the line under the command of Don Juan Langara, who declined an engagement from the inequality of his force. But Admiral Rodney, determined to pursue his success, gave chase until the enemy were nearly involved among the shoals of St. Lucar, and night approaching, the brave Spaniard was compelled to the conflict. Early in the engagement, the Spanish ship San Domingo, of 70 guns and 600 men, blew up, and all on board perished. The English man of war with which she was engaged narrowly escaped a similar fate. The action was severe and conducted on both sides with the greatest intrepidity until the Spanish admiral was dangerously wounded and most of his ships had surrendered. He then struck his flag, surrendered his own ship, reduced to a wreck, and submitted to the valiant English. This action continued nearly through the night, and many singular instances of valor and generosity were displayed on both sides before the palm of victory was ensured to the gallant Rodney. His good fortune followed him to the tropical seas, and his rencounters with the Admiral de Guichen and other brave commanders of the Bourbon fleets always terminated in his favor. Indeed, his successes were sometimes a little variant, and his squadron frequently suffered much loss and damage in his severe conflicts with French and Spanish fleets, yet he was always victorious. On his way to the West Indies, nothing stood before him. Many of the enemies of Great Britain, both in the commercial and military line, fell into his hands. A plan had been meditated by the combined fleets of France and Spain to seize the rich island of Jamaica. The interference of Rodney more than once prevented the loss of this valuable spot. This was a favorite object with the French, nor was it relinquished until fortune had frowned repeatedly on the lilies of France and humbled the Gallican flag beneath her victorious rival, who waved her proud banners around her insular possessions to the terror of France and the mortification of America. From the capture of Dominica by the Marquis de Bohí in 1778, the West India Islands had been alternately agitated by the various successes of contending fleets until the seizure of St. Eustatia by Sir George Bridges Rodney in February 1781. In the autumn of 1780, tempest, hurricane, and earthquake had raged through all the islands in a degree unparalleled in those latitudes, though always subject to the most violent tornadoes. Several of the best of the islands had been nearly ruined by those recent devastations of nature, and others rendered too weak for defense against less potent foes than those who waved the flag of Britain. The winter after the accumulated misfortunes occasioned by those convulsions, Admiral Rodney arrived in the West Indies with a strong and potent fleet and army. The army was commanded by General Vaughan. Rodney and Vaughan, in conjunction, took advantage of the weak, dismantled state to which St. Vincent's was reduced, and attempted the reduction of the island, but unexpectedly repulsed by the bravery of the French, commanded by the Marquis de Bohí. The next enterprise of Sir George Bridges Rodney was against the rich but defenseless island of St. Eustatia. This unexpected attack on the Dutch island was in consequence of secret orders, received before they left England, from the Board of Admiralty. The arrival of the British armament in the West Indies was accompanied by intelligence, not suspected by the islanders, that hostilities were denounced against the Republic of Holland by a manifesto of the King of England. The United Netherlands had not yet ratified any formal treaty with the American states, though, as has been observed, a plan for that purpose had been found among the papers of Mr. Lawrence. It is true, the design of a close connection with Congress and the colonies was avowed by the principal citizens of Amsterdam. It also appeared from strong circumstances that many of the most respectable inhabitants in other parts of the Batavian circles were equally disposed to unite with the Americans, but it was some time after this period, before the independence of the United States of America was acknowledged by the stadtholder and their high mightinesses at The Hague. Yet the assistance given by the merchants of some of the capital provinces, their negotiations with the agents of Congress, and their temporizing with regard to receiving a minister sent on after the misfortune of Mr. Lawrence to complete the terms of amity and commerce with the rebellious subjects of America, as they were termed, were steps too bold and affrontive to the sovereign of Britain and to the English nation, then the ancient ally of the Batavians, to be passed over with impunity. The Dutch court, as observed, did not openly countenance these proceedings. Yet we have seen above that when repeatedly called upon by Sir Joseph Yorke, in the name of his sovereign, publicly to disavow them, and to punish by inhibitions, penalties, and other severities all who held any correspondence with Congress or encouraged and supported the revolted colonies, yet no explicit declaration for that purpose could be obtained. Vexed at the equivocal conduct of the States General and there being no prospect of the minister's succeeding to his wishes, he was recalled from The Hague, and reasons were soon after assigned by manifesto for the commencement of hostilities against the Batavian provinces, in the usual style of regal apology for the waste of human life. Thus the storm burst upon the Dutch West India Islands, before they were apprehensive of the smallest danger from a state of war. St. Eustatia had long been considered, both by Europeans and Americans, as the most advantageous mart of any of the tropical islands. Consequently, their trade and their wealth had increased beyond all calculation. The inhabitants were generally absorbed in their own private business, the bulk of the merchants affluent and secure, the magistrates at ease, and the Dutch officers totally unapprehensive of an attack from any foreign foe. The fortresses in a state of ruin and the island weakened by the late hurricanes, they were in no condition for defense, nor did they attempt the smallest resistance on the approach of a powerful British fleet and army. The surprise and astonishment of both the governor and the people on the summons to surrender themselves and their island cannot be described. Their deliberations were short. Mr. de Graaf, the Dutch governor, with the consent of the magistrates and the principal inhabitants, returned a laconic answer to the summons of the British commander. He concisely observed, quote, that confident of the lenity of Sir George Bridges Rodney and General Vaughan, the whole island and its dependencies surrendered, firmly relying on their honor and humanity. They only recommended the town and the inhabitants to their mercy. End quote. This submission proved the consignment of themselves and families to immediate poverty, desolation, and every species of misery. All descriptions of persons were at once involved in the same common ruin. Not only the officers of government and the independent sojourner in this devoted island, but the merchant, the factor, the planter, and the innocent individual of every class, whether Dutch or British, Americans or Jews, were all overwhelmed in one promiscuous, unexampled insult, outrage, and plunder. Slaves were bribed to betray their masters and inveigled to discover the smallest pittance of property that might have been secreted by the opulent or the aged, to preserve a wretched existence after the loss of connections, fortune, and prospects. When obstinate resistance and high-toned language irritates the passions of men, it may be thought by some an apology for the extreme rigor too frequently exercised by the illiberal mind toward a conquered enemy. But when full confidence has been placed in the generosity, urbanity, and equity of the victor, and submission made without a blow, the cruel inflictions imposed on the unfortunate by the successful assailant are violations of the feelings of humanity, and a departure from the nobler principles of the soul that can never be justified by the laws of policy or even the hostile usages of war. Nor can the dignity of rank or the glittering badges of ancestral honor prevent the indignation that must ever arise in the bosom of humanity on a survey of the rapacity, insolence, and atrocity of conduct in the conquerors of St. Eustatia. Submission undoubtedly entitles to protection, and the vanquished have ever a claim both for compassion and support from the victor. Instead of this just and generous line of action, all safety was precluded by indiscriminate abuse and plunder. After the surrender of this opulent island, one general pillage, confiscation, banishment, or death succeeded, and is observed afterwards by Mr. Burke in the House of Commons, quote, "The Dutch were robbed and banished because they were Dutch, the Americans because they were the king's enemies, the Jews because their religion was different from that of the conquerors." End quote. End of section 14. Section 15 of History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 3, by Mercy Otis Warren. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mark DeSanzo. History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 3, by Mercy Otis Warren. Chapter 24, Part 3. Some gentlemen of the most capital commercial characters were confined as criminals of a peculiar caste and punished in a twofold sense. An extraordinary instance of this nature was exhibited in the treatment of Messieurs Cousin and Gouvernier, two of the first merchants on the island. As Dutchmen, their property was confiscated. As Englishmen, they were sent to England as traitors to the king, charged with corresponding with American agents, imprisoned, and tried for high treason. Mr. Hohen, an eminent Jewish merchant, a native of Amsterdam who had resided at St. Eustatia 25 years, received notice without any crime alleged that he must quit the island without a day's delay. Ignorant of the place of his destination, while on his way to embark he experienced very severe usage. His trunk was rifled, his clothes ripped open, and a small sum of money he had secreted to preserve him from famine taken from him even to his last penny. Thus suddenly robbed and reduced from high fortune to absolute want, when he arrived in England he petitioned the House of Commons for redress, and his cause was supported by the brilliant elocution of Mr. Burke and others. Yet the injured Israelite found no relief from the justice or compassion of the nation. Such was the rapacity of the plunderers of this unfortunate island, that in many other instances the garments of the aged and respectable were rent open in search of a bit of gold that might possibly have been concealed for the purchase of a morsel of bread for their innocent and helpless families. Thus, from the pinnacle of affluence, many were reduced in a day to the extreme of penury and despair. All the Jews on the island received similar treatment to that above related. Their sufferings had no amelioration. They were informed that they were all to be transported, and only 1 day was allowed to any of them for preparation, before they were robbed of their treasures and sent away penniless among strangers. Indeed, there was little discrimination among the miserable inhabitants of this once wealthy spot. The whole property of the island, collected by every undue method, was exposed to public sale, and Admiral Rodney, the commander of a British fleet of upwards of 30 ships of the line, and the renowned General Vaughan, at the head of 3,000 or 4,000 troops, were engaged from the beginning of February until the May following in the little arts of auctioneering and traffic, in a manner that would have disgraced the petty merchant who had not renounced all pretenses to honor. The islands of Saba, St. Martin's, and others had surrendered to some detachments from the British fleet and army on the same easy terms, and with similar hopes of security and protection they suffered nearly the same merciless fate from the hands of British conquerors that had been recently experienced by the inhabitants of St. Eustatia. Meantime, the Marquis de Bouilly improved the favorable opportunity, while the British commanders were engaged in securing the plunder of the conquered isles, to reduce Tobago to the arms of the French monarch. This required a little more military prowess than had yet been called into action by his competitors for the possession of the West India Islands. Governor Ferguson, who commanded at Tobago, made a manly defense for 8 or 10 days, but receiving no succors from Admiral Rodney, though within 24 hours' sail, and too weak to hold out longer without assistance, he was obliged to capitulate. The terms granted by the noble Frenchman were honorable and lenient. The officers and troops in garrison were permitted to march out with the honors of war, after which the soldiers were to lay down their arms, but the officers had liberty to retain theirs. The inhabitants were allowed to preserve their own civil government, laws, and customs, to enjoy their estates, rights, privileges, honors, and exemptions, with a promise of protection in the free exercise of their religion until peace should take place. No other engagement was required on their part than an oath of fidelity to the King of France, to observe a strict neutrality until that happy event should be accomplished. They were left at full liberty to dispose of their property at leisure, and to proceed in their commercial affairs as usual, with this farther indulgence, that no merchant ships, the property of the inhabitants of the island or its dependencies, that might arrive from England within 6 months, should be liable to confiscation or seizure. It is observable that the distinguished traits of generosity in the demeanor of the Marquis de Bouilly were not forgotten by those who witnessed and experienced his clemency. Some time after the transactions above related, a large number of gentlemen in England belonging to the several islands met and unanimously passed a vote expressive of their high sense of gratitude for his humanity, justice, and generosity, exemplified and displayed in his treatment of the conquered isles. And as a testimony of their veneration and esteem, they ordered a piece of plate with an inscription of their thanks to be presented him by Sir William Young, chairman of the committee. After this short narration of the capture of the island of Tobago, and the moderation shown to the inhabitants by the victor, a further detail is not necessary to contrast the behavior of the British and French commanders in the West Indies at this period of the war. Many particulars through the busy scene kept up in the tropical seas through this and the succeeding year need not here be related, though it is proper to observe that it was but a few months after the surrender of these islands and the sufferings they experienced from the severity of the British conquerors before St. Martin's, Saba, and St. Eustatia were surprised and recovered by the Marquis de Bouilly. It may be anticipating time, yet to prevent the interruption of the story of other events, it will not be deemed improper to continue the narration of the insular war that raged with unabating fury in the West Indies through the succeeding year. From the arrival of the Count de Grasse in these seas, with his brave, victorious fleet from the Chesapeake at the close of the year 1781, not the smallest mitigation of the horrors of war took place until after the defeat of the squadron commanded by him, an event which did not happen until the 12th of April, 1782. Soon after the entire ruin of the inhabitants of St. Eustatia, Sir George B. Rodney had returned to England with his disgraceful booty, the indiscriminate spoils of the aged, the innocent, and the affluent. He was graciously received by his Majesty and the Ministry, but, his laurels stained by his avarice and cruelty, it was impossible, either by address, deception, or effrontery, to parry the severe reprehensions he received from some of the first nobility in the House of Lords, as well as from many members of distinction and talent in the House of Commons. A particular inquiry into his conduct, and that of General Vaughan, was urged in the most strenuous and pathetic manner, but with little effect. Notwithstanding the general sense of mankind criminated the inhumanity of their proceedings, yet the favoritism that generally prevails in courts overruled, as usual, the dictates of justice, and all investigation was postponed. Admiral Rodney was again immediately sent out in full force, with design to prevent the valuable island of Jamaica from falling under the arms of France. Indeed, the apprehensions of the ministry on this point were sufficiently grounded. Barbados, Antigua, and Jamaica were all the possessions of consequence that the English still retained in the West Indies. The others, as observed, had most of them been recaptured by the French, who were pursuing victory with vigilance and success, and in sanguine expectation of wresting all the wealthy islands from the crown of Britain. When Sir George Bridges Rodney returned to the command in that quarter, where he arrived about the middle of February 1782, he found the French inspirited by repeated successes, ready for any enterprise, and a formidable fleet in the highest preparation for attack or defense. Jamaica was indeed the prime object of expectation, but the first important step taken by the Count de Grasse after his arrival in the West Indies was the capture of the little island of Nevis, where he lost no time, but immediately hastened on and set down before St. Christopher's. There he found a large armament had been landed some days before his arrival by the brave Marquis de Bury. Sir Samuel Hood, with 20 sail of the British line, attempted the relief of that island. This brought on several rencounters between him and the Count de Grasse, with various success, but with little decision. St. Christopher's had been vigorously defended 5 weeks by General Fraser, a brave British officer. He acquired much honor by his gallant behavior through the whole siege. Shirley, governor of Antigua, brought forward 300 or 400 militia, and fought, hazarded, and suffered equally with his friend General Fraser, until necessity compelled them at last to yield. The island was surrendered by capitulation to the Crown of France on the 12th of February, 1782. The same lenient and generous terms were admitted by the conqueror as had before been granted by him to the inhabitants of Tobago, Demerara, Essequibo, and several other places of less consequence than St. Christopher's or St. Eustatia, who had repeatedly, as well as those, changed their masters in the struggle, and were now again the subjects of France. But the inhabitants of St. Christopher's, by the moderate terms of capitulation, were scarcely sensible of a change of sovereignty. The garrison was permitted the honors of war in the strictest sense. The troops were transported to England until an exchange of prisoners should take place. By a particular article, the Marquis de Bury, as an acknowledgment of their intrepidity and valor, discharged Brigadier General Fraser and Governor Shirley, who had aided in the defense of the island, from the condition of being considered as prisoners of war. To Mr. Shirley he gave liberty to return to his government in Antigua, and to General Fraser the permission of continuing in the service of his country in whatever place he chose. The generosity of the Marquis merited and received a large share of applause, both from friends and foes, and the name of Bury was everywhere respected for his equitable, humane, and honorable deportment toward all the captured islands that fell into his hands. But, notwithstanding the valor, the virtue, the magnanimity, and the repeated successes of the Marquis de Bury over the best and bravest troops and officers that had been employed in any part of the world, notwithstanding the fame and the valor of the Count de Grasse and the strength of the French navy, fortune soon changed her face, frowned on the flag of France, caused her lilies again to droop beneath the showers of fire poured upon them by the hand of the intrepid Rodney, and as usual placed her laurels on his brow. On his second arrival in the West Indies, where the Bourbon flag had waved for some months under the most favorable aspect, he found both his reinforcements and his vigilance necessary to impede the blow meditated against Jamaica. A powerful Spanish fleet had arrived at Hispaniola, also a large number of land forces, amply supplied with everything necessary to join the Count de Grasse in the designed expedition. Besides these, there was a body of troops at Cuba for the same purpose. End of section 15. Section 16 of History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 3, by Mercy Otis Warren. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mark DeSanzo. History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 3, by Mercy Otis Warren. Chapter 24, Conclusion. Though the island of Jamaica still belonged to the British Crown, it was in no respect prepared for an invasion. The island was naturally strong and defensible, but there were few troops in garrison, and the inhabitants, more attentive to their wealth and pleasure than tenaciously attached to a foreign sovereign of their island, security was their object under whatever authority they held their immense estates, and conquest would have been easy to any power that should guarantee the enjoyment of fortune, luxury, and idleness. When Admiral Rodney arrived, they had little to fear. He was joined by the squadron under the command of Sir Samuel Hood and another commanded by Admiral Drake. Thus the British flag among the islands appeared in a capacity to challenge not only the naval forces of France, but all the maritime powers of Europe. Sir George B. Rodney very nearly and very judiciously endeavored, by various maneuvers, to draw the French admiral into immediate action. This the Count de Grasse was equally industrious to avoid. He was aware that it might defeat the important objects before him, and prevent the capture of the most valuable of the British possessions yet remaining under their jurisdiction. But however reluctant, he was, much against his wishes, obliged first to come to a partial, and within a few days, to a general engagement. This ruined the expectations, the enterprise, and the hopes of the House of Bourbon in this quarter, saved Jamaica from its impending fate, and destroyed a considerable part of the French fleet. The conflict was long, severe, and bloody indeed. The Count de Grasse, the Marquis Vaudreuil, the renowned Bougainville, and many other characters among the Gallic commanders, had never before experienced the mortification of defeat. They fought with the impulse of the brave soldier, the enthusiasm of chivalry, the pride of nobility, and the dignity of the hero, confident of success. The order of their line was, however, broken by the experienced and indefatigable Englishmen, and several of the best of the French ships were either captured, sunk, or blown up. This decisive action began early in the morning and lasted until the evening. The carnage on this occasion, on both sides, was sufficient to shock the boldest heart. The surrender of the admiral's own ship, the Ville de Paris, of 110 guns, completed the triumph of the day. Before the Count de Grasse struck his colors, he had 400 men slain, and scarcely anyone left on deck without a wound. This ship, aimed at as the point of victory by all British whose thunder could reach her, was reduced to a wreck, and on the point of sinking when the admiral surrendered to Sir Samuel Hood at the close of the day of action. The commanders of the other ships in the French navy conducted with equal gallantry, and suffered in equal proportion with the Ville de Paris. The captains of the Centaur, the Glorieux, and the Caesar did themselves immortal honor in the eye of military glory. They kept their stations until most of their men were killed or wounded, their canvas shot away, and their ships reduced to splinters before they submitted. And the lives of many valiant seamen, with some of their bravest officers, was the price of victory to their enemies. On the other side, the loss of many valiant men and distinguished officers spread a temporary gloom over the face of success. Among the number of gallant Englishmen who fell on this awful day of carnage, no one was more lamented than the commander of the Resolution, Lord Robert Manners, the only son of the Marquis of Granby, whose gallant and noble military exploits have perpetuated his fame. Nor did his son fall short of his merit, or in any respect disgrace the memory of his heroic father. After the surrender of the Count de Grasse, which terminated the action, he was received on board a British ship with the highest marks of respect, and uniformly treated with every attention due to his distinguished character. The commanders Bougainville and Vaudreuil conducted the remainder of the fleet which escaped capture or sinking to Cape Francois, and Admiral Rodney, with his wounded ships and numerous prizes, repaired to Jamaica to refit and to secure that island from any further danger of attack, either from France or Spain. The Count de Grasse was immediately conveyed to England in the Sandwich of 90 guns, commanded by Sir Peter Parker, who had the honor of delivering this noble prisoner on the shores which had long dreaded his prowess. The reception of the unfortunate French commander at the court of Great Britain by His Majesty, by the royal family, and by all ranks, was in the highest degree respectful. His own sword, which, according to form, had been delivered to Sir George Bridges Rodney, was returned to his hand by the king himself. Apartments were provided for him in the Royal Hotel, and during his short residence in England nothing was neglected that could in any degree ameliorate the mortification of a mind inured to victory, and amidst expectations of conquest reduced to a state of captivity. All that a most sumptuous elegance and hospitality could invent was displayed, to express the general esteem of the first characters in the nation, and the high sense entertained by every class of people of the magnanimity, merits, and misfortunes of the brave and noble commander of the French navy. He indeed needed consolations superior to the efforts of politeness and humanity. He was sensible that his court was disgusted, and his nation chagrined beyond description at the disappointment of their projects, the loss of the Ville de Paris, and the destruction of other capital ships. The wound given to national pride appeared in the countenance of every Frenchman on this unexpected degradation of the Bourbon flag. The Ville de Paris in the Thames was mentioned with a shrug of contempt by everyone, and a subscription was set on foot among the Parisians for another ship of the same name, size, and weight of metal to be immediately built. Public opinion had its usual operation on military character, which seldom escapes untarnished when not accompanied by success. Thus, while the Count de Grasse was oppressed by public considerations, and the odium mankind are prone to attach to misfortune, his feelings were hurt by the personal sufferings of himself and his family, and the imagined depreciation of fame. And in addition to the fear of a sinking reputation, the death of a favorite son completed the climax of his afflictions. This amiable and promising young gentleman, unable to bear the reverse of fortune, the reproaches, however unjust, which he feared might fall upon his father, and the incalculable consequences to his family that might take place in a despotic court from the present misfortune, put a period to his own existence by a pistol ball soon after the tidings of his father's defeat. Footnote: the writer had the above account verbally of the death of the son of the Count de Grasse from a gentleman then in Paris. Thus merit languished in captivity, assailed by private sorrows, apprehensive of public censure, and uncertain of the duration of his confinement or the grade of punishment that might be inflicted by his king. He very well knew that in an arbitrary court, death or the Bastille might cover his head forever for the failure of achievements impracticable by the valor of man. Meanwhile, the rival of his glory, or rather the conqueror of the noble count, might justly be deemed one of the favorite sons of fortune. Sir George B. Rodney was undoubtedly a brave officer, and his repeated successes in the West Indies greatly augmented his military fame. But for his cruelty and his avarice the preceding year, he was justly and severely censured by every virtuous man in the nation. His accumulation of property in the plunder of the Dutch and French islands was thought abundantly sufficient to have satisfied the grasping hand of avarice, without the extreme of rapacity exercised toward every individual of the conquered plantations. Though in the midst of inquiry into his conduct he had again been sent out on the most honorable command, his cruelty on the capture of St. Eustatia was not forgotten in his absence. His injustice toward Messieurs Hohen, Cousin, Gouvernier, and others was brought forward and criminated in the most pointed language. A scrutiny was again called for in the House of Commons, his reputation impeached, and a supersedure of his command directed. But at the critical moment when his destruction was ripening, the news of his splendid and decided victory over so respectable a part of the French navy hushed at once the voice of clamor and even of justice. The suffering islanders were forgotten in the exultation of national glory. His friends were emboldened, his enemies silenced, his interest re-established, and instead of a rigid censure for former transactions, he received the thanks of Parliament for his services. This was accompanied by the acclamations of the people and the applauses of the nation for his victory over their hereditary enemies, a victory that secured to Great Britain her insular possessions, checked the pride of the House of Bourbon, and was felt with no small degree of mortification by the American states. The smiles of the court and the favor of the king lifted him to rank, and on his return he was by his sovereign created a peer of the realm of England. To this dignity was added a pension of £2,000 sterling per annum during his own life and the lives of the two next successors to the title of Lord Rodney. The maritime spirit of Britain has always been encouraged and kept up by the munificent rewards of royal bounty to all who signalize themselves by their naval prowess. This encourages the nobility to place their sons in the navy at an early period of life as the road to preferment. The service was always deemed honorable, and the interests and the feelings of the first families in the nation were engaged to support the respectability of marine employ. This, with many other combining circumstances, has contributed to the strength, glory, and terror of the British Navy, and raised it to a pitch of elevation and fame scarcely paralleled in any nation, either ancient or modern. But the time may arrive when the haughty superiority of her fleets may be checked, and their power and aggressions be restrained, by a combination formed on principles of justice and humanity among all the nations that Britain has insulted and invaded under the domination of her proud flag. She may feel an irresistible opposition, an opposition that may redound to the advantage of commerce, the peace of mankind, and the prevention of that wanton waste of human life that has cemented her strength and at once rendered Great Britain respected and dreaded, envied and perhaps in a degree hated by all the nations, who were sometimes ready to apprehend that the axiom formed in Greece about 3,000 years ago, that the nation that is master at sea will become master on the continent, might be realized in modern Europe. End of chapter 24.
Section 17 of History, the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 3, by Mercy Otis Warren. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History, the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 3, by Mercy Otis Warren. Chapter 25, Part 1. Continuation of Naval Encounters. Affair of Count Byland. Sir Hyde Parker and Admiral Zoidman. Commodore Johnstone ordered to the Cape of Good Hope. Admiral Kempenfeld. Loss of the Royal George. Baron de Roulencourt's expedition to the Isle of Jersey. Capture of Minorca. Gibraltar again besieged, defended, and relieved. Mr. Adams' negotiation with the Dutch provinces. While the active and interesting scenes in the West Indies, related in the preceding pages, commanded the attention of America and deranged the systems of France, other objects of importance by sea as well as by land equally occupied the arms, the industry, and the energies of the European powers, and equally affected the great cause of freedom and the entire independence of the United States. The French Navy had indeed suffered much in the West Indies, and the Batavians there were nearly ruined by the unexpected operations of war. Yet the Dutch flag still waved with honor over the ocean, and in several instances maintained the courage, the character, and the glory won by their Van Tromps, de Ruiters, and other naval heroes distinguished in their history. They had been called out to try their strength on the ocean by the open hostilities of Britain in consequence of a declaration by the king, which relieved them from a state of suspense. This declaration, dated April the 17th, 1780, annihilated all former treaties of neutrality, friendship, or connection, and suspended all stipulations respecting the freedom of navigation and commerce in time of war, with the subjects of the States General. A few weeks previous to the date of this declaration of war, the government of Great Britain had exercised its assumed right of searching the vessels of all nations for contraband goods. This presumptuous right they had, for many years, arrogated to themselves, though no other nation had acceded to the claim. Yet it had been submitted to from want of power sufficient for an effectual opposition, while all considered it an infringement on the free trade of nations. They could not be justified by the laws of equity. A number of Dutch merchantmen, laden with timber and naval stores for the use of France, had taken the advantage of sailing under the protection of Count Byland, who, with a small fleet of men of war and frigates, was to escort a convoy to the Mediterranean. In consequence of this intelligence, the English government sent out a squadron of armed ships under the command of Captain Fielding in pursuit of them, with a commission to search, seize, and make prizes of any of the Dutch ships that might have on board articles deemed contraband goods according to the construction of the British laws of trade. The Dutch refused to submit to the humiliating orders, notwithstanding which Fielding dispatched a number of boats to execute the business. These were fired upon by the Dutchmen, on which Captain Fielding fired a shot across the head of the Dutch admiral's ship, who returned a broadside. This salute was answered in a manner that might have been expected from a British naval commander, and several shot were exchanged. But Count Byland, though sensible that he was in force sufficient for severe action that might ensue, from the humane idea of saving the lives of his men, thought proper to strike his colors and surrender to the English. In the meantime, most of the convoy, under cover of the night, made their escape into some of the ports of France. The remainder were detained, and the Dutch admiral informed that he was at liberty to hoist his colors and pursue his voyage. He refused to leave any part of his convoy, but hoisted his colors and sailed with them to Spithead, where he continued until he received fresh instructions from his masters. This affair enkindled much resentment in the bosoms of the Hollanders, who considered an attempt to search their ships as an act of unwarrantable insolence. This, with many other concurring circumstances which then existed, had ripened their minds for the open rupture which soon after took place between the English and Dutch governments. Many feats of maritime bravery were exhibited on the ocean. During the existing war between the two nations, the most signal event of the kind in the European seas the same year was an action which took place between Admiral Soytman, commander of the Dutch fleet, and Sir Hyde Parker, who commanded a British squadron of superior force. They met near a place called the Dogger Bank, as Admiral Parker was returning from Elsinore with a large convoy. An engagement immediately took place. Equal valor and prowess animated the officers on each side, and equal fury and bravery stimulated the sailors. An action bloody indeed was kept up for 3 or 4 hours, but without either allowing the honor of victory to his antagonist. After a short pause within a little distance from each other, they withdrew to their native shores. Admiral Zoutman was honored, caressed, promoted, and happy in the applauses of his countrymen, while Admiral Parker returned chagrined and disgusted. He indeed received the approbation, and was honored with a visit from the king, and an invitation to dine with him on board the royal yacht. But he refused the honor of knighthood His Majesty was about to confer on him, complained heavily that he had not been properly supported, and attributed the escape of any part of the Dutch fleet to the negligence of the Admiralty. Notwithstanding the renown of the British Navy, the nation had little to boast from the termination of several marine adventures through the course of the present year. Their fleets had fallen under some disappointments and disasters, which heightened the clamor against the Admiralty officers and increased the discontent of the nation. Commodore Johnstone, with a handsome squadron, had been ordered to sail for and take possession of the Cape of Good Hope. Had he succeeded, his next enterprise was designed to surprise Buenos Aires and sweep the Spanish settlements on Rio de la Plata in South America. But he was attacked by Monsieur de Suffren, who intercepted him near the Cape de Verde Islands. Johnstone was found rather in an unguarded situation. A considerable number of the officers and men were on shore at the island of San Diego in pursuit of health and pleasure, and many of the crews of all the ships were absent, employed either in hunting, fishing, or plundering cattle from the islands. Signals for repairing on board were made, and an action immediately ensued, but it did not redound to the honor of the British commander. After suffering much in the engagement and his original design totally defeated, he returned homewards with the small reparation of his ill fortune by the capture of a few Dutch East India ships, which were at anchor in the Bay of Saldanha. The brave Admiral Kempenfeldt was not much more fortunate in an interview with the French fleet, which he met with in the winter, 1781. This squadron, commanded by Monsieur Guichon, was unexpectedly to him so much superior to his own that Admiral Kempenfeldt did not think it prudent to engage. He, however, captured a number of transports laden with all the implements of war, and upwards of 1,000 French soldiers and sailors designed for the West Indies. Success so inadequate to expectation was the occasion of much uneasiness and censure in the nation. The First Lord of the Admiralty was charged with negligence and incapacity in conducting the maritime affairs of England. The magnitude of the object and the strength of the combined foes of Great Britain required the first abilities, penetration, and industry, neither of which adorned the character of Lord Sandwich, the first minister in the naval department. But the great Admiral Kempenfeldt lived but a short space after his late disappointment, either to reap the applauses or to fear the censures that arose from the fortuitous and natural events of time. His ship, the Royal George, of 108 guns, required a slight repair before he proceeded as was designed to join the fleet before Gibraltar. For this purpose, the ship a little on the careen, the weather fine and no danger to be apprehended, a great crowd of persons of both sexes were on board, to visit and take leave of their husbands, brothers, and friends, when a sudden, small gust of wind struck the ship and carried her instantly down. In this unfortunate moment perished near 1,000 persons, among whom was the respected Admiral himself, who had scarcely time to rise from his writing desk after the alarm, before he met his watery grave. A few of the guards and most of the men who happened to be on the upper deck were picked up by boats and saved from sharing the melancholy catastrophe of their associates. No man could have been more justly and universally lamented than Admiral Kempenfeldt. Far advanced in years, he had retained a character unimpeached in his professional line, nor was he less meritorious in his deportment in private life. The various naval rencounters among the contending powers were too diffuse for the present design, which was meant only as a sketch of a few of the most important events, in order to give a general idea of the sources of censure or applause bestowed on the principal actors, and may also elucidate the causes of that weight of opprobrium which fell on the Admiralty Department in England at the close of the war. The bravery of many of the British naval commanders was signalized, though existing circumstances so frequently combined to render abortive their valorous exertions. Amidst the many enterprises of this busy period among the nations, it would not be just to pass over the year without recollecting the honor due to a young hero who perished in the gallant defense of the island of Jersey. The unsuccessful attempt made to reduce the place by a number of troops commanded by the Baron de Rolincourt in the year 1780 did not discourage a second enterprise. This first attempt was finally defeated by relief from Admiral Arbuthnot, who was then on his way to America. He had thought proper to stop and lend his assistance to prevent the impending fate of the island. It is true he saved it from falling into the hands of the French at that time, but a very heavy balance of disadvantage was felt in consequence of this delay. The very large reinforcement and the prodigious number of transports and merchantmen under his convoy, thus retarded, operated among other causes to prevent timely succors to Lord Cornwallis, of which he stood in the utmost necessity in Virginia. On the 6th of January 1781, the Baron de Rolincourt made a second effort to recover the island of Jersey. The design was so secret and the attack so sudden that the outguards were surprised and the avenues to the town of St. Helena seized, while the inhabitants lay in perfect security. In the morning of the 7th, in the utmost dismay, they found themselves in the hands of their enemies. Major Corbett, the lieutenant governor, received the first intelligence that the French troops were in possession of the town from his own servant before he had risen from his bed. He was in a few minutes after surrounded and taken prisoner, and by the peremptory demand of the Baron de Rolincourt, he was so far intimidated as to sign a capitulation in behalf of the town, and issued orders that his officers on their several stations should do the same. A few of them obeyed, but Captain Pearson, a brave young officer of only 25 years of age, assembled the militia of the island, and with a party of British troops withdrew to the neighboring heights, on which the French commander, agreeably to the articles of capitulation, summoned him to surrender. Instead of a compliance, he, with the utmost intrepidity, advertised the Baron de Rolincourt that unless he and his troops laid down their arms and surrendered within 24 minutes, he should attack them in their post. At the expiration of this short time, Captain Pearson, agreeably to his threat, proceeded to the desperate enterprise. This was done with such vigor and success that the French were driven to a decided action. The Baron de Rolincourt was mortally wounded, and within half an hour from the commencement of the engagement, the French troops were totally routed, and Major Corbett, who was kept as a forlorn hope by the side of their commander until Rolincourt fell, was urged by the French troops to resume his command and permit them to surrender as prisoners of war. End of section 17. Section 18 of History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 3, by Mercy Otis Warren. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 3, by Mercy Otis Warren. Chapter 25, Part 2. But the valiant Pearson did not live to enjoy the fruits of this splendid action, or the applauses of his country. He was unfortunately shot through the head, almost at the moment victory declared in his favor. The death of this brave young officer, who at so early a period had exhibited such proofs of military genius and capacity, was greatly and justly lamented. On the other hand, the passive Corbett was tried by court-martial, censured, and dismissed from further service, while engravings of the action and the portraits of Captain Pearson were displayed through the nation, accompanied with the highest encomiums on his valor and merit. It has been observed that the Spaniards had never relinquished their design of subduing the strong fortress of Gibraltar, though obliged the last year to suspend it for a time. The reduction of Minorca previous to their progress against Gibraltar was by the Spaniards deemed an object of high importance. The island was invested by an armament under the command of the Duc de Crillon in August 1781, but the conquest was not completed until the 4th of February 1782. Many circumstances peculiarly affecting accompanied the siege and surrender of Fort St. Philip. Shut up by a large armament, surrounded by a heavy train of artillery, commanded by the most able and experienced officers, the garrison was totally unable to make any effectual resistance. They were reduced by an inveterate scurvy that had long prevailed, infested with the pestilential fever, dysentery, and other disorders, without medicine for the sick or food for the healthy. No extreme of misery could exceed theirs before they yielded to the arms of Spain. Yet in this condition of wretchedness, they displayed every mark of valor and fortitude, until the combined circumstances of distress obliged the remnant of British troops, reduced to about 600 old, worn-out, emaciated skeletons, to lay down their arms. This they did with tears of regret and with an exclamation extorted from the pride of valor, that they submitted to God alone. Their appearance and their behavior equally excited the sympathy of the conqueror, and even drew involuntary tears from the victorious soldiers amidst the glory of success. The most compassionate attention was shown to those aged and unfortunate veterans who had been 11 years in garrison by the noble Crillon, who directed everything necessary to be provided for the relief of the sick, and ample supplies of provision and clothing were furnished by him for the naked troops who still retained a degree of health. We now leave events of less observation and notoriety to pursue the termination of the interesting siege of Gibraltar. In the beginning of the autumn of the present year, all the powers of invention were called forth to bring into action the most ingenious and fatal means of destruction, and the most glorious display of European valor was exhibited before the impregnable fortress of Gibraltar that perhaps any age had beheld. Battering ships of formidable size and fireworks of the most curious construction awakened attention in all. The fierce sons of Ishmael, whose hands are against every man and every man's hand against them, at this time held their hostile arms suspended, and only viewed the work of carnage among the tributary nations near their own coasts. Footnote: it may be properly asked, whenever the mind adverts to the situation and circumstances of the Barbary states, how long the European world will submit to their lawless depredations. It is a strange phenomenon in human affairs that the nation should so long have been kept in awe by their corsairs, and be compelled from time to time to purchase a temporary peace by becoming tributary to a people so much inferior to themselves, in manners, in arts, in arms, and in everything that aggrandizes the powers of the earth. End of footnote. As they took no part in the conflict, the barbarian shores of Africa were covered with spectators to view the frightful engines and the awful play of the artillery of death. The Duc de Crillon was vested with the chief command of the mighty armament destined for the reduction of this proud fortress that thundered defiance to all the neighboring nations. Minorca reduced, and some other impediments surmounted, the Duke, in conjunction with some of the first naval commanders in Europe, opened the formidable onset about the 10th of September. He was an officer equally distinguished for his politeness and his bravery. The last was conspicuously displayed from the beginning to the termination of this awful enterprise, and a signal instance of the first appeared when he sent a supply of vegetables and other delicacies for the table of General Elliot, while the garrison was almost without the smallest means of subsistence. This present was accompanied with the highest expressions of personal regards for the British commander. The Duc de Crillon assured him that he cherished a hope of meriting and meeting his future friendship after he had learned to make himself worthy of that honor by facing him as an enemy. General Elliot replied with equal gallantry that however he felt himself obliged by those tenders of politeness and generosity, yet as long as his brave troops suffered and patiently endured a scarcity of provisions, he should accept nothing for himself. That is, he was determined to participate in common with the lowest of his fellow soldiers every hardship they might suffer, He must of consequence be excused from the acceptance of any future favor. The Count d'Artois, a brother of the king and many other princes of the blood of France, in the royal house of Spain were in the action before Gibraltar, an action that surpassed the descriptive pen of the historian or the poet, to do ample justice to the display of military skill in both parties, to the magnificence of design, the intrepidity of execution, and the grandeur of the scene, and the valor and magnanimity of both officers and soldiers. 6,000 cannon shot, and upwards of 1,000 shells were discharged on one side every 24 hours, while an equal scale of vigor was kept up by the unceasing blaze of the other, until several of the best ships of the assailants were blown up, others enwrapped in a torrent of fire, and reduced to such a scene of misery and distress as excited not only the pity, but the boldest exertions of the valiant English, in several instances, to snatch their enemies from destruction and death. The intrepid Captain Curtis, at the head of a brigade of Marines, and at the hazard of his own life and the lives of his associates, dragged many men on the point of perishing from the burning ships of the combined fleet. The Spanish Admiral Don Marino abandoned his ship at the moment before she was blown up. A number of ships, both of France and Spain, were reduced to the same distressed condition. A severe storm increased the catastrophe of the Navy, but every compassionate mind will be willing to abridge a particular detail of such a period of horror, a period which portrayed images that seemed to require a solemn pause, rather than a further dilation on the wretchedness of so many of our fellow mortals. Lord Howe's arrival toward the termination of this tremendous scene, with a force sufficient for the entire relief of the besieged, completely defeated the hopes of the House of Bourbon of obtaining the long-contemplated object. Thus, this strong fortress of which the English had been in possession for the Treaty of Utrecht in 1731 was again left to the triumph of the British nation. Its impregnable strength had often defied the hostilities and was now likely to continue the envy of the neighboring nations. The memory of Elliot and Boyd, the two principal officers who sustained this long and perilous siege, will be immortalized. They, with unexampled fortitude, endured the miseries of fatigue and famine, until worn down by the first, and on the point of perishing by the last. With skill, bravery, and resolution unparalleled in modern story, they drove back the formidable invaders, blasted the expectations of their enemies, and obtained the most signal victory when all Europe had denounced the fall of Gibraltar. It was about the middle of October when Lord Howe arrived, with everything necessary for the relief of the distressed garrison. This extinguished all remains of hope that might have been indulged in the breast of some individuals among the commanders of the combined fleet, already too much wounded and shattered for exertions of any kind. It is true, a feint was made for an engagement with the British fleet by Don de Cordova on the part of Spain and Monsieur de Guichen, the French admiral, but they soon discovered themselves willing to retire without any decisive operations. The greatest part of the squadron took the first favorable opportunity to sheer off, and repaired with all possible expedition to Cadiz. Let us now rest a little from the roar of cannon, and the dread sound of bombardment, thunder, and death, those horrid interpreters of the hostile dispositions of man, and listen to the milder voice of negotiation. This often assimilates or unites nations by more rational, humane discussions than the implements of slaughter and destruction produce, and political altercations are frequently terminated before decisions are announced by torrents of fire, spotted by the invention of man, to spread frightful desolation over his own species. The capture of Mr. Lawrence, who had been appointed to negotiate with the Dutch provinces, and the steps taken to effect a treaty of amity and commerce between the United States of America and the inhabitants of the Netherlands, have already been related. Also, the manner by which his packages were recovered by an adventurous sailor. In this deposit was found, when presented to the British minister, the form of a treaty of amity and commerce between the Republic of Holland and the United States of America, containing 34 articles. These were indeed obnoxious enough to the court of Great Britain, but it appeared that it had been a very deliberate business. These articles had been examined and weighed by William Lee, Esquire, a commissioner from Congress, then resident in Europe. This had been done by the advice of Van Berkel, councillor and pensionary of the city of Amsterdam, and some other judicious Dutchmen. Thus everything had promised the speedy completion of the treaty between the two republics. Footnote: see copies of these papers found in Mr. Lawrence's trunk in the British Annual Register, 1780, in Journals of Congress, and many other records. End of footnote. In consequence of this discovery, orders were sent to the British minister resident at The Hague, which were acted upon by him with energy and fidelity. Sir Joseph York complained and memorialized to the States General on the nature and form of the designed treaty. He also expatiated on the conduct of many of the principal characters in the several united provinces, and on the treacherous and dangerous nature and tendency to Great Britain of several other papers and letters found among Mr. Lawrence's dispatches. He repeated his complaints of the countenance and protection given by their high mightinesses to the piratical Paul Jones while lying in the Texel, and recapitulated other circumstances of their conduct which had given offense to his nation, and intimated that he expected within 3 weeks from the date of his memorial some decided answer would be given relative to the succors reclaimed 8 months before. Otherwise, His Majesty would look upon their conduct as breaking off the alliance on the part of their high mightinesses, and would not in future consider the United Provinces in any other light than on a footing with other neutral powers, unprivileged by treaty. But the minister obtained little satisfaction from the reply of their high mightinesses, or the deportment of the Hollanders. The sum of their short reply was that their high mightinesses were very desirous to coincide with the wishes of the King of England, that they could give no positive answer to his memorial, as it was impossible to return an answer in the short term of 3 weeks. They observed that the memorial must be deliberated upon by the several provinces and their resolutions waited for, that they were persuaded His Majesty would not wish rigorously to adhere to the aforementioned time. They waived the business by observing further that their high mightinesses might be able to conclude upon an answer in a manner conformable to the Constitution of the Republic, in which they had no right to make any alteration, and promised to accelerate the deliberations upon that head as much as possible. End of section 18. Section 19 of History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 3, by Mercy Otis Warren. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 3, by Mercy Otis Warren. Chapter 25. Part 3. The final result, however, was that within a short time the vengeance of Britain was denounced against the Hollanders by an explicit declaration of war. This in some measure relieved the Batavian provinces from the constrained attitude in which they had for some time stood between Great Britain and the United States of America. But no treaty of alliance, amity, and commerce was settled between the two republics until it was effected by the negotiation of Mr. Adams, who was appointed by Congress and repaired to The Hague immediately after the unfortunate capture of Mr. Lawrence. But the business of his mission was not completed until the present year. On Mr. Adams's arrival in Holland, he found everything in a happy train for negotiation, the people well disposed, and many of the most distinguished characters zealous for a treaty with the American states without any farther delay. Perhaps no man was better qualified to treat with the Batavians than Mr. Adams. His manners and habits were much more assimilated to the Dutch than to the French nation. He rendered himself acceptable to them by associating much with the common classes, by which he penetrated their views. Yet he made himself acquainted with the first literary characters among the citizens. He took lodgings at Amsterdam for several months at the house of Mr. Dumas, a man of some mercantile interest, considerable commercial knowledge, not acquainted with manners or letters, but much attached to the Americans from the general predilection of Dutchmen in favor of republicanism. Though this was the disposition of most of the inhabitants of the United Provinces, yet, as has been observed, there was a party attached to the stadtholder and to the measures of the British cabinet that hung as a dead weight on the wishes of the generality of their countrymen, and for a time retarded the business of the American plenipotentiary. Vigilant himself and urged by men of the best information in the Batavian provinces, Mr. Adams, soon after his arrival in Holland, presented a long memorial to the States General. In this he sketched some general ideas of the principles and the grounds of the Declaration of Independence, and the unanimity with which it was received and supported by all the 13 United Colonies in America. He vindicated the American claim to independence in a very handsome manner, and represented it as the interest of all the powers of Europe, and more particularly of the United Provinces of the Netherlands, to support and maintain that claim. He pointed out the natural and political grounds of a commercial connection between America and Holland, reminding them of the similarity of their religious and political principles, of their long and arduous struggles to secure their rights, of the sufferings of their ancestors to establish their privileges on principles which their sons could never derelict. In short, he urged in the memorial every reason for an alliance, with clearness, precision, and strength of argument. He observed that principles founded in eternal justice and the laws of God and nature both dictated to them to cut in sunder all ties which had connected them with Great Britain. Before Mr. Adams presented this memorial, he had been indefatigable in his endeavors to cherish the attachment already felt by individual characters toward the cause of America, and to strengthen the favorable opinion that most of the Dutch provinces had adopted before his arrival in Holland. He had, at the request of a private gentleman, given him in a series of letters a general idea of the situation of America before and at the present period. Footnote: Dr. Calcone, an eminent civilian of the city of Amsterdam. End of footnote. He drew a portrait of her temper, her manners, her views, and her deportment. He stated the universal alienation and aversion to Great Britain that prevailed throughout the United States, their ability to endure the protraction of the war, and observed on the small proportion of people that still adhered to the royal cause. He gave a concise statement of the public debt, the resources and population of America, and asserted that they could boast a multitude of characters of equal ability to support the American cause, either in the field or in Congress, on the supposable circumstance that any of the officers of the one or the other should be corrupted by British gold. In one of these letters he observed that they considered themselves not only contending for the purest principles of liberty, civil and religious, but against the greatest evils that any country ever suffered. For they knew if they were deceived by England to break their union among themselves and their faith with their allies, they would ever after be in the power of England, who would bring them into the most abject submission to the government of a parliament the most corrupted in the world, in which they would have no voice or influence at 3,000 miles distance. In another letter to the same gentleman he affirms that nothing short of an entire alteration of sentiment in the whole body of the people can make any material change in the counsels of conduct of the United States, and that Great Britain had not power or art enough to change essentially the temper, the feelings, and the opinions of between 3 and 4 millions of people, and at 3,000 miles distant, supported as they are by powerful allies, that the people in America were too enlightened to be deceived in any great plan of policy. They understood the principles and nature of government too well to be imposed on by any proposal short of their object. Footnote: their object then was a free, independent republic, without any approximation to regal authority or monarchic usages. There was then no fighting for rank, titles, and the expensive trappings of nobility. End of footnote. These letters were published and put into the hands of influential characters, and had a powerful effect on the liberal minds of the Batavians, already predisposed to union and friendship with the Americans. No ready reply was made by the States General to the judicious memorial presented by Mr. Adams. In consequence of this delay, petitions, remonstrances, and addresses were presented to their high mightinesses from all the Dutch provinces. In these they urged both the propriety and the policy of receiving a public minister in due form from the United States of America. The deputies to the States General were everywhere instructed to concur in the measure of receiving Mr. Adams as ambassador from the American Congress. Without farther deliberation, they insisted that his letters of credence should be received, and that negotiations should be immediately entered on between him and the high authorities of the United Provinces. Yet still the business lagged heavily. The intrigues of the Duke of Brunswick, the favorite and prime counselor of the stadtholder, and the influence of the British minister were for a time in overbounds for the energy of republican resolves or entreaties. This occasioned great dissatisfaction. A general murmur was heard through the several departments of the Dutch provinces. The measures of the court, and the Duke of Brunswick as the adviser, were attacked from the presses. His dismission as field marshal was urged, and his retirement from Holland insisted on. To him, in conjunction with the designs of England and the subserviency of the stadtholder to the cabinet of Britain, was attributed the derangement of the marine and the mismanagement of all their public affairs. Previous to this, in the Assembly of the States of Gelderland, in November 1781, Robert Jasper van der Capellen, in a very spirited speech, enforced with much precision the necessity of opposing the measures which had created a general discordance through all the provinces of Holland. He observed that a mean condescension, a fawning compliance with the measures of England, ought no longer to prevent us from acknowledging the independence of a republic, which, after our own glorious example, has acquired its freedom by arms and is daily striving to shake off entirely the galling yoke of our common enemy. He said it was his opinion that a treaty of amity between the two republics had been already too long held in suspense, and that it was injuring both nations for their high mightinesses to postpone the reception of the American minister or keep back the negotiation. This was the general spirit of the most distinguished members of the provinces, while Mr. Adams still persevered in every prudent measure to facilitate the object of his mission. He was everywhere cordially received as an American, respected as a Republican, and considered in the light of an ambassador from a new and great nation. Mr. Adams was not indeed honored with a reply to his first memorial, but he was too zealous in the cause of his country to submit long to such an evasive step. Determined to bring on a speedy decision, a short time only elapsed before the American minister, without waiting for a replication to his first, presented a second address to the States General. In this he referred them to his former memorial, and demanded a categorical answer, that he might be able to transmit to the authority under which he acted an account of his negotiation. Footnote: see Mr. Adams's address presented to Van der Sandhovel, President of the States General, January 9, 1782. End of footnote. This second memorial was more effective in promoting the wishes of the Friends of America than any previous step. We have already seen from a variety of circumstances that such was the desire, not only of the mercantile, but of the most of the distinguished and patriotic characters in Holland, to enter into a close alliance with the American states, that it could no longer be postponed without throwing the United Provinces into distraction and confusion that could not easily have been accommodated. The resolute and undaunted deportment of Mr. Adams, concurring with their disposition and with the interest and the views of the United Netherlands, at last accomplished the object of his mission, entirely to his own and to the satisfaction of both republics, though it had been impeded by Great Britain and not encouraged by any other power in Europe. On the 22nd of April, 1782, Mr. Adams was admitted to The Hague, and with the usual ceremonies on such occasions, received his minister plenipotentiary from the United States of America. Articles of alliance and a treaty of amity were signed by both parties, and a loan of money was soon offered by the Dutch, and accepted by Mr. Adams for the use of the United States. This treaty of alliance and friendship between the sister republics of Holland and America was the subject of much triumph to the latter, and not less to the minister who finished the negotiation. Every expression of satisfaction and joy appeared in all classes of inhabitants through the Batavian provinces on the confirmation of their union and alliance with the sister republic. The treaty between their high mightinesses, the States General, and the United States of America contained 29 articles. These were in substance, first, that there should be a firm, indissoluble, and general peace between the United Provinces of the Netherlands and the United States of America, and the citizens, inhabitants of their respective states. The second and third articles stipulated mutually the duties to be paid, and the freedom of trade and navigation, without interruption by either nation, to whatever part of the universe their trade might be extended. The fourth article was principally relative to the rights of commerce, the enjoyment of their own religion, and the rights of decent sepulture to the persons who might die in the territories of their allies. A number of other articles were inserted, which discovered, even in their treaties, the peculiar taste, genius, and apprehensions of republicans. They were in language and expression in several instances very different from the usual style and manner observed between monarchic powers, more tenacious of the obedience of their subjects, while living, than attentive to the preservation of their lives, or to the decent deposit of their ashes when dead. End of section 19. Section 20 of History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 3, by Mercy Otis Warren. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 3, by Mercy Otis Warren. Chapter 25. Conclusion. The other articles contained in this treaty principally related to commercial intercourse between the contending powers. These were of great importance to the Dutch, whose energies were remarkable as a trading nation, nor were they of less consideration to the Americans, whose advantages promised that they might become one of the first commercial powers in the world. The British minister, Sir Joseph Yorke, sent on for the purpose, still zealously endeavored as he had done before, to shake the engagements of the Republic of Holland and draw them off from the interests of the American states. Though the court of Great Britain had been irritated until they had proceeded to the most vigorous and severe measures against the Dutch, yet on the successes of America and the prospect of new acquisitions of strength and dignity from foreign alliances, they had condescended so far as to permit their minister to make proposals of a separate peace with the United States of Holland. These overtures for a separate peace which England had recently made, might probably quicken the measures of the United States of Holland and hasten the completion of the wishes of the Americans. They were rejected with disdain by the honest Republicans, and at this period of amity between the two republics, the American minister boasted in a letter to the author that he should look down with pleasure from the other world on the American flagstaff planted in Holland. The exultation and joy exhibited in the Batavian provinces on signing the treaty between the two republics was more than usually animated and rose to an exhilaration of spirit seldom discovered in such a phlegmatic nation. Among many other instances of the general approbation of the measure, a society of citizens established at Leeuwarden, under the motto of liberty and zeal, presented a medal to the states of Friesland, as the first public body that had explicitly proposed a connection and alliance with the American states. No people on earth were more passionately enamored with liberty, or more obstinate in the defense of freedom, than the inhabitants of Friesland. This is known from their ancient history. They enjoyed their liberty and retained a greater degree of independence than their neighbors, through a long course of years, even from Drufus to Charlemagne, and from Charlemagne down to the present time. They have always been distinguished for their free, independent spirit, for their valor, magnanimity, and bold defense of the liberties of their province. Though a general uneasiness had long prevailed through every part of Holland, the deputies of Friesland had been more explicit than any of the provinces with regard to the pernicious influence of the Duke of Brunswick. They had strongly expressed their discontent in general with respect to public measures, and particularly with those relative to the Navy Department. They had written to the Stadtholder and strongly expressed the universal distrust and discontent respecting the manner in which the affairs of the nation had been conducted, and the consequences they apprehended, which could not fail to be highly prejudicial to public tranquillity. They attributed these disorders to the maladministration of the Duke of Brunswick, requested that he might no longer be permitted to continue either as an actor or adviser in the affairs of Holland, but that His Serene Highness the Stadtholder would cause him to be removed from court immediately. This, however, was not done, nor was there any reason to suppose, notwithstanding he had acceded thereto, that the Stadtholder and such as were attached to his family interest and to the schemes and projects of the Duke of Brunswick were well pleased with the alliance between the United States of America and the Batavian provinces. Subsequent transactions evinced this to the conviction of everyone. But notwithstanding the secret chagrin which might pervade his or the mind of any other individual, the great body of a nation that had for near a century discovered an enthusiastic attachment to liberty, and who had surmounted inexpressible sufferings to maintain it, did not suppress the most lively demonstrations of general satisfaction on the happy event. The medal above mentioned, presented by the Society of Leeuwarden to the states of Friesland, was expressive of the general sentiment of the nation as well as of their own alienation from England and their attachment to America. On one side of it, dedicated by the Society of Liberty and Zeal, was represented a Frisian, dressed according to their ancient characteristic custom, holding out his right hand to a North American, in token of friendship and brotherly love, while with the left he rejects a separate peace which England offers him. There had been dissensions in Holland which had existed a number of years previous to the present period. The people had been divided between an aristocratic and a republican party, the one influenced by their attachment to the Stadtholder, the other had cooperated with the interests of France. In the midst of the animosities occasioned by the dissensions of these two parties, a third arose of a still more important nature, which embraced a system more free than had yet existed in the Republic of Holland. This gave rise to the observations in a work of celebrity that, animated by the example of North America and by that spirit of liberty and independence which has lately diffused itself in the world in favor of democracy, The language of pure republicanism has been held by its citizens. They have publicly talked of choosing delegates and asserting the rights of nature. Their merchants and manufacturers have taken to the use of arms and are daily improving themselves in military discipline. To judge from the auspicious contagion that has been caught from the revolution in America, we should be almost ready to say, one more such revolution would give freedom to the world. The prevalence of this spirit in the Batavian provinces rendered the work of negotiation less arduous for the American ambassador. Yet while in Holland, Mr. Adams was in no point deficient in vigilance, nor did he neglect to fan the Republican zeal by every argument in favor of civil liberty, of the equal rights of man, and of a Republican form of government during his residence in the Low Countries. His satisfaction at the successful termination of his mission was evinced both in his public conduct and in the private effusions of his pen. In his diplomatic character, Mr. Adams had never enjoyed himself so well as while residing in the Dutch Republic. Regular in his morals and reserved in his temper, he appeared rather gloomy in a circle, but he was sensible, shrewd, and sarcastic among private friends. His genius was not altogether calculated for a court life, amidst the conviviality and gaiety of Parisian taste. In France he was never happy, not beloved by his venerable colleague, Dr. Franklin, thwarted by the minister, the Count de Vergennes, and ridiculed by the fashionable and polite, as deficient in the je ne sais quoi, so necessary in highly polished society. Viewed with jealousy by the court and hated by courtiers, for the perseverance, frigidity, and warmth blended in his deportment. He there did little of consequence until the important period when, in conjunction with Dr. Franklin and Mr. J., a treaty of peace was negotiated between Great Britain and the United States of America. Soon after the present period, Mr. Adams was summoned from The Hague by order of the American Congress, directed to repair to Paris and assist in the important work of negotiating a peace between Great Britain and her former colonies, now a confederated and independent nation. In this business he acquitted himself with equal firmness and equally to the satisfaction and approbation of his country, as he had before done in Holland. His reputation was enhanced among his countrymen, and his popularity kept up for a number of years, after the honorable part he had acted as a diplomatic character in his treaty with Holland, and as a firm and zealous friend to the interest of his country, through the negotiations for peace with his colleagues in France. The loan of money obtained from Holland by the address of Mr. Adams was a great relief to the United States. This was at a crisis when their resources were drained by a long, expensive war, and a paper substitute for specie had ceased to be of any further utility. He had so handsomely anticipated the future resources of America, and contrasted the immense public debt of Great Britain with the comparatively small expenditures for national purposes in America, that not only the Dutch government conceded willingly to the propriety of assisting the United States by the advance of moneys, but the affluent merchants and others in possession of vast private property in that rich commercial country offered, with the utmost alacrity, some handsome loans to assist and facilitate the freedom and growth of a young sister republic, from whom they expected to derive the greatest commercial advantages when war should cease and her independence was universally acknowledged. Mr. Adams' opinion at this early period seemed to favor the idea that America would be capable of bearing taxes to an immense amount in future, though this was a burden of which they had comparatively little experience. He observed that the people in America had not yet been disciplined to such enormous taxation as in England, but that they were capable of bearing as great taxes in proportion as the English, and if the English forced them to it by continuing the war, they will reconcile themselves to it. But it might have been observed that it would require a great number of years and many contingent events to reconcile the inhabitants of the United States to the taxing of houses, lands, hearths, window lights, and all the convenience of self-life, as in England. Not the necessity of extricating themselves from old foreign debts, or newly contracted expenses for exigencies or projects, which they considered unnecessary in a republican government, could suddenly lead a people generally to acquiesce in measures to which they had heretofore been strangers. The artificial creation of expenses by those who deem a public debt a public blessing will easily suggest plausible pretenses for taxation until every class is burdened to the utmost stretch of forbearance, and the great body of the people reduced to penury and slavery. It does not always redound to the benefit of younger states and less affluent nations to become indebted to foreigners for large sums of money. But without this assistance from several of the European powers, it would have been impossible for the United States, under their complicated inconveniences and embarrassments, to have resisted so long the opulent and powerful nation of Britain. America was necessitated to borrow money abroad to support her credit at home, and had not the Dutch loan been obtained, it is impossible to calculate what would have been the consequences to the United States, who had not at this period even the weak support of an artificial medium, while their armies were unpaid and their soldiers on the point of mutiny for the want of immediate subsistence. His countrymen thought themselves highly indebted to Mr. Adams for procuring this timely supply of cash, as well as for so ably negotiating a treaty of amity and commerce. It gave a new spring to all their exertions, which had for some time lagged heavily for want of the necessary sinews for the protraction of war, or for enterprise in any other line of business. End of section 20. Section 21 of History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 3, by Mercy Otis Warren. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 3, by Mercy Otis Warren. Chapter 26, Part 1. General uneasiness with ministerial measures in England, Scotland, and Ireland. Loud complaints against the Board of Admiralty. Sir Hyde Parker resigns his commission. Motion for an address for peace by General Conway. Resignation of Lord George Germain. Created a peer of the realm. Lord North resigns. Some traits of his character. Petition of the City of London for peace. Coalition of parties. A new ministry. Death and character of the Marquis of Rockingham. Lord Shelburne's administration. Negotiations for peace. Provisional articles signed. Temper of the Loyalists. Execution of Captain Huddy. Consequent imprisonment of Captain Asgill. Asgill's release. While new alliances were negotiating between the Americans and several European powers, and the importance of the United States was appreciating in the scale of nations, the councils of Britain were confused, and the Parliament and the nation split into parties. The American War was become very unpopular in England, and discontents prevailed in all parts of the empire. Many of the favorites of the present reign had been taken from beyond the wall of Hadrian. Yet there was a growing dissatisfaction with all the measures of administration, and a prevailing discontent and uneasiness through the Scotch nation. But this was owing more to some religious dissensions than from any liberal or enlarged views of political liberty among the class of people loudest in complaint. Footnote: no national reflection is here designed. It is very immaterial, as observed by the great Lord Chatham, whether a man was rocked in his cradle on one side of the Tweed or the other. The writer of these pages has the highest respect for the distinguished literary characters that adorn the Scotch nation. Their strength of genius and profound investigations in philosophic, political, theological, and historic compositions are at least on an equal scale of ability with any of the learned luminaries of the law or any other science, near the splendid beams of monarchy, and when called to distinguished office, they have, perhaps with some few exceptions, discharged their public functions with equal honor, capacity, and integrity. End of footnote. Yet much less was to be apprehended from the discontents in Scotland than from those of the oppressed Irish, driven nearly to the point of revolt. They had long and justly murmured at the high-handed measures of the Parliament of England, and the degraded and inferior rank in which they were viewed at the court of St. James. The late restrictions on their commerce, a recent embargo for 3 years on their staple export, the inhibitions, the disqualifications and frequent severe penalties laid on the great body of the Roman Catholic inhabitants, with a long list of other grievances that might be enumerated, they considered as marks of national contempt and a sacrifice of the interest of Ireland to favor the avarice of British contractors, speculators, and pensioners. They were sensible that no means were neglected to rivet the chains in which they were held by the prejudices of Englishmen, with regard to their commerce, their police, and their religious opinions. Their resentment did not evaporate in unmeaning and inactive complaint. They entered into combinations against the use and purchase of British manufactures and prohibited their importation into Ireland under very heavy penalties. Measures for defense and military associations were everywhere adopted. This they justified from the apprehension of foreign invasion and the extraordinary weakness of the state, in consequence of drawing off the troops for active service in America, which had usually been stationed in Ireland for the defense of that kingdom. The Irish volunteers who assembled in arms on this occasion soon amounted to nearly 60,000 men, and daily increased in number and strength. These were not composed merely of the middling or lower classes of people. Men of fortune and character were seen in the ranks, and even many of the nobility appeared to encourage these associations. This armament was very alarming to Great Britain, but it could not be suppressed. The inhabitants of Ireland were bold and undaunted, and, encouraged by the example of America, they strenuously supported their rights and made use of the same arguments against a standing army in time of peace, which had been urged in the assemblies and congresses of the colonies. They resolutely refused to submit longer to such unconstitutional and dangerous measures, resisted the Mutiny Act, denied its validity, and opposed and prevented the magistrates in making provision for the remnant of the king's troops still left in the country. One of their patriots of name and ability asserted that the act was dangerous and unconstitutional, that the Mutiny Bill, or martial law methodized, was not only different from, but directly opposite to, the common law of the land. It set aside trial by jury, departed from her principles of evidence, declined her ordinary tribunals of justice, and in their place established a summary proceeding, arbitrary crimes, arbitrary punishments, a secret sentence, and a sudden execution. The determinations of the Irish to recover their freedom and maintain their native rights were represented in the most eloquent strains of rhetoric. The strong and pointed language was dictated by the heart, approved by the judgment, and expressed in the periods of the best orators. The names of many well-informed Irish gentlemen were distinguished and will be handed down on the conspicuous list, both for the brilliancy of their epithets and their strength of reasoning. Among these, the celebrated Mr. Grattan was marked for his superior eloquence, learning, patriotism, and other virtues. The talents of Mr. Flood and others were called forth, and by the energies and exertions of those patriotic leaders, they obtained some amelioration of the burdens complained of. Thus, by the decided spirit of many eminent characters in the nation, the British Parliament was induced to take some steps that produced a temporary quiet in Ireland. More lenity was shown toward the Roman Catholics, and some other small indulgencies granted, but nothing sufficient to restore lasting tranquility to the country. While the sister kingdoms were thus restless and dissatisfied, a general uneasiness discovered itself throughout England on the disappointment of their naval operations. After the affair on the Dogger Banks, Sir Hyde Parker thought he had been so far unsupported that his honor impelled him to resign. The neglect of proper support to the Worthing Kempenfeld and other brave naval commanders was highly censured throughout the kingdom. Mr. Fox brought a number of direct and explicit charges against the Board of Admiralty. First, in suffering the Count de Grasse to sail to the West Indies without an effort to intercept him. Secondly, the loss of the St. Eustatia convoy, when near 60 sail of British ships with much property and many prisoners were sent into Cadiz by Don Louis de Cordova, who commanded the combined fleet of France and Spain at the time. The engagement with Admiral Zoitman, the failure of Admiral Kempenfeld to cut off the Count de Grisson, and several other disappointments in the naval line were all attributed to the same cause, negligence and incapacity in the First Lord of the Admiralty. An address to the King was proposed that the Earl of Sandwich should be removed from His Majesty's councils forever. His character was universally vilified in England. A writer in that country may have delineated it more exactly than can be expected from anyone at a distance. He observes that future historians may do justice to his moral character, but that in so barren a wilderness it would be happy if one solitary virtue could enliven the prospect, but as destitute of feelings as of principle, amidst the copious crop of vices which overwhelmed his whole character. Not even that of cowardice was wanting, to move contempt as well as detestation, and strange it is that though his sentiments with regard to both natural and revealed religion were well known, yet so timid was his nature that he never dared to be alone. After these general traits, we cannot wonder that he was in his political life the decided enemy of his country, and the devoted instrument of a corrupt cabinet. His name, indeed, was never mentioned without exciting sentiments of contempt. If nature had endowed him with talents, the course of dissipation in which he was engaged must have disqualified him for their exercise. He possessed an active but not a strong mind. Practiced in the intrigues of a court and the habits of Parliament, he could speak with facility. But his ideas never took an extensive range. The paltry maxims of court intrigue finished the outlines of his character. Mr. Fox's address for the removal of the Earl of Sandwich was supported by Lord Howe and Admiral Keppel. They censured his mismanagement and prodigality, exposed his blunders and want of capacity, and painted in glowing colors his misconduct and the fatal consequences to the Navy and to the nation by his having been thus long continued in an office of such high trust and responsibility. But he had his friends and defenders, and after long and warm debates, the motion for his removal was lost by a small majority. After many desultory grounds and circumstances of uneasiness were discussed, a motion of high importance was made in the House of Commons by General Conway. This was for an address to the King, requesting him to put an immediate period to the destructive war in America. This motion was lost only by a single vote. 193 were in favor of, and 194 against it. But the object of peace was not relinquished, and the address was again brought forward and finally carried. After various expedients had been proposed, which were reprobated in strong terms, Lord Cavendish moved that the House should resolve that the enormous expenses of the nation, the loss of the colonies, a war with France, Spain, Holland, and America, without a single ally, was occasioned by a want of foresight and ability in His Majesty's ministers, and that they were unworthy of further confidence. In short, such a general reprobation of all former measures ensued, and such a universal vilification of the heads of departments, and such unlimited censure fell on every part of their conduct through a 7 years' war, that the old ministry found themselves on the point of dissolution. Lord George Germain, who had kept his ground beyond all expectation through a very tempestuous season, now found himself obliged to resign his office as Minister of the American Department. Though rewarded for his services by peculiar tokens of His Majesty's favor, and dignified by a peerage, he stood for a time in a most humiliating predicament. Several of the House of Lords thought the nation disgraced, and themselves affronted, by the creation of a man to that illustrious order, who had formerly been censured by a court-martial, and dismissed from all employment in a military line, and who had recently and obstinately pursued measures in the cabinet, and supported a destructive system that had brought the nation to the brink of ruin. Footnote: the Marquis of Carmarthen stood at the head of opposition against the promotion of Lord George Germain. End of footnote. His promotion was also opposed in the House of Commons from the impolicy of rewarding, in the present conjuncture of affairs, a person so deeply concerned in the American war. It was observed that it might have a tendency to defeat the purposes of a great and solemn inquiry, in which the conduct of that noble personage might appear to deserve the severest punishment. But supported by royal prerogatives, his lordship retained his high rank, and enjoyed a kind of triumph in the favor of the king, in spite of the reproaches of his enemies. Yet neither ribbons or stars could erase the stigma that hung on his character, both as a minister and a soldier. Nor at this period could the puissant nobleman at the head of the treasury any longer stand the torrent of reproach and complaint that was poured out against him. On the 20th of March, 1782, Lord North resigned his place and declared to the House of Commons that the present administration from that day ceased to exist. It has been observed by a British writer of ability that Lord North was educated in the school of corruption, naturally of an easy, pliant temper, that disposition was increased by the maxims he had imbibed. He was rather a man of wit than consummate abilities, ready and adroit rather than wise and sagacious. He considered the faculty of parrying the strokes levelled at him in the House of Commons as the first qualification of a minister. Under his administration, a regular system of pension and contract was adopted, more pernicious than the casual expedients of Walpole, to facilitate his measures. Footnote: see a view of the reign of George III. Another British writer has thus sketched the character of Lord North. It must be remarked that a certain confusedness and indistinctness of ideas unfortunately pervaded his general system of thinking. He seemed habitually to aim at the thing that was right, but invariably stopped short at the true and genuine standard of political propriety. With the reputation of meaning well, he acquired the imputation of indecision and instability. The general tenor of his administration must certainly be allowed to exhibit very few indications of energy, wisdom, or force of penetration, but occasionally capable of resolute and persevering exertions. His temper was mild, equable, and pleasant, although his notions of government evidently appeared of the high Tory caste. Belgium. End of footnote. End of section 21. Section 22 of History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 3, by Mercy Otis Warren. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 3, by Mercy Otis Warren. Chapter 26, Part 2. However he might merit the severities contained in the several sketches of his character, his lordship quitted his station with as much firmness, address, and dignity as any man of understanding and political abilities possibly could have done, who had stood at the head of administration during an unfortunate war that continued near 7 years. At the same time, what had greatly enhanced his difficulties and his responsibility All the other powers in Europe were either in alliance with America or stood by as unconcerned spectators of a combat which augured a train of most important events to the political, civil, and religious state of Christendom, if not to the world. His lordship declared that he did not mean to shrink from trial, that he should always be prepared to meet it, that a successor might be found of better judgment and better qualified for the high and arduous station, but none more zealously attached to the interest of his country and the preservation of the British Constitution than himself. It is indeed easy to believe that his lordship was willing to retire and happy to quit the helm of state, which he had held with such an unsuccessful hand. He had sent out his mandates and proclaimed his rescissions until the 13 United States of America were irretrievably lost to Great Britain, until Minorca was captured by the Spaniards, Dominica, St. Vincent's, Tobago, Grenada, and other islands in the West Indies by the French, and until 2 British armies commanded by some of the most distinguished officers of the nation were prisoners in the American states. Thus, after the blood of thousands of the best soldiers in England, of the best officers in the nation had been sacrificed, and multitudes of Americans, formerly the best subjects to the crown of Britain, had been immolated on the altar of ambition, avarice, or revenge. After the nation was involved in expenses beyond calculation, her trade ruined, and the national character disgraced by the iniquitous principles of the war, it is not strange that the Parliament was agitated, the ministry dismayed, and the people thrown into consternation and disgust. The murmur was universal, the public councils were divided, and the ministry and their measures would become the ridicule of foreign nations. Through all the struggle between Great Britain and her colonies, not one of the powers of Europe had declared against America, but on the contrary, most of them had either secretly or openly espoused her cause. Yet it is not to be supposed that the passive demeanor of some and the friendly deportment of others was the result of a general love of liberty among potent nations, or splendid courts, where the scepter of royalty was swayed, at least in some of them, with a very despotic hand. Their interest and their ambition were united, and led them to anticipate and to boast the pernicious consequences to England of this unfortunate war. Doubtless a jealousy of the enormous power of Britain and the proud glory to which he had arrived in the preceding reign operated strongly to cherish the pacific disposition of some, and to prompt others to lend a hostile arm to dissever the growing colonies from the crown and authority of Great Britain. They could not but rejoice at the dismemberment of an empire that had long been the dread of some, and the envy and hatred of other nations. It was too soon for them to forget that under the wise and energetic administration of a Chatham, the kingdoms of the earth had trembled at the power of England, that in conjunction with the American colonies, Britannia, mounted on a triumphal car, had bid proud defiance to all the potentates in Europe, that the thunder of her cannon was dreaded from the eastern seas to the western extreme, and that her flag was revered and that her navy gave laws from the Ganges to the Mississippi. The insolence of this proud mistress of the seas only partially checked, her glory shrouded, and the haughty islanders humbled by their own injudicious and overbearing measures, was a spectacle viewed with delight by neighboring nations, and contemplated by France with peculiar satisfaction. Yet it was, perhaps, equally the policy and the interest of both the French and the British prime ministers at this period to promote pacific measures. It was the wish of both nations to be relieved from the distresses of a long and expensive war, and the officers in the first departments were convinced, more especially in England, that they had little other chance to keep their places than by a compliance with the general will of the people. The discontents among the inhabitants of Great Britain ran higher than ever, chagrined by repeated defeat and losses, both by sea and land, alarmed at the monstrous accumulation of the national debt, the weight of taxes, the value of landed property daily sinking, and the public burdens increasing, Many gentlemen who had been sanguine in favor of the American war seemed to awaken at once from their lethargy and to appear sensible that ruin stared in the face of themselves as well as of the nation. From the present temper that discovered itself within the House of Commons, or from appearances without, the minority had no reason to be discouraged with regard to their favorite object, which was the restoration of peace between Great Britain and the colonies. On the 27th of February, 1782, General Conway made a second motion for addressing the throne and urging that the ruinous war with America should no longer be pursued. Fortunately, a petition from the City of London was the same day presented, praying that a cessation of hostilities between Great Britain and her former provinces might immediately take place. The motion for peace was now carried in the House without much opposition. An address was presented for that purpose to the King on the first day of March. In this he was humbly implored to lend his sanction to measures for a restoration of general harmony. His answer, though in milder language than had of late been the fashion of the court, was not sufficiently explicit, but it was not left open to retraction. The prompt measures, the zeal and vigor of an opposition that had long been in the minority, at last gained the ascendancy, and secured a truce so much desired by a people weary of war, and so necessary for the relief, the honor, and the restoration of character to a gallant nation. In order to facilitate this happy event, a proposal for conciliation was made that could scarcely have been expected to succeed. A coalescence of parties where animosities had run so high, and the minds of men had been so embittered by a series of disappointments and unceasing irritation, was a circumstance not within the calculation of anyone, but it was found necessary to bury, or at least to suppress, the prejudices of party, to lay aside private resentment, and to unite in one system for the general good. All were so convinced of this necessity that the proposal was conceded to, and after the resignation of Lord North, a complete change of ministry took place, composed of active and conspicuous characters from each party. But according to a trite saying, it proved, indeed, no more than a rope of sand. Sir Wilbur Ellis had been appointed Minister for the American Department, immediately on the removal of Lord George Germain, but his principles and his reasonings relative to American affairs, his general observations on the transactions of war, of the belligerent powers, of the French nation, of the American loyalists, of the means of harmony and the restoration of peace, subjected him to the satirical strokes and the severe epithets of pointed ridicule that have always flowed so easy from the lip of the oratorical Burke. The chastisement also of his opinions of Mr. Fox and others, zealous for the termination of the contest between Great Britain and her colonies, showed that the friend and pupil of Lord Sackville did not stand on very firm ground. Though it appeared to the world to be composed of motley materials, yet all matters were adjusted for the establishment of a new administration, and the nation cherished the most sanguine hopes from the change. The Marquis of Rockingham stood at the head of the new arrangement. No character among the nobility of Britain was at this time held in higher estimation than his, nor was any man better qualified for the appointment of First Lord of the Treasury as a successor to Lord North, whose character, principles, abilities, and perseverance have been sketched in the course of narration. The manners of Rockingham were amiable, his temper mild and complacent, his rank, fortune, and personal influence commanding, his principles uniform in favor of the rights of man, and his capacity in constant opposition to the American war rendered him a fit person to stand in this high station of responsibility. He was well qualified to correct the political mistakes of his predecessor and to retrieve the honor of the nation on the approach of negotiations for peace. But as in human life, the most important events sometimes depend on the character of a single actor. The sudden exit of such a character often blasts the hopes, clouds the mind, and defeats the expectations of contemporaries. This observation was fully verified in the premature death of the noble Marquis, who lived only 3 months after his appointment to the helm of administration. All eyes had been fixed on him as the band of union, and the promoter and the prop of both public and private peace. But his death, which took place on the 1st of July, 1782, involved his country in new difficulties and created new scenes of dissension and animosity. Many other departments in the new system of ministerial measures were filled by gentlemen of the first character and consideration. Lord John Cavendish was appointed Chancellor of the Exchequer, the Duke of Richmond, Master of the Ordnance, Grafton, Lord Privy Seal, Admiral Keppel, First Lord of the Admiralty, Lord Camden, President of the Council, General Conway, Commander-in-Chief of all the forces in Great Britain, Mr. Thomas Townsend, Secretary at War, Lord Shelburne and Mr. Fox, Principal Secretaries of State, Colonel Barry, Treasurer of the Navy, and Mr. Burke, Paymaster of the troops. On the death of the Marquis of Rockingham, Lord Shelburne, to the surprise of his associates in the ministry, had gained such an interest as to obtain the appointment of First Lord of the Treasury, in the room of a favourite of the nation and of the new ministry. To the newly coalesced administration, the unexpected advancement of Lord Shelburne to this dignified and important station was so disgusting that it broke the coalition. Mr. Fox and Lord Cavendish resigned their places. This precipitant dereliction of office at such a critical period by gentlemen of their high consideration was regretted by some, severely censured by others, as mortifying indeed to their friends, who, though far from being pleased, continued to act with the new Lord Treasurer. The reasons assigned by Mr. Fox for thus quitting his place at such a crisis were, that the system in which he consented to unite in the coalition was not likely to be pursued, that the first principle of this system was an express acknowledgment of the independence of the United States of America, instead of making it an article in the provisional treaty, as proposed by some. To this unequivocal independence of America, he knew Lord Shelburne to be opposed. In reply to this, his lordship rose and defended his own opinions. He declared that he was not ashamed to avow and to act upon the ideas of the great Lord Chatham. He said it was well known that this distinguished statesman had asserted that the sun of England's glory would set if independence was granted to America. He added that he wished himself had been deputed to Congress, that he would then have exerted all his talents to convince them that if their independence was signed, their liberties were gone forever. He expressly declared that it was his opinion that the independence of the United Colonies not only threatened the extinction of their own liberties, but the ruin of England, and that certainly by giving them independence, they would finally be deprived of that freedom they had been struggling to secure and enjoy. End of section 22. Section 23 of History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 3, by Mercy Otis Warren. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 3, by Mercy Otis Warren. Chapter 26, Part 3. It was difficult even at this late period to convince many of the most intelligent gentlemen in England that independence was a gift that America did not now ask. The boon was their own, obtained by their own prowess and magnanimity, in conjunction with the armies of their brave allies. It may be proper to observe that if England should in reality feel that the splendor of her solar rays are eclipsed by the dismemberment of such a branch of the empire, the amputation might not yet be fatal to her prosperity and glory. They might yet prosper in a friendly alliance with the colonies. if the Parliament, the nation, and their sovereign should be in future disposed to moderation and justice, and would shew themselves sincere in promoting friendship and harmony with an infant republic. It is true this republic has been forced into premature existence, yet she held herself in all diplomatic concerns on a footing with any other nation, and was now ready to form alliances with them and all other foreign powers without becoming dependent on or tributary to any. Affairs were now brought to a point. There was no possibility of oscillating longer between peace and war. Coercion had been long enough unsuccessfully tried. Negotiation was now the only path to be trodden, however thorny it might appear to the pride of royalty, or to the omnipotence of a British Parliament. After repeated captures of the best appointed armies, composed both of domestic and foreign troops, despair of subjugating the United States had lowered down the spirit of the nation and of the King of England so far as to become willing to treat on terms for the restoration of amity, and to speak with some degree of temper of the total separation and independence of America. Lord Shelburne's opinions had been so diametrically opposite to those of the gentlemen who had seceded from the administration that they thought themselves fully justified in withdrawing from public service, even while the important business was in agitation, and everything ripening for new negotiations, replete with events beyond the calculations of the wisest statesmen and politicians. In their self-approbation they were confirmed when they thought they discovered a degree of duplicity in the business. Notwithstanding Lord Shelburne had explicitly avowed that his own wishes were of a different nature, it appeared he had directed General Carleton and Admiral Digby to acquaint the Commander-in-Chief of the American Army and to request him to inform Congress that the King of Great Britain, desirous of peace, had commanded his ministers about to negotiate to ensure the independence of the 13 provinces instead of making it condition of a general treaty. Footnote: this sentiment had been communicated by order of the minister in a joint letter from General Carleton and Lord Digby to General Washington, dated New York, August 2nd, 1782. End the footnote. But when Mr. Oswald, who had been appointed to act as the Commissioner of Peace in behalf of Great Britain and to arrange the provisional articles for that purpose, arrived at Paris in the autumn of 1782, it appeared that his instructions were not sufficiently explicit. They did not satisfy the American agents, deputed by Congress to negotiate the terms of reconciliation among the contending powers. These were Dr. Franklin, John Jay, and John Adams, Esquires. Mr. Adams was still at The Hague, but he had been directed by Congress to repair to France to assist his colleagues in their negotiations for peace. The ambiguity of Mr. Oswald's commission occasioned much altercation between the Count de Vergennes and Mr. Jay on the subject of the provisional articles. Their disputes were not easily adjusted, and the Spanish minister, the Count de Ronda, rather inclined to an acquiescence in the proposals of the British commissioner. Mr. Jay, however, resisted with firmness, and was supported in his opinions by Mr. Adams, who soon after arrived in Paris. But before his arrival, Mr. Raineville, the secretary and confidential friend of the French minister, repaired rather privately to England. It was suspected, and not without sufficient grounds, that this visit was decidedly intended to procure a conference with Lord Shelburne. It was undoubtedly the wish of both France and England to exclude America from the right of fishing on the banks of Newfoundland, an advantage claimed by Americans as a right of nature, from their contiguous situation and as their right by prescription. The American commissioners insisted that their claims were equally just with any exclusive pretensions, either of Great Britain or France. The navigation of the Mississippi, British debts, and the American loyalists were matters of dissension, debate, and difficulty. The American ministers were not disposed to relinquish any claims of honor, equity, or interest, either to the haughty demands of Great Britain, the intrigues of France or even to the condescending instructions, in some instances, of their own National Congress. This body had, in the enthusiasm of their gratitude for the assistance lent in their distress by France, instructed their agents to take no step of importance without the advice and counsel of the Marquis de Lafayette, which would have given great advantage to the French ministry. The limits of the eastern boundaries of the United States were a subject of dispute, thought by some of them of less consequence, but with regard to the western territorial rights, the American commissioners were tenacious indeed. The American territory has been parceled out and patented by the sovereigns of Europe from the Atlantic to the Pacific Ocean, and by existing treaties, the United States have no inconsiderable claim in the distribution. Their claims were undoubtedly founded on an equitable basis as those of Great Britain and France. The negotiating ministers of Congress were unwilling to relinquish any part of their claim. They supported their independent attitude with manly dignity, nor did they yield in the smallest degree to the encroaching spirit of Britain. The American claims to a vast uncultivated tract of wilderness, which neither Great Britain, France, or America had any right to invade, may ultimately prove a most unfortunate circumstance to the Atlantic states, unless the primary object of the American government should be to civilize and soften the habits of savage life. But if the lust of domination, which takes hold of the ambitious and the powerful in all ages and nations, should be indulged by the authority of the United States, and those simple tribes of men, contented with the gifts of nature, that it filled their forests with game sufficient for their subsistence, should be invaded, it will probably be a source of most cruel warfare and bloodshed until the extermination of the original possessors. In such a result, the mountains and the plains will perhaps be filled with a fierce, independent race of European and American emigrants, too hostile to the borderers on the seas to submit willingly to their laws and government, and perhaps too distant, numerous, and powerful to subdue by arms. Footnote: the reader will observe that the author of this work has been in the habit of making appropriate observations on events as they passed, and has often hazarded conjectures on probable results. The work was written a number of years before publication, but she did not think proper either to erase them or alter the manner on revision. Some of those conjectures have already taken place, others probably may, at some subsequent period. End of footnote. It was the opinion of some of the American commissioners for negotiating the Treaty of Peace that the Count de Vergennes was opposed to the claims of the United States in every stage of the business, not because, in equity, he thought they had no right to the fisheries or the western lands, but from a general unfriendly disposition to America, and a reluctance to her being declared by Great Britain an independent nation. But it was more probable that his cold, equivocal demeanor arose not so much from any personal disaffection to the people or to individuals, as from a desire to hold the Americans forever dependent on France. It was suggested by some to be the policy of that nation to endeavor to keep the United States as long as possible dependent on her aid and protection. The political creed of Monsieur de Vergennes is said to have been that it was absolutely necessary to hate the English, to cajole the Spaniards, not to hurt the Emperor, to live on good terms with Prussia, to gain over the Dutch, to protect the Turks, to respect Rome, to support the infant Republic of America, to subsidize Switzerland, and to inspect the conduct of the colonies. The French were indeed generally sensible that most of the citizens of America spurned at all ideas of independence on any foreign power after her emancipation from Britain. Yet they were jealous that many others felt so warmly prejudiced in favor of a nation from whom they derived their origin that they little doubted of a renewal of the connection with, or even a dependence again on, Great Britain, when the noise of war should cease, and the old habits of intercourse, so natural from consanguinity, language, and manners, should be reassumed. This jealousy was disseminated, and these apprehensions were expressed by gentlemen of judgment and penetration throughout the kingdom of France, both in public and in private circles. Indeed, it was the general opinion there that a predilection in favor of England would supersede in the American mind a connection with any other European power, as soon as recent injuries were forgotten and the passions of men had subsided. Time and opportunity afterwards evinced that the most liberal sentiments toward America governed the French nation in general. It appeared by their conduct in many subsequent transactions that there was very little to justify the opinion that the design of the nation was to hold the American colonies dependent on France, or even to continue the alliance but on terms of reciprocity and mutual advantage. No national contracts ever yet bound mankind so firmly as not to be shaken when they militate with personal or national interest. Much less does a religious observance of treaties prevent their abandoning former obligations when the balance of advantage is likely to be thrown into the hands of their foes. From the jealousy of the French of the power and rivalry of the English nation, they might rationally infer that if the old and natural connection with the parent state should again be revived, it would cut off the many advantages they had promised themselves from an irreparable breach between Great Britain and the colonies. Thus, some of the politicians in France judged this a reason sufficient for the most strenuous efforts in the ancient hereditary enemy of Great Britain to hold, and if possible to bind America by treaties, to conditions that might in some measure make her dependent on themselves. At least, these are reasons of policy. Reasons of equity, when inconsistent with interest, are seldom to be found among statesmen and politicians deputed to transact national affairs. End of section 23. Section 24 of History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 3, by Mercy Otis Warren. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 3, by Mercy Otis Warren. Chapter 26, Conclusion. Among the many difficulties that occurred in the negotiations for peace, the demands made in favor of the American loyalists, both by the British and the French ministry, were not the most easily accommodated of any of the impediments thrown in the way of conciliation. But on Mr. Oswald's receiving a new commission from his court, soon after the Count de Raynaval's visit to England, negotiations went forward, all difficulties were surmounted, and provisional articles of peace between Great Britain and America were signed by both parties on the 30th of November, 1782. In the meantime, the pacific dispositions of the British cabinet were, as observed, announced to the commanders of their armies and fleets in America, and through them to Congress and the commander-in-chief of the troops of the United States. But though the ideas of peace were congenial to their wishes and flattering to their hopes, they still considered that they had much to apprehend before they could quietly sit down in the enjoyment of domestic felicity. The Americans on this intelligence lost no part of their vigilance. They thought it more than ever necessary to be guarded at all points against the machinations and intrigues of their enemies, the emissaries of Britain, and the rancor and violence of American refugees and loyalists. This description of persons were now more than ever embittered by the idea that England was about to be reconciled to the colonies on their own terms, absolute and unconditional independence. Their situation at that time, indeed, appeared to be hapless enough. The corps of provincial troops that had been exposed in the service of Britain and had risked everything during the war, expected now to be disbanded on the peace, when both officers and privates had little to hope from government. According to the provisional articles, and still less from their country. According to the stipulations of the British negotiators, the whole body of loyalists were left unprovided for any further than by engagement from the American commissioners to suggest to Congress and to urge in their behalf a recommendation to the several legislatures of the United States. The purport of this recommendation was a proposal that they would suffer such as had property to return for a limited time to endeavor to recover or repurchase their confiscated estates. 12 months was the time agreed upon by the commissioners for the residents of the Tories in their native provinces after the ratification of peace. Thus, abandoned by their friends and cast on the mercy of their country, they had little lenity to expect from their countrymen after a war of 7 years, in which many of them had perpetrated every treacherous and cruel deed to facilitate the subjugation of their native land and to consign succeeding generations to the shackles of foreign domination. No prospect now appeared before them but to decamp in hopeless poverty and seek some unexplored asylum, far from the pleasant borders of their natal shores. Instigated by despair and revenge, some of this class of people have recently given new proofs of their vindictive feelings and new provocations to their countrymen. The most unjustifiable rigor and the most outrageous cruelties have been practiced on those who were so unfortunate as to fall into their hands. The story of one hapless victim will be a sufficient specimen of the atrocious length of villainy to which man may be prompted by disappointment and party rage. The Associated Board of Loyalists at New York, impatient for the laurels they had expected to reap from the ruin of their neighbors, their country, and the cause of freedom, provoked at the desertion of their British patrons and despairing of the triumph they had promised themselves in the complete success of the ministerial troops and the conquest of America by the arms of Britain, adopted the unjust and dangerous resolution of avenging on individuals anything which they deemed injurious to their partisans. They said in their own vindication, and perhaps they had too much reason to allege, that the troops of Congress in many instances had not been less sanguine than themselves in the inflictions of summary punishment. Doubtless, both parties were far from exercising that lenity and forbearance toward their enemies that both humanity and equity require. This was often made a pretext to justify enormities and even private executions at which compassion and virtue shudder. Nothing of the kind had recently occasioned so much public observation as the wanton murder of a Captain Huddy, who, with some others, had been captured by a party of loyalists. He had been some time their prisoner, without any singular marks of resentment, but on the death of a man while a prisoner, killed by the guards from whom he was endeavoring to escape, Huddy was brought out of his cell, deliberately conveyed to the Jersey shore, and without a trial or any crime alleged against him, he was in the most ludicrous manner hanged, amidst the shouts of his enemies, who exclaimed at the solemn period of execution, "Up goes Huddy for Philip White." General Washington considered this transaction as too insolent and cruel to be passed over with impunity. It drew him into the painful resolution, by the advice of the principal officers of the army, to retaliate by selecting some British prisoner of equal rank to suffer death, unless Lippincott, one of the Associated Loyalists, who commanded the execution of Huddy, was given up to justice. The designation of an innocent victim to suffer death for the crime of an unprincipled murderer is a circumstance from which the mind turns with horror. But according to the laws of war, there was no receding from the determination, however severe might be the fate of him who was selected as the hapless victim. General Washington previously demanded justice on the guilty perpetrators of the crime, but Sir Henry Clinton and other officers to whom he represented the business waived a compliance for some time, and appeared in some measure to justify the deed by asserting that it was done only by way of example, to prevent similar enormities, which their partisans, the Loyalists, said they had frequently experienced. Several British officers of the same rank with Huddy were prisoners in the American camp, and according to the denunciation made by the American to the British commander-in-chief, they were brought forward with great solemnity, and a lot cast with the sacrifice to be made to justice. This was done with much tenderness, sympathy, and delicacy. When the lot fell on Captain Askill of the Guards, a young gentleman of education, accomplishments, and family expectations, who was only 19 years of age. He was immediately ordered into close custody until the trial and punishment of Captain Lippincott should take place. But his trial was conducted with so much partiality and party acrimony that Lippincott was acquitted. After this, Sir Henry Clinton demanded the release of Askill, as on a legal trial no guilt was affixed to the transaction of Lippincott. This occasioned much uneasiness to General Washington and to others, who, though fully convinced of the iniquity of the murderous party that procured the death of Huddy, yet they wished for the release of Captain Askill. Every humane bosom revolted at the idea of seeing a youth whose character was in all respects fair and amiable, condemned to die instead of a wretch, whose hands stained with blood and his heart hardened by repeated murder and crime, might have had an earlier claim to a halter. Great interest was made by many British officers, and by Sir Guy Carleton himself, for the life and release of Captain Askill, but without effect. He remained a prisoner under the sentence of death, although execution was delayed, until every compassionate heart was relieved by the interference of maternal tenderness. The address of Lady Askill, his mother, whose heart was wrung with agonizing fears for the fate of her only son, procured his release. After the first pangs of grief and agitation on the news of his critical and hazardous situation had subsided, she wrote in the most pathetic terms to the Count of Vergennes, urging that his influence with General Washington and the American Congress might be exerted to save an innocent and virtuous youth from ignominious death, and restore the destined victim to the bosom of his mother. This letter, fraught with sentiments that discovered a delicate mind, an improved understanding and a sensibility of heart, under the diction of polished style, and replete with strong epithets of affection, the French minister showed to the King and Queen of France as a piece of elegant composition. Though on a despotic throne, where the sovereign disposes of the subject by his fiat, and cuts off life at pleasure, without regret or hesitation, the King of France and his royal partner were touched by the distress of this unhappy mother, and lent their interest for the liberation of her son. The Count of Vergennes was directed to send a letter to General Washington, which he did, accompanied with the observations of the King and Queen, and combined with his own request in favor of young Askill. The Commander-in-Chief was happy to transmit to Congress the several requests and observations which he had reason to expect would relieve him from an affair that had embarrassed his mind, both as a man of humanity and the commander of an army. Congress immediately directed that Captain Askill should be liberated from imprisonment and left at his own option to choose his future residence, on which he took leave of the Army and of America, and repaired to his friends in England. The reply of General Washington and the resolutions of Congress relative to granting a passport to Mr. Morgan, Secretary to General Carleton, to go to Philadelphia, was not equally condescending. On his arrival at New York, Sir Guy Carleton had requested that he might be permitted to send on some letters of compliment to Congress. General Washington forwarded the request, which drew out a resolve of Congress that the Commander-in-Chief be hereby directed to refuse a compliance with the request of General Carleton to grant a pass to Mr. Morgan to bring dispatches to Philadelphia. It was also resolved that no intercourse should be opened, or that any of the subjects of Great Britain should be permitted to pass or repass from the British to the American posts, while the provisional articles of peace were held in suspense. This was not only a judicious, but a necessary precaution in the Congress of the United States. At this period, a small circumstance of intelligence or information might have given a pretext to defeat a pending negotiation for peace. The fleets and armies of Britain still kept their station in America, while the clashing interests of foreign nations with regard to American claims were not yet adjusted, and while the Loyalists were clamorous and vindictive, watching the opportunity of impeding the present measures, which, if ratified, must leave them in a hopeless state of despondency. At the same time, it set their countrymen on a point of elevation, contrary to their predictions, their wishes, and their interests, which had prompted them to opposition, and for which they had hazarded their ease, their lives, and the friendship and esteem of their former associates and friends. These people certainly had high claims of gratitude from the British government for their unshaken loyalty through the sharp conflict that severed the colonies from the dominion of Britain, and themselves from their native country forever. End of section 24. Section 25 of History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 3, by Mercy Otis Warren. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 3, by Mercy Otis Warren. Chapter 27, Part 1. Discontents with the Provisional Articles. Mr. Hartley sent to Paris the definitive treaty agreed to and signed by all the parties, a general pacification among the nations at war. Mr. Pitt, Prime Minister in England, his attention to East India affairs, some subsequent observations. After provisional articles for peace had been agreed on at Paris between the British and American commissioners, the impatient curiosity of the British nation for a full communication of their contents was inexpressible. The ultimate determinations with regard to the unconditional independence of America were among the most interesting of their inquiries, but the necessity of concealing affairs of such national moment for a time within a veil of secrecy was urged by the ministry, as it would bring on discussions and objections which might embarrass the work of peace. All ambiguity was opposed in the House of Commons by several members, with no small degree of warmth. They insisted that no disguise ought to be used, but that the whole business should be laid open before irretrievable stipulations should bind the nation to disadvantageous or dishonorary terms. But when the general tenor of the provisional articles was made known, it was far from restoring tranquility or harmonizing the several parties. The general dissatisfaction expressed by persons of high rank and consideration against both the provisional articles with America and the preliminary articles for peace with France, Spain, and Holland, which now lay under consideration, was so great that many began to be alarmed, lest all pacific measures should be set afloat, and the hope of tranquility which had dawned upon the nations might yet finally be defeated. Some of the first characters in the cabinet, the parliament, and the nation discovered the most singular disgust and uneasiness at the proposed articles of accommodation, and debate and contention ran high in both houses of Parliament. The Lords Walsingham, Stormont, Sackville, Carlisle, and others were violent in their opposition to the whole system of peace comprised in the provisional articles. They thought the character of the nation tarnished in the concession made by the negotiators on the part of Britain in favor of the revolted colonies, whose obstinacy had involved the crown and the kingdom in distresses incalculable, but that the nation was not yet so reduced as to submit to a mean dereliction of their rights. They asserted that they had yet an army, a navy, and resources sufficient to chastise the insolence of the House of Bourbon. It was observed that though the councils of France had upheld the revolted colonies in opposition to the power of Britain, and now justified their bold demands that the combined fleets of France and Spain had recently felt the superiority and fled from the power of the British flag. It was not passed over in silence that all hearts had lately been warmed by their gallant conduct, and every tongue loud in the applauses of the magnanimous officers who had defended Gibraltar, that the House of Commons had expressed their gratitude by a vote of thanks to Governor Elliot and General Boyd for the astonishing example of courage, patriotism, and patient suffering which they had displayed in the vigorous defense of a fortress devoted to destruction by a most formidable foe, that the Navy had contributed its full share in this glorious success, and that the just thanks of the nation had been offered to Lords Howe, Rodney, and others, who were still ready for the most gallant defense of all the claims of England against the combined fleets of France, Spain, and the world. In short, the sum of their declamations were that the proud glory of conquest which had so often perched on the helmet of British officers was not, by the dash of an inexperienced pen, to be merely prostrated to obtain a peace, either from an old hereditary enemies or the pertinacity and refractory conduct of their own offspring in the colonies. Little delicacy was observed. Mr. Oswald's abilities for the business of a negotiator were highly ridiculed. Many objections were made, and copiously dwelt on by the orators in the British Parliament with regard to the pending articles, particularly on the right to the fisheries, on the boundaries of the United States, the free navigation of the Mississippi, and the forlorn condition of those Americans who had been attached to the Crown from the beginning of the contest. Their friends asserted that the abandoning the Loyalists and consigning them over to the cold recommendations of the American Congress, only on the promise of their commissioners that their situation should be considered by the several legislatures, and that the legislative power should advise to a placable spirit and urge the people to forgiveness, was a fallacious security on which no reliance could be placed. It was observed that the commissioners themselves could not expect that such a measure would succeed. They knew too well that this class of men were considered in America as a tenfold more inveterate foe than any of the native sons of Britain. The proposal of their return to and residence in the United States for a limited term was viewed by gentlemen of the first penetration as a chimerical project. They were too well acquainted with human nature to imagine that this description of persons would be received by them, which they knew that the Americans in general would consider it as taking a viper into their bosoms, whose nature could not be altered, and however well fed, its benefactor could not be secured from its sting. The neglect of stipulations in favor of a class of people who had forsaken their country, lost their property, and risked their lives in the field from their attachment to the British Crown and their fondness for the government of England, was styled criminal in every view. It was asserted that it was marked with cruelty, injustice, and ingratitude. Doubtless many of the advocates of the Loyalists in the British Parliament argued from what they thought the principles of rectitude, rather than from the prejudices of party. And could those principles alone have had their full operation in the minds of men, notwithstanding past provocations, it might have been the policy of the Americans at this period to have laid aside their prejudices. At the same time, it would have exemplified their benevolence to have forgiven, cherished, and secured the friendship of a large body of people, instead of perpetuating an alienation and transmitting it from sire to son through successive generations. But it was the indispensable duty of the British government to protect and to compensate. This they afterwards did in some instances in a very ample manner. But many of this unfortunate class were exposed to sufferings which they had never contemplated when they forsook their neighbors, their relations, and their families for the precarious hope of better fortune from the oppressors of their country. These and other circumstances shook the minister in his place. He felt he did not stand on very firm ground, however recently encircled by favoritism. though at the summit of power and still the bubble of popularity. The gale was about to pass off and leave him in private life, the sport of change, but not in the quietude of retirement. The rivals of Lord Shelburne were powerful, his enemies subtle and sagacious, and the inconsistency which appeared in his principles relative to the independence of America gave them a fair occasion to discuss his opinions and to displace him from office. Desirous as was Mr. Fox and some other gentlemen for a happy accommodation with America, and a happy termination of war with all the nations, they spurned at several of the proposed articles of peace, and singular as it may appear, the consequence of the present fermentation was a second coalition, composed of still more jarring atoms than the first. The leopard was indeed to lie down with the lamb. Notwithstanding their former disagreement, in opinion, their rancor and bitterness on many occasions, antipathies in political sentiment, with regard to the prerogative of the crown, the majesty of the people in the American war, a strange connection took place viewed by the nation as a kind of political phenomenon. Lord North and Mr. Fox were seen acting together in administration, in conjunction with the Lords Cavendish and Stormont, Keppel and Carlisle. The Duke of Portland was appointed First Lord of the Treasury in the room of Lord Shelburne, who had enjoyed little tranquillity in that elevated station. The reputation of neither party was much enhanced by the coalition. It created a general suspicion of the patriotism of both, and both were considered as acting apart for the gratification of their own interests and passions, rather than from regard to the public welfare. Mr. Fox was reproached with forsaking his former friends, and assimilating his character and his attachment, as conveniency required, to the politics of the day. To this he replied, that, for the painful losses he had experienced in his friendships, he must find a consolation in the purity and consistency of his intentions, and that rectitude of design which had ever been his guide in his political career. While the general expectation of resheathing the sword there had spread a humane satisfaction over the countenances of many in Europe and in America, the minds of the contemplative and sagacious characters in the United States were filled with anxiety on the variety of difficulties which lay before them. They anticipated the impracticality of disbanding an army become discontented from deficiencies in payment. They saw the impossibility of a speedy discharge of the public debt, of defraying the expenses of a long war, and paying up the arrearages due to the soldiery, who had bravely borne the toils of the field amidst poverty, hunger, danger, and death. They were too well acquainted with human nature to expect that a people who have been so long in such a perturbed state should sit down in tranquillity and order until some necessary arrangements for the operations of a free yet energetic government should be established. This, they considered, in the situation of their country, a work that required the talents of the most able statesmen and the virtues of the most disinterested patriots to digest. The jarring interests of the states and of individuals, and the dissonant opinions of forms and modes of government, might prevent the adoption of the best that could be suggested, and create jealousies and ferments, yet might terminate in domestic confusion and war, until anarchy or despotism should succeed. End of section 25. Section 26 of History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 3, by Mercy Otis Warren. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 3, by Mercy Otis Warren, Chapter 27, Part 2. In addition to all other difficulties apprehended by speculative and judicious Americans, previous to the provisional articles terminating in a definitive treaty of peace, They dreaded the idea of a large body of loyalists left by Great Britain to make terms of reconciliation with their offended countrymen. It was a very precarious hope on which these refugees had to build. They had little reason, as observed, to expect the resentment of a whole people would be annihilated merely by the recommendation of the American agents. They could not but be sensible that if the governing powers were mollified and should recommend moderation and forbearance, yet the mutual injuries and affronts between individuals and families, in consequence of political dissonance, would not be likely to lie dormant, but would be brought back to recollection on every trivial occasion. It was to be expected that old animosities would be raked open, that would forever disturb the peace of society, when they took their stand beside their injured neighbors, weeping the loss of a father, a husband, or a son, who had perished in the dreadful conflict, many of them by the hands of a class of men now thrown back on their wounded feelings. In the meantime, the business of negotiation went forward among the belligerent powers. Some new arrangements were made. Mr. Hartley was sent to Paris, whose commission superseded that of Mr. Oswald. We have seen that Mr. John Adams had left Holland and joined the plenipotentiaries of the United States, previous to the agreement on provisional articles for peace, signed November 1782. He was no favorite of the officers and administrators of affairs at the Galician court. His manners were not adapted to render him acceptable in that refined and polished nation, nor did he appear to have much partiality for or confidence in them, but firm to the interest of his country and tenacious of its claims, he advocated and defended them with ability, and by his determined spirit was essentially serviceable in maintaining the stipulations required in behalf of the United States. Nor was Mr. J. less strenuous or indefatigable to counteract everything he thought might militate with the interest of America. He invalidated difficulties as they arose with the accuracy of the statesman, and obviated every objection to just and equal advantages in the treaty which his countrymen required. Dr. Franklin's known attachment to the interest of the United States and his conspicuous talents as a negotiator preclude the necessity of any observations on his abilities, his character, or his conduct. It has been before observed that Congress had inadvertently endeavored to fetter their agents by directing them to be under the counsels of France, rather too much for a free and independent nation. These gentlemen considered such restrictions dishonorary to themselves and their country, and by their vigor, zeal, and address acted through every stage of the business as the agents of a free nation, not to be influenced by foreign considerations or counsels. Near 10 months elapsed after signing the provisional articles before the definitive treaty was completed. Previous to the adjustment of all the articles contained in this treaty, much address, altercation, intrigue, and finesse among the parties, as is usual on similar occasions, was intermixed with fair negotiation. All preliminaries at length agreed to. This important instrument was signed at Paris on the 3rd of September, 1783. David Hartley, Esquire, on the part of Great Britain, and Benjamin Franklin, John Jay, and John Adams, Esquires, in behalf of America, affixed their names and their seals to the treaty for the restoration of harmony between Britain, the ancient potent parent, and the emancipated colonies, and sent it forward for the ratification of Congress and of the British Parliament. The definitive treaty between Great Britain and the United States contained only 9 articles. The first of these was a full and complete acknowledgment of the independence of America. His Britannic Majesty, in Article 1st, acknowledges the United States, viz., New Hampshire, Massachusetts Bay, Rhode Island, and Providence Plantations, Connecticut, New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Delaware, Maryland, Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina, and Georgia, to be free, sovereign, and independent states. that he treats with them as such, and for himself, his heirs and successors, relinquishes all claim to the government, property, and territorial rights of the same and every part thereof. On the same day, the 3rd of September, the definitive treaty between Great Britain and France was signed at Versailles by the Duke of Manchester on behalf of the King of England, and on the part of France by the Count de Vergennes. The Count de Aranda and the Duke of Manchester mutually exchanged their seals for the happy event of peace between England and Spain. The definitive treaty of peace and friendship between His Britannic Majesty and the King of Spain was also signed at Versailles, the 3rd day of September 1783. All impediments that barred the accommodation between England and Holland had been removed, and peace and harmony restored between His Britannic Majesty and the States General of the United Provinces. Preliminary articles for this purpose were adjusted and signed at Paris by the ministers of the respective courts on the 2nd of September, 1783. The King of Sweden had invited a treaty of amity and commerce with America in a very handsome complimentary manner. He observed that he was desirous of forming a connection with the people who had so well established their independence, and who, by their wisdom and bravery, so well deserved it. This treaty had been signed the 3rd of April, 1783, and a stipulation made for its continuance for the term of 15 years, before any revision or renewal should take place. Denmark ordered the American flag to be treated like that of republics of the first order. Indeed, after the independence of the United States was explicitly acknowledged by the King of Great Britain, most of the European nations were, or appeared to be, fond of forming connections with a young, growing republic. The independent rank of America was now viewed in connection with her prolific soil, abundant resources, commercial genius, and political principles, which indicated her rising into eminence and consideration that would set her on a footing with any nation on earth, if she did not become corrupted by foreign vices, or sunk by the indulgence of her own foolish passions. The Batavian Republic was the first nation beyond the Atlantic, after the French, who sent an envoy in form to the Congress of America on the 31st of October, 1783. Peter John van Berkel was received by them as Minister Plenipotentiary from the States General of the United Netherlands. By the President and members of Congress, every mark of respect, cordiality, and friendship was shown, and on the other side it was amply returned by the address and politeness of the Dutch minister, who, with manly eloquence and grace, addressed that venerable body, and expressed his own regard and the esteem of his constituents for the citizens of the United States. In the President's reply, he acknowledged the high sense Americans had of the importance of the alliance, and the gratitude they all felt for the services rendered the United States by individuals of his nation, and particularly by himself and family, previous to the completion of the late treaty. End of section 26. Section 27 of History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 3, by Mercy Otis Warren. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 3, by Mercy Otis Warren. Chapter 27, Part 3. Thus, after the horrors of war had shed their baneful influence over the nations without cessation for 7 or 8 years, and after the havoc of human life had, as usual, displayed the absurdity of mankind, and the delight they seemed to discover in the destruction of their own species, a truce to the miseries of the inhabitants of the earth on one side of the globe was promised for a season. Though the nations had long been engaged in war, peace seemed now to lift up their declined head and promise a general tranquility. Her advances were made across the Atlantic, yet no official accounts were received by Congress that a definitive treaty had been signed by the ministers of the several belligerent powers until the conclusion of the year 1783. It has already been observed that the provisional and preliminary articles for a general pacification among the contending powers had been signed in Paris, November the 29th, 1782. But the completion of the definitive treaty, productive of a general peace, was not agreed until the succeeding autumn, when, as related above, the signatures and seals of the commissioners on all sides were affixed to the several stipulated articles, and the world relieved from a long constrained situation of mind, between hope, expectation, and fear. Yet the intelligence of the spring of 1783 had been equally impressive in the American army, as if peace had actually been proclaimed by sound of trumpet. Nor was it strange that the military departments, nor indeed that all the inhabitants of the United States, should feel the same impression. The intelligence of the present prospects of a complete accommodation of existing differences was accompanied with private as well as public letters from Mr. Adams, Mr. Jay, and other distinguished Americans, replete with the strongest assurances that hostilities would not be recommenced, and that the fleets and armies of Great Britain would, in a few months, be withdrawn from the ports and cities of the United States. But there was yet much to be done on both sides of the water. It could not be expected that after a convulsion of such magnitude, that the American officers and soldiers could at once retire and sit down quietly, each under his own vine and fig tree, or that the turbulent spirit of hostile nations could in a moment be tranquilized, much less that the pride of the British ministry and Parliament should suffer them to settle down in tranquil repose among themselves, after the long series of mortification, discontent, and disunion that had embittered every department and almost every individual against the political opinions of his neighbor and the civil and political administration of the affairs of his country. The preliminary and provisional articles had terminated in a definitive treaty of peace. In this, the general sense of the nation and the wishes of the people were gratified. Yet there were still sources of discontent sufficient to indicate that the present ministry stood on slippery ground. Lord North had been long unpopular. Mr. Fox had made many and potent enemies, but naturally of a comprehensive mind, and constitutionally fraught with good humor and general kindness. The field of popular applause seemed to be perfectly congenial to him. But he had a powerful rival in the son of the late favorite of the nation, Lord Chatham. This young gentleman had, in a remarkable manner, won the favor of his sovereign and the hearts of the people. On many interesting questions he had argued on the popular side, and it gained an ascendancy that promised eminence, celebrity, and station in the first grade of office and influence. He was among the most strenuous advocates for a reform in Parliament. He was zealous for a commercial treaty with the United States, and ridiculed the language, the conduct, and the impediments thrown in the way, and condemned the regulations and restrictions on the American trade, which he observed must forever keep open the door of animosity between the two countries. Nor did he less oppose and ridicule the India Bill, so much the subject of investigation and discussion, introduced by Mr. Fox, and rejected by a majority in the House of Lords. But the confusions and distractions in the East Indies required that some energetic and wise measures should be immediately adopted to reform abuses and to restore justice and peace in that oppressed country. This produced a second India Bill, brought forward by Mr. Pitt himself, which was also rejected, and the door still left open for much contention and debate relative to the affairs of India and the distresses of the unhappy inhabitants. Thus animosities were kindled among the first characters in the nation, and discontents fomented until everything verged to the extreme of disunion. It was impossible for Mr. Fox to do anything in a cold, uninterested, or indifferent manner. He therefore always went considerable lengths for the attainment of his object. But he finally lost ground, and left his rival to wave his laurels triumphantly in the field of party and the favor of his king. The fluctuation of office and the changes in administration had been so frequent in the present reign that it was viewed as a thing of course on every dispute or variation of opinion on great political questions. From the accession of George III in 1761 to 1783, when Lord Shelburne came in, there had been many different hands who had taken the helm at the head of the ministry and set the political bark afloat in a tempest without the ability to recover and moor it in the haven of peace. In these circumstances and at this critical period, Mr. William Pitt, in the fire of youth, and the pride of brilliant talents, and with the ambition, if not the hereditary capacity, of the aged statesman, was appointed Chancellor of the Exchequer. Tenacious of his own character, he held the high office in spite of opposition or flattery, and so perseveringly stood his ground, and held the reins of power so long, that his friends ceased to fear his removal, and his enemies at last despaired of carrying any point against a minister that was become at once a favorite both of the prince and the people. Notwithstanding the abilities of the new minister, and the exertions of some of his predecessors now out of place, notwithstanding a pacification had recently taken place among the European powers, Great Britain was still tottering under the enormous expenses of the late war, and her own internal dissensions on subjects of magnitude and importance. Men of the first abilities and information were wide in opinion and divided on every political point. The spirit of party was heightened and produced continual altercation in Parliament on the conduct, projects, and character of the young minister. Supported by royal favor and sufficiently conscious of his own talents, he was not borne down by any opposition. It was soon perceptible that the embarrassments of government, the derangement of political, commercial, domestic, and foreign affairs, still required much energy and decision, and perhaps the capacity of older and more experienced statesmen. The cruel mismanagement in the East Indies interested the whole nation. The derangement and distraction of their affairs there, the enormities committed, and the tragical scenes of barbarity perpetrated under the presidency of Warren Hastings, Governor-General of Bengal, which reduced the country to the extreme of penury and misery, were afterwards copiously displayed and amply detailed in his long protracted trial. This finally terminated without decision on delinquency or satisfaction to the public. The dreadful famine in Calcutta in 1779 is well known. That which succeeded it in 1781 was still more deplorable, when 14,000 persons died weekly of hunger at Madras, while the provinces of Oud and Benares suffered in equal degree under the same calamity brought on by means which will never be blotted from the memory of man. Footnote: read the story of the Nabob of Oud, of Chaitsang, of the widow of Suja Dula, of the conquest of the Benares, the treatment of the Nabobs of Bengal, and indeed of all who fell under the power of the English government in their wars with the unfortunate Indians. These are to be found in a variety of authentic accounts of the conduct and intercourse of the English with the Oriental nations. End of footnote. These were too complicated and diffuse for a place here, but some cursory observations on the conduct of British officers in that country may be admitted. A specimen of the tragedy acted by General Matthews at Honori, where he directed no quarter should be given, but every man be put to the sword, will be impressive from an extract of a letter from one of his own officers. He observed that the carnage was great. We trampled thick on the dead bodies that were strewed in the way. It was rather shocking to humanity, but such are only secondary considerations. And to a soldier whose bosom glows with heroic glory, they are thought accidents, of course. His zeal makes him aspire after further victory. End of section 27. Section 28 of History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 3, by Mercy Otis Warren. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 3, by Mercy Otis Warren. Chapter 27, Conclusion. What a perversion of just ideas! The true glory of man is benignity and kindness to his fellow mortals. Nor can even military glory be enhanced by the triumphant butchery of mankind. But the same cruel apathy, expressed by one of them, seemed to pervade most of the officers on this expedition. The riches and splendor of the peninsula, and the extermination of the inhabitants that they might possess their wealth, seemed to be the only object. From Honore, General Matthews proceeded to Heidelberg, the capital of Canara. It is true, by astonishing feats of valor, he reached the metropolis where the wealth of the inhabitants was immense. The place was surrendered by capitulation. The general possessed of the treasure, and no distribution made. The avarice of the officers to obtain the full share of the plunder raised murmur and mutiny that was not easily quieted, nor was it ever ascertained in whose coffers the whole was finally deposited. Before General Matthews returned to Bombay, he sent a detachment from Heidelberg to Amarpur under the command of Major Campbell. The orders were for a storm and no quarter. The cruel mandates were received with alacrity and put in execution without delay. Every man in the place was put to the sword, except one horseman, who escaped after being wounded in 3 different places. The women, unwilling to be separated from their relations, or exposed to the brutal licentiousness of the soldiery, threw themselves in multitudes into the moats with which the fort was surrounded. 400 beautiful young women, pierced with the bayonet, and expiring in each other's arms, were in this situation, treated by the British with every kind of outrage. The avenging hand of justice soon overtook the barbarous, butchering Matthews. He fell into the hands of Tipu Sahib, after that victorious commander had recaptured Heidelberg, was loaded with chains, imprisoned, and soon after put to death by his orders. Footnote: it has been said that the manner of his death was that of pouring melted gold down his throat, a strong expression of the ideas the natives had of his avarice. End of footnote. For a further detail of the enormities committed by the servants of Britain and the sufferings of the inhabitants of India for a number of years without mitigation, the reader is referred to the history of that unfortunate country. There he will find a description of a great part of this garden of nature, whose prolific shoots have expanded over the 4 quarters of the globe, few of whose inhabitants have yet arrived to a perfect knowledge of the arts, the ingenuity, the sciences contained in their Sanskrit and other languages. Indeed, new discoveries have been recently brought to light by the investigation of learned and virtuous Englishmen, who, while pursuing their inquiries, weep to behold so fair a spot of creation, bathed in the blood of its native sons, by the hands of a nation who boast higher degrees of civilization, without possessing their simplicity or vanity, and perhaps their knowledge. Footnote: Bengal has been described as exhibiting the most charming and picturesque scenery, opening into extensive glades, covered with a fine turf, and interspersed with woods filled with a variety of birds of beautiful colors, amongst others, peacocks in abundance, sitting on the vast horizontal branches, displayed their dazzling plumes to the sun. The Ganges winding its mighty waters through the adjacent plains, adding to the prospect inexpressible grandeur, while the artist at his loom under the immense shade of the banyan tree softened his labor by the tender strains of music. End of footnote. But their progress in the arts, the histories of the first progenitors of mankind, their astronomical discoveries, and their knowledge of nature and its operations, must now lay buried with the wreck of their fortunes, and many of them enveloped in the rubbish of complete ruin, brought on them by European avarice and ambition. But a correction of some abuses in India took place early in the administration of Mr. Pitt. New regulations were adopted, and critical inquiry made into the conduct of the East India Company and their officers. Several of the old officers of government were removed, and men of more humanity sent forward in their places. Among them, Sir William Jones was appointed one of the judges of the Supreme Court of Judicature. The character of this gentleman deserves every encomium. From his writings and the testimony of contemporaries, he was an honor to his country, a benefactor to mankind, and an ornament to the world. His elegant manners, profound erudition, pure morals, and strict justice were conspicuous in all the transactions of his life. The deep researches of Sir William Jones in ancient Oriental history had thrown great light on the customs, manners, habits, and the various religions among the Indians, both ancient and modern. His learned labors must undoubtedly tend to improvements in science and the culture of virtue and true religion through the enlightened parts of the world, and perhaps to soften and humanize the hearts of his own countrymen in their future unwarrantable invasions of the inhabitants of the East. The English are, indeed, an astonishing nation, though frequently involved in hostilities with half the world, confounded by the immensity of their own national debt, accumulating almost beyond calculation, plunged in luxury and venality, their manners and their constitution corrupted, yet by their extensive commerce, the strength of their navy, their valor, their genius, and their industry, they surmount all embarrassments with address and facility, and rise superior to evils that would augur the downfall of any other nation on earth. No country has produced men more learned and liberal, of more comprehensive genius, virtue, and real excellence than England. Yet the contrast may as justly be exhibited there as in any part of the world. But the balance of real merit, both individual and national, must be left to the all-pervading eye, which, with a single glance, surveys the moral and intellectual system of creation. We now leave them to the rotations of time, and the reaction of human events to the period which shall be pointed by the providential government of Him, to whom 1,000 years are as one day, when they also may be viewed a spectacle of woe, by the remnant of nations, annihilated by their rapacity, ambition, and victorious arms. Let us hasten to turn our eyes from the miserable Marathas, the desolated tribes of Hindustan, and the naked Sarnatic, divested of everything that had breathed by the ravages of a relentless foe. A dead and dreary silence reigns over an extent of 500 or 600 miles of these once full-peopled plains. Nor will we dwell longer in any of the proud projects of conquest in the cabinet of Great Britain, either in the East or the West, but carry the mind forward and indulge a pleasing anticipation of peace and independence to the United States of America. End of section 28. Section 29 of History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 3, by Mercy Otis Warren. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 3, by Mercy Otis Warren. Chapter 28, Part 1. Peace proclaimed in America. General Carleton delays the withdrawal of the troops from New York. Situation of the Loyalists. Efforts in their favor by some gentlemen in Parliament. Their final destination. Their dissatisfaction and subsequent conduct. The discordant sounds of war that had long grated the ears of the children of America were now suspended, and the benign and heavenly voice of harmony soothed their wounded feelings, and they flattered themselves the dread summons to slaughter and death would not again resound on their shores. The independence of America, acknowledged by the first powers in Europe, and even Great Britain willing to resheathe the sword on the same honorable terms of the United States, every prospect of tranquility appeared. These were events for which the statesman had sighed in the arduous exertions of the cabinet, for which the hero had bared his breast, and the blood of the citizens had flowed in copious streams on the borders of the Atlantic, from the River St. Mary's to the St. Croix, on the eastern extreme of the American territory. Peace was proclaimed in the American Army by order of the Commander-in-Chief on the 19th of April, 1783. This was just 8 years from the memorable day when the first blood was drawn in the contest between the American colonies and the parent state in the fields of Concord and Lexington. The operation and consequences of the restoration of peace were now the subject of contemplation. This opened objects of magnitude indeed to a young republic, which had rapidly passed through the grades of youth and puberty, and was fast arriving to the age of maturity. A republic consisting of a number of confederated states, which by this time had received many as inhabitants, who were not originally from the stock of England. Some of them, indeed, were from more free governments, but others had fled from the slavery of despotic courts. From their numbers and abilities they had become respectable, and their opinions weighty in the political scale. From these and other circumstances it might be expected that in time the general enthusiasm for a republican system of government in America might languish, and new theories be adopted, or old ones modified under different names and terms, until the darling system of the inhabitants of the United States might be lost or forgotten in a growing grandiosity for monarchy. Symptoms of this nature already began to appear in the language of some interested and ambitious men, who endeavored to confound ideas and darken opinion by asserting that republicanism was an indefinite term. In social circles, they frequently insinuated that no precise meaning could be affixed to a word, by which the people were often deceived and led to pursue a shadow instead of an object of any real stability. This was indeed more the language of art than principle, and seemed to augur the decline of public virtue in a free state. It required the utmost vigilance to guard against and counteract designs thus secretly covered. It was not unexpected by the judicious observers of human conduct that many contingencies might arise to defeat or to render fruitless the efforts that had been made on the practicability of erecting and maintaining a pure, unadulterated republican government. Time must unfold the futility of such an expectation, or establish the system on a basis that will lead mankind to rejoice in the success of an experiment that has been too often tried in vain. Those who have been nurtured in the dark regions of despotism, who have witnessed the sale of the peasantry with the glebe they have cultivated from infancy, and who have seen the sire and the son, transferred with the stables and the cattle, from master to master, cannot realize the success of a theory that has a tendency to exalt the species and elevate the lower grades of mankind to a condition nearer to an equality with adventitious superiority. It is not wonderful that a people of this description in education should be incredulous of the utility of more free modes of government. They are naturally tenacious of old customs, habits, and their own fortuitous advantages. They are unable to form an idea of general freedom among mankind, without distinction of ranks that elevate one class of men to the summit of pride and insolence, and sink another to the lowest grade of servility and debasement. But Americans born under no feudal tenure, nurtured in the bosom of mediocrity, educated in the schools of freedom, who have never been used to look up to any lord of the soil as having a right by prescription, habit, or hereditary claim to the property of their flocks, their herds, and their pastures, may easily have been supposed to have grown to maturity with very different ideas and with the disposition to defend their allodial inheritance to the last moment of their lives. The United States of America, however, had yet many matters of the highest importance to adjust. They had many descriptions of persons to quiet, and many circumstances connected with foreign nations that required diplomatic discussion, particularly with regard to the laws of trade and the regulation of commerce, both at home and abroad, before a stable form of government could either be adopted or organized. The army was not yet disbanded, and a powerful body of loyalists were retarding the completion of some of the articles in the Treaty of Peace, and embarrassing the commander-in-chief of the British Army by their murmurs and discontents. When Sir Henry Clinton was recalled from the command of the King's forces in America, he was succeeded by Sir Guy Carleton, who was vested with a very extensive commission. He had the direction and government of all military affairs in Canada, New York, and wherever else the Crown of England claimed any stand in the United States. According to the articles of the definitive treaty, all the posts held by the troops of His Britannic Majesty within the territories of the United States were to be immediately evacuated, and on the certitude of a general accommodation, every British and Hessian soldier was to be drawn off and retire from the continent. But a delay took place, which in some instances we shall see was fatal to the peace of the United States. The British troops still occupied New York, though by treaty it was to have been relinquished on the declaration of peace. It is true, however, that General Carleton had usually conducted with great politeness both towards Congress and the Commander-in-Chief of the armies of the United States. But he was himself embarrassed between his duty and his honor. The reasons for staying longer at New York than was stipulated by treaty were not grounded on mere plausible pretense. The principal argument offered by him for a non-compliance with orders and delaying the expectation of the Americans was the obligation he thought Great Britain under to protect the Loyalists. At the same time, his own mind was impressed with the necessity and justice of aid and support to a body of hapless men, who ought not to be thrown by as a useless garment when administration no longer needed the assistance of disaffected Americans and refugees. End of section 29. Section 30 of History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 3, by Mercy Otis Warren. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 3, by Mercy Otis Warren. Chapter 28, Part 2. Whether wholly influenced by compassion toward the Loyalists, or whether stimulated by political reasons in the cabinet of his court, General Carleton did not appear to shew any extraordinary degree of moderation in consequence of the delay. Several months after the proclamation for peace, General Carleton wrote the President of the Congress of the United States that he wished to accelerate his orders to evacuate New York, and that he should lose no time, as far as depended upon him, to fulfill His Majesty's commands, but that the difficulty of assigning the precise period for this event is of late greatly increased. He complained in his letter that the violence of the Americans, which broke out soon after the cessation of hostilities, increased the number of their countrymen who looked to him for escape from threatened destruction, and that these terrors had of late been so considerably augmented that almost all within the lines conceived the safety, both of their property and their lives, depended upon being removed by him, which rendered it impossible to say when the evacuation could be completed. He said, whether they had just grounds to assert that there was either no government within the limits of the American territory for common protection, or that it secretly favored the committees and the sovereignty they assume and are actually exercising, he should not pretend to determine. He observed that, as the public papers furnished repeated proofs, not only of a disregard to the Articles of Peace, but contained barbarous menaces from committees formed in various towns, cities, and districts, and even at Philadelphia, the very place which the Congress had chosen for their residence, that he should show an indifference to the feelings of humanity, as well as to the honor and interest of the nation whom he served, to leave any of the loyalists that are desirous to quit the country a prey to the violence they conceive they have so much cause to apprehend. He intimated that Congress might learn from his letter how much depended upon themselves and the subordinate legislatures to facilitate the service he was commanded to perform, that they might abate the fears and lessen the number of the emigrants. But should these fears continue and compel such multitudes to remove, he should hold himself acquitted from every delay in fulfilling his orders and the consequences which may result therefrom. He also added that it made no small part of his concern that the Congress had thought proper to suspend, to so late an hour, recommendations stipulated by the treaty, and in the punctual performance of which the king and his ministers had expressed such entire confidence. This letter was considered by Congress, the officers of the army, and the people in general, as evasive, if not affrontive, and taught them the necessity of standing on their guard and holding their arms in their hands until the removal of all hostile appearances, the entire evacuation of New York, and until the fleets of His Britannic Majesty were withdrawn from the American seas. The Loyalists were still very numerous in the city, though some of them had dispersed themselves in despair, to seek an asylum without much dependence on government. Their situation was indeed truly deplorable. They had everything to fear if the British troops withdrew and left them to the clemency of their countrymen, now elated by success and more hardened against the feelings of humanity by the cruel scenes of war they had witnessed. The conduct of the American refugees had been such from the commencement of hostilities that they could not but be conscious, as expressed by a celebrated American patriot, that they were responsible for all the additional blood that had been spilt by the addition of their weight in the scale of the enemy. He observed they were sensible they could never regain the confidence of their late fellow subjects, whose very looks must confound an abashed man, who, in defiance of nature and education, had not only by a reversed ambition chosen bondage before freedom, but waged an infernal war against their nearest connections, for not making the like abhorred election. Every one will readily conceive that these people at this time were really in a distressed situation. Their own ideas of the improbability of harmony and quiet, even if permitted to return to the bosom of their country, comported with the above observations. These were strongly expressed in a memorial to the British Secretary of State, forwarded by them soon after the definitive treaty. In this memorial they observe that the personal animosities that arose from civil dissensions had been heightened by the blood that had been shed, to such a degree that the two parties could never be reconciled. They therefore prayed that they might have an assignment of lands and assistance from the Crown to make settlements for themselves and families. The experiment of this intermixture and reunion of heterogeneous characters had not yet been tried, but from the temper of the people throughout the continent, there did not appear to be any great probability that the recommendation of Congress to the legislative bodies would disarm the resentment or eradicate the painful ideas that the presence of American refugees would revive. The minds of many had suffered too much in their persons or connections from such as they thought ought to have assisted in the struggle for the independence of their country to be healed in a moment. It is beyond a doubt that there was little conciliatory feeling on either side. So far from it, the vanquished in New York were threatened with severe vengeance by one party, while the other poured out the most bitter expressions of resentment against the Congress and the people of America, now rejoicing in the success of their own arms. This temper was far from justifiable. It was neither acting as wise politicians or real Christians, but it was the natural ebullition of injured and provoked human nature, which too seldom pays the strictest regard to national faith, honor, or moral precept, when passion has been brought up beyond a certain degree of forbearance. It is matter of wonder that the whole class of loyalists, though disarmed of power, were so imprudent as not to discover any disposition to harmonize with, or a wish to conciliate the affections of their former friends and associates. They expressed their rancor on all occasions, and when assured that the definitive treaty was actually signed, they broke out into the most violent paroxysms of rage and disappointment. Epithets of the most indecent and vindictive nature often fell from their lips, and increased the general disgust planted in the bosoms of their countrymen from their first defection from the American cause. The recent outrages that had been committed, sanctioned by orders from the Associated Board of Loyalists, as they styled themselves, had given reason to apprehend that a spirit of revenge would be excited, that might preclude all lenity and forbearance in the minds of those citizens who had been pillaged, insulted, and abused. It was justly apprehended that the unhoused mourners were fathers, brothers, or beloved sons, betrayed into the hands of pitiless enemies by this description of persons could not readily forgive. End of section 30. Section 31 of History, the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 3, by Mercy Otis Warren. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 3, by Mercy Otis Warren. Chapter 28, Conclusion. In order to check this rancorous spirit, or rather to lessen the influence of such an invidious temper, and prevent the fatal effects that might on both sides arise from its indulgence, General Carleton, soon after his arrival at New York, had directed the dissolution of the society, and forbidden any more meetings as an associated body, under any name or form. But he considered the situation of this class, more particularly those who had been active members of the Board of Associated Loyalists, as too hazardous to desert at the present moment. It has been observed that he thought it his indispensable duty to reside in the city and to retain the British troops for a time, for the protection of all the unhappy people under the description of Tories or Loyalists. He therefore waited until some arrangements and proper provisions could be made for their subsistence. Notwithstanding the British negotiators had been obliged to leave them in a very indeterminate situation, or recede from the negotiations for peace, great attention had been paid to this description of persons in the debates of the British Parliament. Sir Adam Ferguson had suggested some time before the peace, in the course of debate, that they ought to be divided into three classes. First, those who had early taken arms in the cause of Britain. Secondly, those who had fled to England with their families. Lastly, those who had continued at home and did not act or styled themselves loyalists until the king's troops called them out to express their opinions by personally acting against the Americans. He said that a discrimination ought to be made, and that they should be rewarded according to their merits and sufferings. This discrimination was attended with difficulty, but everyone thought the government was under obligations to each of these classes that could not be winked out of sight. But they all had claims of consideration and compensation for their efforts to support the measures of Parliament, if not for any essential services rendered to the Crown. Many noblemen were zealous that suitable provision should be made for the American loyalists of all descriptions, and no one appeared more interested in their favor than Lord Shelburne. In consequence of this, some arrangements were made for their establishment, and an apportionment of lands assigned them in the province of Nova Scotia. They were there assisted by the British government to erect a town, which was incorporated by the name of Shelburne, and patronized by his lordship, but it was a sterile spot, and many of them took better ground for themselves at New Brunswick, St. John's, and other parts of Nova Scotia, Canada, and within limits of any part of the American territory yet claimed by Great Britain. The officers of the provincial corps were allowed half pay for life, but notwithstanding any partial compensations made to the Loyalists by the British government, their situation in every view was truly pitiable. Many of them had long separated from their families and tenderest connections. They had flattered themselves with the hope of returning in very different circumstances at the conclusion of a war, which they had expected would much sooner have terminated, and have terminated in a manner equal to their sanguine ideas of the irresistible arm of Britain. The most exalted opinion of the strength and power of that nation, a reverential attachment to the monarch, and the fond influence of old habits of government and obedience to parliamentary regulations had all cooperated with their ideas of the complete subjugation of the American colonies. They naturally calculated that they should then be restored to their former residences and become the favorite subjects of royal patronage. They had reason to expect that their unshaken loyalty and uniform exertions to facilitate the designs of the court of St. James justly deserved a higher tribute of gratitude from the crown than they had received. Their banishment to an iron shore, with a cold recommendation to the state legislatures to permit them to revisit those friends that might yet have survived the hand of time and misfortune, and to make an effort to recover their scattered property that had frequently shifted hands, as is usual in the confusion of revolutionary struggles, could not be viewed by them as very high marks of consideration. Yet many of them submitted afterwards to their condition with the spirit of enterprise and resolution, and endeavored to establish their new settlements on a respectable footing. But their embarrassments in a situation so new, the soil unprolific, the climate frigid, and the natural propensity of the human mind to sigh after a return to its natal spot, to finish the career of present existence, all cooperated to defeat their success. Shelburne, the pride of their hopes, was in a few years nearly depopulated, and many expensive and elegant buildings left without an inhabitant. As we shall not again have any further occasion to recur to the subject of the Loyalists, a few observations, the result of their subsequent conduct, may be here introduced with propriety, though it is rather an anticipation. Those who fixed themselves on the more fertile borders of the Bay of Fundy and St. John's River succeeded better than those at Shelburne, but though few of them felt themselves greatly obligated to the justice or the generosity of the British government, they continued their fealty and attachment to the crown of England, with the same zeal and fervor which formerly glowed in the bosoms of the inhabitants of all the American colonies. The planting a new settlement is an unpleasant task to those who have been used to softer habits, from the industry, fatigue, and self-denial necessary to promote its success. Nor does the laborious exercise of felling trees and erecting log huts for themselves yield much satisfaction to those of a rougher class, but in the anticipation of better prospects in future. The hand of time, which generally ameliorates the miseries of man, or reconciles the mind to its misfortunes, was not sufficiently lenient to make happy these once voluntary emigrants, either in Canada, Nova Scotia, or even in England. Impatient under the sentence of exile from their native land, some of them returned to America as aliens and availed themselves of the benefit of the act of naturalization, afterwards passed by the American government in favor of those who wished to become citizens of the United States, but under the influence of their old prejudices in favor of monarchy, and their minds lowered down by habit to succumb to the doctrines of passive obedience. Some of them were restless and uneasy in the society of men who had recently suffered so much to procure liberty and independence to themselves and posterity. They fomented divisions, disseminated party opinions, ridiculed the principles of the Revolution, and vilified many of the first characters who had exerted themselves to secure the liberties of their country. These, combined with other circumstances that took place, seemed to throw a temporary veil over the Republican system. All those who returned to the bosom of their country after the peace ought not to be implicated as inheriting such vindictive dispositions. Whenever the Loyalists are mentioned in a collective body, it is but just to make a reservation of some exceptions in favor of such as fled, when the terrors awakened in their bosoms by the convulsive sounds of war. These only wished to return to their native soil and enjoy a quiet residence in the land which gave them birth. Persons of this description were to be found in every state in the Union, after they were permitted by treaty to return. These were objects of commiseration rather than blame. They had lost their property, their friends, and their felicity from a mistaken apprehension of the power of the hostile arm that had been stretched out for the invasion of America before their emigration. Whatever testimony truth may require from an historian when investigating the motives of action in public bodies or scrutinizing individual character, the proneness of man to err should always admonish him that it is an indispensable duty to be candid where he can. It is to be lamented when political opinion is the only bond of attachment, when merit, however conspicuous, is not acknowledged but by the party in which it is enlisted. The web of prejudice is then so thickly interwoven that no ray of brotherly kindness can penetrate, and that charity which covers a multitude of sins is totally annihilated. Though the anticipation in the preceding short chapter may not exactly accord with the rules of historic writing, no other apology is necessary than that the awakened curiosity of the reader, as well as his compassion, will naturally excite a wish to trace the destiny of a body of men who had set their faces against the liberties of mankind and the exertions of their countrymen. This class had hazarded their own fortune and liberty, which was staked against the independence of America and the freedom of future generations. This cursory review of the situation of those unhappy emigrants, the treatment which they received from the British government, their destination and compensation in consequence of their attachment to the monarch of England, will doubtless be permitted, though not in due order of time, as it was the natural result of a survey of their character, their condition, their fate at the close of the war, and their subsequent deportment. End of section 31. Section 32 of History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 3, by Mercy Otis Warren. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 3, by Mercy Otis Warren. Chapter 29, Part 1. Conduct of the American Army on the news of peace. Mutiny and insurrection. Congress surrounded by a part of the American Army. Mutineers disperse. Congress removes to Princeton. Order of Cincinnati. Observations thereon. Before we close the curtain on the scenes that have empurpled the plains of America with the blood of some of the best of their citizens, or before we congratulate the European world on the opportunity of closing the Temple of Janus for a season, it is proper to retrospect and mark some of the intermediate transactions of the American troops, from the capture of Lord Cornwallis and his army to the proclamation for peace and the disbanding the troops of the United States. We have seen through the narration of events during the war the armies of the American states suffering hunger and cold, nakedness, fatigue, and danger, with unparalleled patience and valor. A due sense of the importance of the contest in which they were engaged, and the certain ruin and disgrace in which they themselves and their children would be involved on the defeat of their object. was a strong stimulus to patient suffering, an attachment to their commanding officers, a confidence in the faith of Congress, and the sober principles of independence, equity, and equality, in which the most of them had been nurtured, all united to quiet any temporary murmurs that might arise from present feelings, and to command the fidelity of soldiers contending for personal freedom and the liberties of their country. The deranged state of the American finances from a depreciating currency, the difficulty of obtaining loans of moneys, and various other causes had sufficiently impressed them with the danger that threatened the great object, the independence of the United States of America. These circumstances had led the Army to submit to a delay of payment of their equitable dues, notwithstanding their personal sufferings, and to wait the effects of more efficient stipulations for adequate rewards in some future day. But on the certain intelligence that peace was at hand, that it had been proposed to disband the Army by furloughs, and that there was no appearance of a speedy liquidation of the public debts, many of both officers and soldiers grew loud in their complaints and bold in their demands. They required an immediate payment of all arrearages, and insisted on the security of the commutation engaged by Congress some time before, on the recommendation of General Washington. He had requested that the officers of the Army might be assured of receiving 7 years' whole pay, instead of half pay for life, which had been stipulated before. This after reducing the term to 5 years Congress had engaged. They also demanded a settlement for rations, clothing, and proper consideration for the delay of payment of just debts, which had long been due, and an obligation from Congress for compensation or immediate payment. They chose General McDougall, Colonel Brooks, and Colonel Ogden, a committee from the Army to wait on Congress, to represent the general uneasiness, and to lay the complaints of the Army before them, and to enforce the requests of the officers, most of whom were supposed to have been concerned in the business. Anonymous addresses were scattered among the troops, poisonous suggestions whispered, and the most inflammatory resolutions drawn up and disseminated through the Army. These were written with ingenuity and spirit, but the authors were not discovered. Reports were everywhere circulated that the military department would do itself justice, that the Army would not disband until Congress had acceded to all their demands, and that they would keep their arms in their hands until they had compelled the delinquent states to a settlement and Congress to a compliance with all the claims of the public creditors. These alarming appearances were conducted with much art and intrigue. It was said, and doubtless it was true, that some persons not belonging to the Army, and who were very adroit in fiscal management, had their full share in ripening the rupture. Deeply involved in public contracts, some of the largest public creditors on the continent were particularly suspected of fomenting a spirit and encouraging views inconsistent with the principles and professions of the Friends to the Revolution. These were disgusted at the rejection of the late 5% impost, which had been contemplated. They were thought to have been busy in ripening projects which might bring forward measures for the speedy liquidation of the public demands. The private embarrassments and expenses of some of this class had frequently prompted them to ill-digested systems for relief to themselves, in which the public were also involved, from the confidence placed in them by men of the first consideration. But their expedients and their adventures ended in the complete ruin of some individuals. Those gentlemen, however, most particularly implicated in the public opinion, sustained a character pure and morals correct, when viewed in the comparison with others who were looking forward to projects of extensive speculation, to the establishment of banks and funding systems, and to the erecting a government for the United States, in which should be introduced ranks, privileged orders, and arbitrary powers. Several of these were deep, designing instruments of mischief, characters able, artful, and insinuating, who were undoubtedly engaged in the maneuvers of the Army, and though their designs were not fully comprehended, It was generally believed that they secretly encouraged the discontents and the attempts of the disaffected soldiery. In answer to the address of the officers of the army, Congress endeavored to quiet by palliatives and by expressions of kindness, encouragement, and hope. Several months passed in this uneasy situation. The people anxious, the officers restless, the army instigated by them, and by ambitious and interested men in other departments, proceeded to the most pernicious resolutions and to measures of a very dangerous nature. In the meantime, General Washington, both as commander-in-chief and as a man who had the peace of his country at heart, did everything in his power to quiet complaint, to urge to patience, and to dissipate the mutinous spirit that prevailed in the army. By his assiduity, prudence, and judgment, the Empress was slightly covered, but the fire was not extinguished. The secret murmurs that had rankled for several months, and had alternately been smothered in the sullen bosom, or blazed high in the sanguine, now broke out into open insurrection. On the 20th of June, 1783, a part of the Pennsylvania line, with some others belonging to the different corps of several of the United States, in defiance of all order and military discipline, and in contempt of the advice and even importunity of such as were better disposed, marched from Lancaster to Philadelphia. There they were joined by some discontented soldiers in the barracks within the city, who had recently returned poor, emaciated, and miserable from the Southern service. This seditious host surrounded the State House, where Congress was sitting, placed guards at the doors, and threatened immediate outrage unless their demands were complied with in the short space of 24 minutes. Prompt requisitions and immediate decision all well-disciplined armies are used to, but this is no apology for the precipitation of their present measures. However, from the pride and success of military maneuvers to which they had been accustomed, they felt themselves superior to all civil subordination or control. This is usually the case with all armies or detachments from them, in all countries, after they have stood their ground long enough to feel their strength sufficient to indulge that military tyranny which grows by habit, and makes a standing army a fit instrument for the support of the most cruel despotism. It was indeed very alarming to see the General Congress of the United States held in a kind of duress by a part of their own army. But though extremely clamorous and insolent, the mutineers did not proceed to personal abuse, and, as if struck by a consciousness of the impropriety of their own conduct, or overawed by the appearance of that honorable body in a state of imprisonment by those whom they ought to command, the members were soon permitted to separate. Indeed, they did not meet with any personal insult from the rude and disorderly soldiers, though their demands were not complied with, nor any new concessions made in favor of men who threatened to become the military masters of the country. Congress, thus rudely assaulted, resented the public affront as they ought, and judged it improper for themselves to continue longer in a city where they could not be sure of protection. The President and the members of Congress agreed to leave Philadelphia immediately, and to meet on the 26th at Princeton to proceed on the business of the United States. General Washington, very far from countenancing any of the measures of these disturbers of order and tranquility, and very unhappy at the discontents that had appeared among many of his officers, lost not a moment after he was informed of the riotous proceedings of a great part of his army in Philadelphia. He ordered General Robert Howe to march without delay, with a body of 1,500 men, to quell the mutineers. Aided by the prudent conduct of the magistrates of the city, things were not carried to the extremities apprehended. The refractory soldiers were soon reduced to obedience, tranquillity restored, and no blood spilt. Some of the ringleaders of sedition were taken into custody, but soon after received a pardon from Congress. The most decided steps were immediately taken, not only to quell the clamors of the rioters, but to do justice to the armies of the United States. The commutation, which had labored in Congress for some time, was finally agreed on. 5 years full pay was acceded to, instead of half pay during the lives of the officers of the Army. To this was added a promise of a large proportion of uncultivated land in the Western Territory to be distributed among them according to their rank in the Army. Yet they were not satisfied. Their complaints were loud. The grievances and the merits of the Army recapitulated, and their demands high, even to the alarm of all who had the interest of their country at heart, lest the consequences of this mutinous spirit might be fatal to its future tranquility. End of section 32. Section 33 of History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 3, by Mercy Otis Warren. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 3, by Mercy Otis Warren. Chapter 29, Part 2. The disbanding of an army and throwing a number of idle people at once on the community always requires the most guarded, cautious, and judicious steps. Congress, sensible of this, had immediately on the news of peace recommended to General Washington the measure of furloughing a number of commissioned and non-commissioned officers. They were of the opinion that if a considerable part of the soldiery who had enlisted for 3 years were sent from the army in this way, it would be the most prudent method of separating a body of men, usually dangerous to the liberties and morals of their own country, when no foreign foe obliges them to unite in the general defense. But it was a measure not pleasing to the army, and had fomented the uneasiness and increased the clamor among the officers, previous to the audacious step of investing the Congressional Assembly and obliging them under the threats of an armed force to disperse for their own personal safety. Yet this mutinous disposition did not appear to have infected the whole army. Many of the soldiers were the substantial yeomanry of the country. Many of the officers had stood in the same grade of life, and were far from wishing to involve the inhabitants of their native country in scenes of new confusion and distress, for the redress of their complaints or the payment of their arrearages. At the same time, the people at large generally thought that the compensations engaged by Congress were equal to the services and sufferings of the army, however meritorious. It was judged that if held up in a comparative view with the exertions, the sufferings, and the dangers of men in other departments, that gratitude was not exclusively due to the military line, but that others, who had with vigilance and energy opposed the common enemy, were entitled to some consideration in the public eye. Every sober and judicious man considered patience and moderation requisites that ought to adorn every public character, and censured in strong terms the indulgence of that restless and turbulent spirit that had recently appeared to prevail in the Army of the United States. The public in general was soon confirmed in the opinion that the intrigues of some of the officers were deep, ambitious, designing, and pernicious. In the outset of the American Revolution, the institution of ranks, the creation of nobles, the rearing of monarchy, or the aggrandizement of a monarch, and the factitious ideas of aristocratic birth had no existence in the minds of a rising republic or their army, organized to oppose the encroachments of kings. These were ideas afterwards suggested by aspiring individuals who had no prescriptive rights by any superiority of birth, wealth, or education to assume dignified names or ennobled orders. By degrees, these views were nurtured by certain designing characters and matured by circumstances to which the inhabitants of the states had hitherto been strangers. But a connection with European powers, formed from necessity, kept open by negotiation, and the intercourse strengthened by speculators and men of pleasure, tainted the purity and simplicity of American manners long before the conclusion of the war. The friendships formed in the field with the foreign army had their influence, and the habits and opinions of military men who had long been the servants of monarchy or despotism were adopted by a considerable part of the Army of the United States. Nor were some men of other descriptions less fascinated with the splendor of courts and the baubles of ambitious spirits, scepters, diadems, and crowns. Doubtless, some of these had lent their cooperating influence to undermine the beautiful fabric of republicanism, which Americans had erected with enthusiastic fondness, and for which they had risked ease, property, and life. It may be observed that pure republicanism is cherished by the philosopher in his closet, and admired by the statesman in his theories of government. Yet when called into operation, the combinations of interest, ambition, or party prejudice do generally destroy the principle, though the name and the form may be preserved. There is a change of manners, of sentiments, of principles, and of pursuits, which perhaps similar circumstances will in time produce in all ages and countries, but from the equality of condition to which they have been used, from the first emigration of their ancestors, from their modes of life, and from the character and professions of its inhabitants, such a change in America was not contemplated, nor could have been expected to approach, at so early a period of her independence. But new ideas from a rivalry of power and a thirst for wealth had prepared the way to corruption, and the awakened passions were hurried to new images of happiness. The simpler paths which they had trodden in pursuit of competence and felicity were left to follow the fantastic fopperies of foreign nations, and to sigh for the distinctions acquired by titles, instead of that real honor which is ever the result of virtue. A writer of celebrity has observed that military commanders acquiring fame and accustomed to receive the obedience of armies are in their hearts generally enemies to the popular equality of republics. Thus, the first step taken in the United States for the aggrandizement of particular families by distinguished orders and assumed nobility appeared to originate in the army, some of whom, as observed of the ancient barons of England, soon forgot the cause and the patriotism of their ancestors, and insensibly became the servants of luxury and of government. By the Articles of Confederation unanimously acceded to by each legislature on the continent, the great American Republic admitted no titles of honor, no ennobled or privileged orders, but willing to make the experiment and reap the first fruits of exclusive dignity. A self-created rank was contemplated by some officers of the army, and an order of military knighthood projected before the disturbances at Philadelphia, but not publicly avowed until after the insurrection was subdued. This institution embraced the whole body of officers belonging to the Army and Navy, both French and Americans. The right of admitting as honorary members persons of eminence of any nation was also assumed. This adoption of honorary members gave the right only of partaking present munificence, and the enjoyment of the honor during their own lives, however they might have distinguished in name or character. An hereditary claim to the peerage of the Order of Cincinnati, and the privileges annexed thereto, was confined solely to the military line. The Count de Rochambeau, the Duc de Noailles, and many of the principal officers of the French army, and several other foreign officers, whose term of service had been too short to admit a claim according to the rules of the order, were, however, adopted on its first institution. The French ambassador and many other gentlemen, bred in the schools of monarchy in various parts of Europe, and even some princes and crowned heads, were invited to dignify the order by becoming honorary members. This was a deep-laid plan, which discovered sagacity to look forward, genius to take advantage, and art to appropriate to themselves the opening prospects of dignity and rank, which had sired the minds of ambitious men. The ostensible design of this novel institution was striking to the compassionate mind, and flattering to the lovers of freedom among the American officers. Many of them knew not enough of the world and of the history and character of man to suspect any latent mischief or any concealed object that must not yet be divulged, for fear of disgusting the public ear. Others had comprehensive ideas of the system and, with great complacency of mind, anticipated the honor of hereditary knighthood entailed on their posterity. The members were invited to embody as a society of friends, to perpetuate the memory of the Revolution, and to engage to be vigilant in preserving inviolate the exalted rights and liberties of human nature, for which they had fought and bled. On his initiation into the society, each member was to advance a month's pay in order to begin a fund for the relief of any unfortunate family or distressed individual who did himself or whose father had belonged to the order. They mutually engaged that this union should not be dissolved but with their lives, and that their attachment and their honors should descend to the eldest of their male posterity, and in failure thereof to the collateral branches. They were to be furnished with a diploma, and to appropriate to themselves as a badge of their order a golden medal, with a bald eagle spread on the one side, and on the other a symbol and a motto indicative of the dignity of their order. The medal was to be suspended on a broad blue ribbon, edged with white, designed to intimate the union between America and France. This was to be hung to a buttonhole of their vest. As the officers of the American army had styled themselves of the order, and assumed the name of Cincinnatus, it might have been expected that they would have imitated the humble and disinterested virtues of the ancient Roman, that they would have retired satisfied with their own efforts to save their country, and the confident rewards it was ready to bestow, instead of ostentatiously assuming hereditary distinctions and the insignia of nobility. But the eagle and the ribbon dangled at the buttonhole of every youth who had for 3 years borne an office in the army, and taught him to look down with proud contempt on the patriot grown gray in the service of his country. Arduous indeed was the task of raising, regulating, and maintaining an army to secure the freedom, the mediocrity, and the independent spirit, as well as the name of Americans. Those who had been long engaged in this laborious work had never imagined that any class of the citizens of the United States would pant for peerages in the shade of retirement, instead of practicing in their primeval state the humble virtues and imitating the laudable manners of their ancestors. End of section 33. Section 34 of History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 3, by Mercy Otis Warren. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 3, by Mercy Otis Warren. Chapter 29, Part 3. The benevolent principles avowed in the declarations of the Society allured many to unite with them who had no idea of establishing a hereditary rank of nobility in America. Their views were too circumscribed, and perhaps too virtuous, to wish for anything more than independence, retirement, and peace, and to return to the plow or to the humbler occupations of their former life, with the conscious disposition of doing good to their old associates, if affliction should assail, or misfortunes render them in any future day the objects of commiseration and beneficence. But America had nurtured sons of boundless ambition, who thus early contemplated stars, garters, and diadems, crowns, scepters, and the regalia of kings, in the yet simple bosom of their country. General Washington was looked to as the head of the society, though for a time he prudently declined the style of president or Grand Master of the Order, and chose to be considered only as an honorary member. This might have been for an apprehension that it would give a stab to his popularity, but more probably it was from a sense of the impropriety of an assumption so incompatible with the principles of a young republic. The commander of the armies of the United States, however, after the Baron de Steuben had acted as Grand Master of the Order until October 1783, publicly acknowledged and subscribed himself the president of the Society of the Cincinnati. It was observed by a writer in England that this was the only blot hitherto discovered in the character of this venerable hero. The same writer adds, it is impossible ever to exculpate him. If he understood the tendency of his conduct, his ideas of liberty must have been less pure and elevated than they have been represented. And if he rushed into the measure blindfold, he must still be considered as wanting in some degree that penetration and presence of mind so necessary to complete his character. He was censured by several opposed to such an institution, who wrote on the subject both in Europe and America. It was considered as a blamable deviation in him from the principles of the Revolution, which he had defended by his sword and appeared now ready to relinquish by his example. The name of Washington was alone sufficient to render the institution popular in the army, but neither his nor any other name could sanction the design in the eye of the sober Republican and other men of moderate views in the common grades of life. These were tenacious of the principles in the Articles of the Confederation, which expressly forbade any rank or dignity to be conferred on the citizens of the United States either by princes abroad or self-created societies at home. Much less satisfied were many high-spirited individuals in the higher classes of life, ambassadors abroad who had adopted a fondness for nominal distinctions, members of Congress and of state legislatures, and many others who had acquired a taste for the external superiority that wealth and titles bestow, could not be pleased to see themselves and their children thus excluded from hereditary claim to the honors, privileges, and emoluments of the first order of American nobility. These asserted without hesitation that this self-created peerage of military origin would throw an undue weight into the scale of the army, while the sincere votaries to freedom and the natural equality of man apprehended that this institution would give a fatal wound to the liberties of America. Many judicious observers of the story of mankind thought that the United States had now, at the conclusion of the war, an opportunity to make a fair experiment between the advantages of a republican form of government and more despotic modes. It is true, America had obtained her independence and spurned at every idea of kingly power. Yet at this period it was difficult to conjecture into what form of government the United States would finally settle. Republicanism has been the order of the day. The theory was beautiful, and the system warmly advocated by many of the best political writers. But the manners and the opinions of many discovered that they had not entirely shaken off their prejudices in favor of monarchy, under which their ancestors had suffered enough to lead them to impress the wisest lessons on their posterity. Some circumstances augured symptoms that Americans, like most other nations, would succumb to the will of assumed superiority, and by their servility justify the attempt to establish inequalities of rank, and that they would relinquish with their rights the spirit that ought to support them, that the dignity of republican principles would, in some not very distant day, be lost in the adulation of the sycophant, trembling under the frown of a despotic master. This was consistent with the ideas of a sensible American writer on the subject of the institution of the Cincinnati. He observes that this order was a deep-laid plan to beget and perpetuate family grandeur and aristocratic nobility, which might terminate at last in monarchical tyranny. But, adds the same writer, never let so foul a stain be fastened on the human character as that the very men who, with unfading honor, rescued their country from the galling yoke of foreigners, should lay the cornerstone for erecting a tyranny themselves. Let not their example prove that all that Plato, Sidney, and Locke have said, and others have bequeathed to posterity on the subject of political happiness, was no more than ideal pictures of a fine imagination. The Baron de Steuben and many other foreign officers were very active and zealous in promoting this new institution. It was, however, generally thought it originated more in the ambition of some American than in the influence of any European officers, and perhaps the society was not more indebted to any individual who was a native son of America for this dignified innovation than to Major General Knox, a man of extensive ambition who had imbibed ideas of distinction too extravagant for a genuine Republican. Mr. Knox had not the advantages of a literary education, but his natural inquisitive disposition and attention to books rendered him a well-informed, agreeable man, with ingratiating accomplishments. His love of military parade and the affability of his manners brought him forward to the command of a cadet company in Boston before the commencement of the American War. Naturally of a complacent disposition, his jovial humor and easy deportment rendered him acceptable in all companies, and made him a favorite with the commander-in-chief, even before his talents as a soldier were called into exercise. With an assemblage of pleasing qualities, it is not strange that he rose rapidly in the military line. He commanded the artillery department for several years before the conclusion of the war, and performed his duty in this line with courage and vigilance, which did honor to his military character. Towards the close of the war, many gentlemen had indulged the most expensive modes of life, without resources sufficient to support the pernicious habits which they had adopted from a wild fondness for novel ideas of rank, titles, and privileged orders, little short of men, princely education, birth, and expectations. These probably might think that some badge of hereditary nobility might give consequence to certain characters and families, or they might have sagacity to see that new exigencies might arise that would open new sources of wealth to favored individuals, sufficient to maintain the pageantry assumed by self-originated titles and distinguished orders. End of section 34. Section 35 of History, The Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 3, by Mercy Otis Warren. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 3, by Mercy Otis Warren. Chapter 29, Conclusion. Friendship and brotherly kindness, patriotism and charity were held up as the basis of the institution, and however the pride of man might be flattered by the ideas of a frivolous honorary title, attached to his family forever, doubtless the urbanity of Mr. Knox, as well as many other gentlemen, members of the society, was gratified more by the expectation that much utility would redound to a very large class of the community, who might be benefited by the donations of the society, though they reaped none of the honors of the institution. But it was not long before the people were generally aroused from their supineness by the alarming aspect of these pretensions of the officers of the army. Instead of an affectionate respect to them, which had been generally felt, or any new veneration awakened toward the new military nobles, a universal disgust was intermingled with the apprehensions of danger. This innovation was considered as striking at once at the equality, liberty, simplicity, and interest of the nation at large. The legislatures of several states announced their disapprobation of the institution in strong and pointed language. They declared it an unjustifiable, dangerous, and bold presumption, and threatened, if persisted in, to manifest stronger tokens of their displeasure against the officers of the army for separating themselves from their fellow citizens, and erecting a pedestal on which they might be elevated to distinguished rank, and grades of honor inhibited by the Confederacy of the States and the principles of the Revolution. The state of Rhode Island carried their resentment still farther. They cut them off from the usual privileges which had been enjoyed by the subjects of the state, and annulled their claims to the common rights of citizenship by declaring that any who were members of the Cincinnati should be considered as incapable of holding any office under the government. In short, so general was the dissatisfaction expressed at the appearance of a deep-laid foundation for building up a strong aristocracy, if not a monarchy, on the ruins of the American Republic, that at the meeting of the Order of Cincinnati in May 1784, they withdrew, or rather drew a veil over, some of their former pretensions. They apparently renounced the idea of hereditary distinctions and several other obnoxious claims, but in reality they relinquished nothing. They afterwards continued the general and state meetings, the former once in 3 years and the latter annually, retained their badges of honor, invited the eldest sons of deceased officers to accept the diploma, and to wear the eagle of their fathers, to associate with them on all public occasions, and to keep up the ancestral claim, in spite of the disapprobation of most of their countrymen. Their funds increased rapidly. According to their articles, the yearly interest only was to be annually appropriated to charitable purposes. This was much more than was expended. Thus the wealth of the society was continually enhancing, and by their riches and their numbers they were indeed a formidable body, capable of becoming a preponderating weight in the political scale of their country, in whatever exigencies it might hereafter be involved. There was undoubtedly much merit in the conduct of the American officers and soldiers through the war. There was also much to apprehend from them by the existing circumstances at the close of hostilities. Various combinations and circumstances rendered it improbable that such a corps of ambitious spirits, hardened in the field of valor and enterprise, should at once return to their former occupations and sit down as quiet citizens, without intriguing or intermeddling too much, and claiming a kind of prescriptive right to dictate in the civil administration of government. The distressed state of American finances was alarming. Congress was without revenue, resource, or fiscal arrangements that promised to be sufficiently productive, without power or energy to enforce any effectual measure until the consent of each individual state was obtained. There had been a violent opposition to a proposal for raising a revenue by an impost of 5% on all goods imported from foreign countries. As this was an experiment, it was limited to 25 years. Had the expedient been adopted, it might have prevented many subsequent difficulties and embarrassments that took place, previous to, as well as after, the adoption of a permanent constitution for the United States of America. It was said, however, by some very wise and judicious statesmen, that this imperceptible mode of drawing money from the pockets of the people was better suited to more despotic forms of government than to the free and independent spirit that had produced the Confederacy of the American States, that more open measures and even direct taxes were more consistent with Republican opinions and manners than the secret drains of imposts and excises, which might bankrupt a nation amidst the desultory dreams of wealth and independence. Though this opinion was not universal, yet it had its influence so far as to retard the measure. Rhode Island rejected it entirely. Massachusetts and some other states threw impediments in the way. And finally, no effectual step was yet taken to restore public credit or to quiet the murmurs of the army, just on the point of dissolution. The state, thus incapable of satisfying their just demands, had everything to fear from that peremptory and untemporizing spirit which is usually the fruit of a series of military service. America now beheld an existing clamorous army on the point of dissolution or about to assume military domination. There now appeared a large body of proud, ambitious officers, unsatisfied with the honor of victory and impatient under the promise of pecuniary compensation, as soon as the exigencies of public affairs would admit. Many of them were needy from the delay of payment for meritorious military services and sufferings. They were now, as observed, sighing for distinction, aiming to establish hereditary rank among themselves and eager for wealth sufficient to support the taste and style of nobility, a taste newly adopted by an intercourse with foreigners of high rank, and habits of expense and dissipation under monarchic governments. It was obvious to everyone that dignified ranks, ostentatious titles, splendid governments, and supernumerary expensive offices, to be supported by the labor of the poor, the taxation of all the conveniences of the more wealthy, for the aggrandizement of a few, were not the objects of the patriot and the cabinet, nor was this the contemplation of the soldier in the field, when the veins of the children of America were first opened, and the streams of life poured out, both on the borders and the interior of the United States, against the combinations of civilized and savage warriors. The views of the virtuous in every class in those exertions were for the purchase of freedom, independence, and competence to themselves and their posterity. At the same time, the Congress of the United States was without sufficient powers by the old Confederation either to restrain the most dangerous irregularities or to command the public justice. They were also deprived by absence, ineligibility, or death of the abilities of many of the members who first composed that honorable body. Footnote: 3 of the most distinguished and upright members of Congress who early fell under the hand of their dread conqueror of all men were Peyton Randolph, Esquire, of Virginia, Mr. Lynch of South Carolina, and Governor Ward of Rhode Island. End of footnote. Some men had been introduced in their stead, whose ideas of public liberty were very different, who had neither the capacity, the comprehension, nor even the wishes to establish the freedom of their country on the basis of equal liberty and the renunciation of monarchic principles. Some of them had always been men of doubtful character. Others had decidedly favored the claims of the British King and Parliament. The several governments involved in a weight of public debt, the people embarrassed in their private resources from the expensive exigencies of an 8 years' war, and every difficulty enhanced by being long without a medium of stability, without confidence in the faith of public bodies, or securities that could be relied on in private contracts. The public mind was now agitated like a forest shaken in a tempest, and stood trembling at the magnitude of opening prospects and the retrospect of past events. We have seen the seeds of animosity and dissension were sown among themselves before the American army was disbanded. Dangerous symptoms indeed in a young republic, just settling out for itself, with the command and entire jurisdiction of an immense territory, while yet no digested system was formed, or seriously contemplated by few, for governing a newborn nation, still in its pupillage, with regard to the ends, the origin, and the most perfect mode of civil government. America was a country remarkable for its rapid population, not yet so much from the ingress of foreigners, as in consequence of the operations of nature, where a people are not corrupted by habits of effeminacy, where subsistence for a family was easily acquired, and where few factitious wants had yet cankered the minds of the great mass of the people, and dislodged the complacency which results from confidence and contempt. Many indeed at the present period seem to have lost sight of their primeval ideas and obligations, yet they were not eradicated from the intelligent, the virtuous, and well-informed mind. The genial flame of freedom and independence blazed in its original luster in the breasts of many long after the termination of the Revolutionary War. After this period, the American continent was viewed by all nations as a theater just erected, where the drama was but begun, while the actors of the old world, having run through every species of pride, luxury, venality, and vice, their characters have become less interesting than those of the new. America may stand as a monument of observation and an asylum of freedom, The eyes of all Europe were upon her. She was placed in a rank that subjected her to the inspection of mankind abroad, to the jealousy of monarchs, and the envy of nations, all watching for her halting, to avail themselves of her mistakes, and to reap advantages from her difficulties, her embarrassments, her inexperience, or her follies. Perhaps at no period of her existence was America viewed with an eye of higher veneration than at the present, both by statesmen and princes. At the same time, the philosopher in his retirement contemplates, and the lovers of mankind of every description behold, the shackles of ancestral pride annihilated in a respectable portion of the globe. Yet it may be observed that it will require all the wisdom and firmness of the most sagacious heads, united with the most upright hearts, to establish a form of government for an extensive nation, whose independence has been recently acknowledged by Great Britain. This must be done on a just medium that may control the licentiousness of liberty and the daring encroachments of arbitrary power, a medium that may check the two extremes of democracy and the overbearing influence of a young aristocracy that may start up from a sudden acquisition of wealth where it had never before been tasted. But after all the speculative opinions with regard to government that have occupied the minds and the pens of men before many years roll over, some aspiring genius, without establishing the criterion or weighting the rewards of real merit, may avail himself of the weakness, the divisions, and perhaps the distresses of America, to make himself the designator and the fountain of honor and expectation, such a sovereign, without a crown or the title of king, with his favorites and his instigators about him, may not be a less dangerous animal than the monarch whose brow is decorated by the splendor of a diadem. These are, however, ideas that may vanish with time, or, if realized, it must be to the grief of the genuine patriot and the misery of thousands who now dream only of freedom, wealth, and happiness beneath the protection of just, equal, and lenient governments of their own, without any commixture of foreign influence or domination. End of section 35.